Your life is your life. Don't let it be clubbed into dank submission. Beyond the watch, there are ways out. There is a light somewhere. It may not be much light, but it beats the darkness. Beyond the watch, the gods will offer you chances. Know them. Take them. He can't beat death, but he can beat death in life, sometimes. And the more often you learn to do it, the more light there will be. Your life is your life. Know it while you have it. You are marvelous. The gods wait to delight in you.
Make sure you live in the moment and work your butt off every single day. And I hope I inspire people all around the world to just be themselves, be humble, and be grateful for all the blessings in your life. And I'm truly honored to be your MVP this year. Thank you very much.
Your greatest hater is you. Your greatest hater is you. Your greatest fear is you. And I would just encourage you to give you a shot. Like you ain't never really gave you a shot. You know, like you've never given you a full year. You've never given you 365 days. You've never given you 120%. And I would just say to you, love you enough. You're beautiful. You're unique. You're wonderfully made. You know, stop looking for other people to validate you. Your essence, your existence is validation enough. You're here. You're alive. Success is all in your DNA, and I would challenge you to live up to it. It is so much easier to run. It is so much easier to give up. It is so much easier to quit, give in. I dare you to believe in yourself. I dare you. I dare you to be courageous enough to deal with the real you and let the world see that unique, that gifted, that special person. You have to understand how much you matter, not just to you, how much you matter to others, right? And when you operate in your gift, not only do you liberate yourself, but you liberate others. And you force others to live a life that they never thought they could live. You be you and don't be nobody else. And you stop letting you get off the hook. You stop letting you get off the hook. If it was easy, everybody would do it, but I dare you to make the rest of your life the best of your life.
I'm not coach right now. I'm your conscience. You're in a fight between will and skill. I say will first because that's where you are. You locked and loaded with skill. You practicing every day, you putting in your work, you buying everything, you making the investment, you living your dream, you walking like your dream, you're surrounding yourself around your dream, you got mentors, everything, you putting your work in, you got your skill. Now it's a test of your will. It's a mindset thing you in right now. It's a mindset thing because your challenge ain't moving. Your mountain is not moving. You don't feel like you're making any progress. You're not physically moving when you see everything else around you and other people around you moving. You're not making progress. You're in the test of your will right now because life says it has a little more test for you. It's no different because we've messed up, because you fell off the wagon, you've been on alcohol and drugs, and you gave up on life, or you dropped out, or you've been to jail 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and you really want your dream to happen, and you're putting in your work, and nothing's happening yet.
Every transformation always gets worse before it gets better. It's supposed to be that way. When you embark this journey, you must know that it's going to go down before it comes up. But when it comes up, it's going to go so much higher than you've ever been.
The action of making progress is progress. The push itself, the fight, you get up and swing and miss, that's progress. You get up and you run at what you want with everything you got and you miss, that's progress. The effort of making the attempt is progress. It must happen. It can't do anything but move. You can do anything but make progress. You're pushing and you're pushing and you're pushing and you're pushing and you're doing everything right. You're tired, you're exhausted, and ain't nothing happening yet. That word is what you're waiting for. Yet. Because I promise you, if you keep pushing, if you keep giving me all your effort, it will happen.
You have to be equipped mentally to endure this process. Knowing what you're about to go into is step 1. Knowing it's an uphill battle, but a winnable one and one that's achievable. And at the end of this race, guys, you're gonna be more capable. The first step, guys, is knowing it's a tough road.
As soon as you decide to stop looking for answers in other people and miracles somewhere down the yellow brick road and click the heels of your mind and set your affections on things that are above, you could have been free years ago. All jealousy, all pettiness, all unforgiveness, all strife, all malice, all confusion, all blaming other people for your mistake. You got till midnight to get rid of every poison that's hindering you, every inflexibility that's stopping you from what God is about to pour into your life. Woe be unto you if you go into another year and waste another year with the old mentality while somebody's in the hospital begging God for the opportunity that you have right now. You better step into this moment.
I've learned to dream with my eyes open. When I see it, I get exposed to it, I want to be it. You don't have to be famous to do any and everything that you want to do in your life. Get out of this mind state of, I ain't shit unless I got money. Get out of this mind state of, I have no hope. I should stop just dreaming and having visions and ideas about my life and my career because I don't have it financially. Don't allow what you're working with in your actual bank account to stop you from dreaming and hoping and wishing big. If I'm not an actor in the movie, or an actress, or a model, or the director, I ain't shit.
It's possible that you can live your dream. It doesn't matter if you don't have a dime in the bank. It's possible.
Greatness is not this wonderful, esoteric, elusive, godlike feature that only the special among us will ever taste. It's something that truly exists in all of us.
Stop giving power to celebrity. Stop giving power to being the person on camera. Stop giving all the power to money. Continue to dream big. Continue to have hopes, ambition.
There's a certain delusional quality that all successful people have to have.
You've got something special. You've got greatness in you.
You don't get in life what you want, you get in life what you are.
In order to do something you've never done, you've got to be someone you've never been. You must be born again. You've got to die as you are now. You've got to be willing to give up who you are now for what you can become. You've got to have this vision of yourself beyond your circumstances. You've got to see yourself every day. I can do this. I can make this happen. I'm blessed and highly favored. Good things are supposed to happen to me. You want to focus. You want to begin to discipline yourself, to control your thinking. Judge not according to appearances. You must have the faith to call forth those things that be not as though they were.
It's called a life-changing day. The day you say, enough is enough. Promise yourself you'll listen to it until it makes sense. You'll go for it until you understand it. You'll practice it until you develop the skill. Never give up until, however long that is. Step by step, piece by piece, go for it. Don't miss the chance to grow. And resolve that you'll pay the price until you learn, change, grow, become. Walk away from the 97%. Don't use their excuses. Don't go where they go. Don't do what they do. Don't talk like they talk. Develop you a whole new language.
Don't exist, create. Earth's finest stuff ain't all been created yet. Because it's waiting on you. Whatever it takes, I'll do whatever it takes, but I'm going to create it if it don't exist. I don't care if you're sick. I don't care what you're going through. If you're not dead, he ain't through with you yet. As long as you waking up, you still in the game. As long as you alive, you can still make it happen. As long as there's breath in your nostrils, you still in the game. You still can win. Now get your butt up. Every single year, your appetite should go up. You should never get settled. You should never get settled. You should never get content. Every single year. Stop showing up to life average. Stop showing up to life good. Give me great every day. Wake up with great and stop waiting for permission to be great.
Then you'll discover some of life's best treasures when you pay that price.
It's been 15 years to get to this point. It's taken us a long time. A lot of difficult steps along the way. Creating a company is almost like having a child. So it's sort of like, how do you say your child should not have food?
Even if it ruins you?
Yeah.
I remember waking up the Sunday before Christmas in 2008 and thinking to myself, man, I never thought I was someone who could ever be capable of a nervous breakdown. But I felt this was the closest I've ever come. So many people tried to talk me out of starting a art company. It was crazy. One good friend of mine collected a whole series of videos of rockets blowing up and made me watch those. He just didn't want me to lose all my money.
And in the end, I had to invest everything. And I was borrowing money from friends to pay the rent. What we'd like to do is to establish a city on Mars and help make humanity a multi-planet species and a true spacefaring civilization. That's the ultimate goal. I'm not saying we will do it, I'm just saying we're going to try.
You had that third failure in a row. Did you think, I need to pack this in?
Never.
I don't ever give up. NASA called and told us that we'd won a $1.5 billion contract.
If you need inspiring words, don't do it. I think wishful thinking is innate in the human brain. Having civilization and life as we know it extend beyond Earth to the rest of the solar system and ultimately to other star systems. That's the future that's exciting and inspiring. You need things like that to be glad to wake up in the morning.
We're doing these things that seem unlikely to succeed, and we've been fortunate, and at least thus far they have succeeded. Life can't be just about solving problems. Like, there have to be things that are inspiring and exciting that make you glad to be alive. Ultimately, be out there among the stars. It has actually been a very difficult journey, I have to say. Here is a path to do it, even if that path has a lot of danger associated with it and risk, and maybe it won't succeed. Why it's important, and even if the odds are that it won't succeed, it's worth trying to do it. I'm just incredibly proud of the SpaceX team for being able to achieve this I think, incredible milestone in the history of space.
Why stop your boundaries? Why stop at average? Make a statement in this world. People come up with the excuses of, I'm too tired, or I'm feeling sad, or even, I can't be bothered. Go out and get what you're worth. You are worth the world. You are part of this world. You can achieve greatness. When you get inspired, realize that person is made up of the same whatever it is as you. And the only difference is that person is the one who has fought just that little harder. If we were all only made up of atoms, then why don't you become the bigger energy, the stronger energy, the superior one?
Every time I get on the stage, I'm thinking to myself, E.T., when you get up, you're only as great as your last word. For some of you, when you do what you do, you act as if you have another opportunity. I'm wired differently. Every opportunity is the last opportunity. Every opportunity, I have to reprove myself again. Every opportunity, I'm still nervous. E.T., you've been doing this for years. Why are you so nervous? Because the day you become content is the day you stop evaluating yourself. The day you stop growing. The day you stop getting better is the day you die. Is the day the person who's trying to catch you will get you. You need to say to yourself, my fear is no longer going to stop me. I will die trying. I will not be stopped before I try. That will not be my reality anymore. I will not allow myself to fail when I'm not even put forth effort. I will die trying.
I want this dream, if it's convenient, if I don't have any hassle, if everything's all together, if I don't have any opposition, if nobody works against me, if nobody tells me no, I'd like to have that dream. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that kind of party. Say it's possible. Don't let nobody turn you around. Don't let circumstances turn you around. Don't let hard times turn you around. Whatever you're experiencing, you know that this too shall pass. That you have the capacity and the ability to make it happen. Why? You got a sense of entitlement. I am blessed and highly favored. I deserve this, and whatever I have to do in order to make it happen, I'm willing to step up and to face life and grab it in a collar and say, give it up, because it's mine.
If you want something, you can get it. It only takes will. When you want something as much as you want to breathe, you will overcome the pain. And you will achieve greatness.
Once you're in it, and you've got to go all the way to the end. Because you commit yourself to such a level where there is no compromising. You give everything you have, everything, absolutely everything. And sometimes you find even more, because it requires more if you want still to be ahead, if you want to win.
Ayrton Senna will always be fast. He'll never be old. He will always be the champion of Brazil and of the world.
The one thing I would say is to never give up. I think the one thing my dad always told me was to never give up. And there was so many experiences I had through my racing career where there was moments that I didn't think that I would make it. But I'd wake up the next day, I'd go training, get myself back into it, and I kept believing in myself. And I managed to get there. This is something to aspire to And I hope that for all the racing drivers that are here, I hope that what I have achieved shows that they can do it as well. I started karting when I was 8, and it was just a hobby for me and my parents to do. My dad bought me a really old go-kart. It was like, I think it'd been owned by 5 different families. And yeah, we went and raced. I won my first 6 races.
The line then, Hamilton takes the checkered flag.
I won my first British Championship in my 2nd year. And then that's when I met Ron Dennis, and told him that I wanted to be an F1 World Champion one day. The next morning, I get up, I train, because I feel like I can do it again, or I feel like I can get there. And I didn't win the World Championship this year, but I feel that if I just keep working at it, eventually I'll get there. Because I wake up and I think about racing all the time, so. And we're training all the time, we're traveling all the time, we're away from family and friends. But I think for me, it's always wanting to be the best. I want to be the best at what I do. And even if I've won a World Championship, I can always do better.
You have a limit. As soon as you touch this limit, something happens and you suddenly can go a little bit further. With your mind power, your determination, your instinct, and the experience as well, you can fly very high.
The world is always changing. The world is always shifting around, it's always changing. And it's not going to stay the way you want it to stay. It's just not. There is a 0% chance that the universe is going to stay exactly how you want it to stay. Life is your experience. And life is about finding joy in that experience that you're having, in your journey. Basically, when you have a journey, what the journey is going to do is it's going to expose weaknesses in your character. It's going to expose weaknesses and unfocused and soft aspects in your personality. Things that are weak about you, things that you're being a little bitch, things that you're being a pussy, things that you're being a whiny little fuck, things that you're not evolved enough, things that are just like fucking lame about yourself, that are not up to par, that are not fucking tight, that are not awesome, that are not fucking, you know what I'm saying, right? That's what the journey does. And it exposes the shit out of it. Whenever you have some journey, you're gonna have to learn, you're gonna have to change. You're gonna have to learn how to change the way that you view yourself. You're gonna have to change your behavior. You're gonna have to change your discipline. You're gonna have to change your focus. You're gonna have to transform into something you're not. And then you're going to have to kill that thing and then transform into some other thing. And then you're going to have to kill that thing and you're going to transform into some other fucking thing. You know, even an animal, right? Say some, overplayed, cheesy example would be like when a caterpillar turns into a butterfly, right? When a caterpillar does that, the caterpillar's gone now. It had to transform itself. And probably that wasn't like pleasant. So, you know, when you take the journey, you're choosing to experience a degree of pain. You're choosing to have that pain like harden you. When bad shit happens, that's good. That's real good. You need to actually have fucked up experiences in order to learn. You can view it as a chore and as this annoying impediment to you getting out of pain, or you can view it as this fun thing that kind of brings the joy of life, that, you know, that kind of brings the, you know, gives you something to do and keep evolving. But on the flip side, when you're always evolving, that's when you're going to be the most happy. All right, that's when you're generally going to find that's going to make you a happier person. That's going to bring you real satisfaction in life. There is no satisfaction in just getting a certain amount of money and getting a certain girl and just chilling for most people. Happiness in life is not by what you get, it becomes mainly from the person who you become. Look at some of the petty shit that people get mad about. Yo, isn't that crazy? The petty stuff that makes people angry. I have a theory. You want to know why I think people get angry over petty stuff? I think unconsciously they think they're gonna live forever. If you think that you're gonna live forever, of course you're gonna be mad about something petty, because you're just like, oh, this thing's annoying me right now, I'm annoyed. But actually, you're not gonna live forever. So even a shitty moment in your life is still a moment in your life. It's up to you to kind of take it how you want.
Get in the habit of, again, like letting go of that little comfort cushion and just going down to ground zero, being like, fuck it. If you're afraid of going out with like your hair not done a certain way, fuck it up on purpose for like a month. go out. If you're like, oh, I sense I'm attached to pre-partying and pre-gaming with drinking, cut it out. Get rid of every little thing you just try to anchor your level of comfort in. Get rid of it. Be the guy who only relies on what? Himself. The guy who has the core confidence. You're not trying to find situational confidence. You're like, you know what? Just me. That's good enough. Doesn't matter what I look like. Okay? I'm the shit no matter what I look like at that moment in time. I'm the shit. Those are the norms. Those are the standards. It's my reality. It's my rules. Realize that all that external shit that you try to find comfort in, you ultimately don't need. Oh, what's the plan? Go against the plan. Learn how to deal with it. Learn how to deal with the situations. Become more comfortable dealing with situations where you don't know what's going to happen. Because that's what keeps it exciting as well. That uncertainty. You're not looking for, it's not like the boring thing where you're just going through the motions. As tempting as that sounds. As tempting as that fucking sounds. You have to be the number fucking one. Okay? There is no number two.
I choose to fight back!
People just don't stick at it, and people don't want it bad enough. And if this was easy, everyone would be good. You want this shit, you gotta be competitive. You gotta be a go-getter. You gotta fucking hustle your ass off. Right now, it doesn't matter what your logistics are, doesn't matter what your job is, doesn't matter where you live, doesn't matter, how much time you have, make it happen. How bad do you want this shit? You gotta fucking hustle. You gotta be competitive. You gotta be the best. You're gonna have to deal with a lot of bullshit, and you gotta hustle your ass off. Get yourself in front of the camera, take the ball, and find a way to make this work.
Ruined my life. I was close to doing suicide. Imagine being strong, imagine being that fit, imagine looking like the way I did, all the stuff that I had worked for, all the suffering that I had gone through to come to where I was. Like, I thought I had made it, and then I fucking get cancer. The source of my energy, I wanted to show the entire world. I wanted to show every cancer patient. I wanted to show everybody fighting a disease, fighting a situation in life, that no matter in which position you are, it is possible to get through, and it is possible to succeed in such a manner that you will be impressing the motherfucking shit out of this world. But I made it out. I made it out the chemo. I made it out because I haven't had an easy life. Throughout my whole life, it's been a battle. It's been a battle to prove people wrong. It's been a battle to prove myself, to prove to myself that I am good enough. It's been a battle in the gym to achieve something. I would do whatever it took, a push-up, a footstep, a sit-up, I don't fucking care. I tried to do it myself. Just to prove that I still had it in me. I still wanted to fight. I still had to prove that to myself. So I got out the chemo. But I was left broken.
Say it to yourself, and you look yourself in the eye and look yourself in the mirror and truly believe that not a man alive can beat you, and that is the way it is. And just through hours in the gym and preparation, I feel that I am untouchable right now.
Everything I do in my life is related to this. I don't do nothing else if it's not got to do with fighting.
You know what I mean? And that is why, you know what I mean? To be true to yourself, all you've got to do is show up.
Is that not unhealthy?
I don't know. Do I look unhealthy? Take a look at this physique. I'm in phenomenal shape, in body and mind. To me, what's unhealthy is living an unhealthy life. To me, what's unhealthy is getting up and going through the same day, every day of your life, 9 to 5, in an office or in a... You know what I mean? That's unhealthy. That beats your mind. I don't work. I love what I do. And that's why I'm doing what I love. You know what I mean? That's why it's become a career for me, because I love it. I love what I do. So I don't think it's unhealthy. I feel good in my mind. You know what I mean? It's my life. I'm enjoying the fruits of my hard work. Nobody works harder than me inside the octagon, outside the octagon. I am a workhorse, so I'm going to enjoy the benefits of this life. I'm going to get myself a big mansion in Las Vegas. I'm going to get the soft top cars. I'm going to bring my whole team out. I'm going to spoil them and give them this life. Gratitude is one of the most strongest forms of power in attracting good things. You know, if you truly feel grateful for the things in your life, I always felt grateful for even the small things. I always used to celebrate the small things. Now I might be celebrating the bigger things, but I always celebrate every little good thing that would happen to me in my life. Even before I had any kind of money or any of that, I would celebrate and I would feel grateful for it, and it just gave me more. And this is exactly the same thing that's happening right now. I still remain grateful, and more comes.
I knew I was going to prove to people that I'm a true fighter. It doesn't matter who it is. I show up. I'm a professional. I come in here and I fight, and I'm confident in my abilities. I just honestly want to say thank you to my team, my family, everyone that's come up with me, because it's a tight circle, and the Irish people that support me. I swear to God, I've done this for us. I've done it for us.
I wouldn't trade this life for anything or anyone.
Like Lorenzo said, it's about going from here to here to here to here, and that's where I'm going. It's round in circles up. So it will continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger until I am finished.
If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything except my faith. I want to fall forward. I figure at least this way I'll see what I'm going to hit. Fall forward.
Most people allow their fear of failure, 80%, allow their fear of failure to outweigh their desire to succeed. When you're willing to fail again and again and again, when you make up your mind to become unstoppable, when you make up your mind to become a no matter what person, then that will then give birth to a part of yourself that you don't know right now. By putting yourself in uncomfortable situations, sometimes life will force you to become courageous.
Reggie Jackson struck out 2,600 times in his career, the most in the history of baseball. But you don't hear about the strikeouts. People remember the home runs. Fall forward. Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. You know that? I didn't know that. Because the 1,001st was the light bulb. Fall forward. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. I walked out of there to prepare for the next audition, and the next audition, and the next audition. I prayed. I prayed. And I prayed. But I continued to fail. fail. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. You will fail at some point in your life. Accept it. You will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. You've got to take risks, and I'm sure you've probably heard that before. Fall forward.
Today, the battle of your life may present itself. Are you prepared for the battles ahead? Are you prepared to win? You fight to win. You fight for your teammates. You fight for your friends. You fight for your family. You fight for the badge. You fight for the honor. You fight for your country. You fight for your brothers. You reach. You claw. You hold on. Today is a battle. Tomorrow is a victory lap. Every day is a battle worth winning. Every moment is a battle worth winning. As long as you are still in the game, you fight to win. The game out there, the game of life. Whatever your competition, you fight to win. Whatever your battle, you fight to win. It's all you got, 100%. Leave no stone unturned. Leave nothing on the table. Not an ounce of effort left in your body. If you have to die striving for it, you will die a legend. You will die with honor. If you die with no regrets, you will die in peace. Keep going. Never stop. Keep fighting. Never stop. All you have, all you got.
I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. When you have a dream, and the dream isn't something you dream and then it happens, the dream is something you never knew was going to come into your life. Dreams always come from behind you, not right between your eyes. It sneaks up on you. But when you have a dream, it doesn't often come at you screaming in your face. This is who you are. This is what you must be for the rest of your life. Sometimes a dream almost whispers. And I've always said to my kids, the hardest thing to listen to, your instincts, your human personal intuition, always whispers, it never shouts. Very hard to hear. So you have to, every day of your lives, be ready to hear what whispers in your ear. It very rarely shouts. And if you can listen to the whisper, and if it tickles your heart, and it's something you think you want to do for the rest of your life, then that is going to be what you do for the rest of your life. I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. I dreamed for a living. Years later, I realized, well, that's exactly what I do. I dream for a living. This is what I've done all my life. This is what I wanted to do with my life.
The easiest thing to do. It's a natural human inclination when you're comfortable, when you're relaxed, when you have some semblance of good emotions, to just chill there and not risk it. to not step out of that comfort zone. It's evolutionary, right? Once you have kind of a good thing, you have a chance of passing your genes along, you don't want to fuck it up. You don't want to take those risks. You don't want to keep excelling. You don't want to put that pressure on yourself. Ironically, the more that you step up, the more that you become a champion, the more you're putting yourself in the spotlight, the more you're gonna put that pressure on yourself. It's so much easier to have an excuse. How much easier would it be, say you're like a football player, to like drop that pass in middle school football and say the sun was in your eyes, versus catching it, becoming a hero, going to high school, putting years in the weight room, trying to become a star there, trying to get to college, become more years in the weight room, years of like draining, super hard fucking work on your body and your mind, and then years to try and make it professionally. So much work, so much pressure, so many people watching you, so hard to do. How much easier is it to have that excuse when you're a young kid and just, oh, I'm sorry, the sun was in my eye, I'm sorry I tripped, oh, I just wasn't that good of an athlete. It's easy, it's comfortable, nobody will ever know. Nobody ever knows all the opportunities you could have had in your life that you didn't take, right? Nobody ever sees that. They just see, you know, you're safe, comfortable, easy life. Most extreme example of this would be suicide, dark topic. But think about it, like when you see people like they write their suicide notes, like I couldn't take it anymore. It was so much pain, I just couldn't handle the struggle, right? They just wanted a way out. They wanted a way to hide from life, to just be comfortable and avoid any negative emotions. And suicide's the most extreme example of that, but people actually, in a certain sense, commit little suicides every day. Every time you see that hot girl, you go talk to her. Every time you could push for like a promotion at work or push to go out and like do your dream job, and you stick with the safe, comfortable, sickly, easy job, you're not pushing yourself, you're not going outside of that comfort zone, and you're dying a little bit inside. So basically you're just taking that small death over and over and fucking over again. And that's not the life you want to have. When I die, I want my grave to say he lived his life, not he died little by little every single fucking day. So strive for that. Will it be easy? No. Will it be worth it? Probably. I'll tell you when I'm 80. Live for greatness, not for like avoiding negative emotions. Nobody remembers someone who lived his life safe and comfortable and just avoided bad feelings. That's weak, that's chode, fuck that.
Okay, what I want you to do right now is I want you to imagine you're standing on a cliff. You're standing literally on the edge. All you have to do is take one little step until you're moving yourself into the unknown. And the problem is that unknown is beyond our control, beyond our comfort zone, if you will, and we fear that. We try to avoid that. We want to stay here with our two little feet on the ground where it's known, right? I'm standing here and I know nothing's gonna happen, but the moment I move my feet just one step ahead, I'm in the unknown. I'm flying uncontrollably. I don't know what's gonna happen. Fear will always fucking be here. And to be honest, we always have a fucking base level fear. As human beings, we are born in fear. If you're sitting here, it's like, I'm not afraid, you're shitting yourself, okay? You're fucking lying. Everybody here is afraid. And quite frankly, the more successful you get, the more and the higher levels of fear you will experience. The first thing we're trying to do when we're in a moment of one step into the unknown is we're thinking. We're trying to think through the whole problem. We're trying to think the problem away. It was like, let me just think. Let me just think. And even when you stand on a cliff, before you jump, you're like, let me just think this through. Let me just think this through. But there's one thing you gotta be aware of. Thinking is not gonna get you down. Fear will never fucking go away. It will always be a part of everything. The basic gist, however, is it's about how you deal with that fear. It's not how you eliminate the fear, it's how you fucking deal with that fear. Right? Moments like these are not moments of thinking, they're moments of doing. Your brain's not fucking gonna help you. No, it helps you in a lot of situations in your life, but not when it is about doing that one step. The only two things that are gonna help you in situations like this is your left foot and your right foot. Those are your only two friends. And I always say that I move my feet faster than my brain can think.
the way I interpret fear, that's what keeps me going. I don't say that's bad for me. I don't say, oh, a situation where I'm afraid is bad for me. No, I think that's good. In fact, I deliberately put myself into situations where I'm exposed to fear, where I'm exposed to potential fuck-ups, right? When I get in a situation and somebody would tell me, dude, there's a 90% chance you're gonna fuck it up, I'm like, bring it on, man, because it's a win-win situation. I either win, I either overcome that obstacle, or I get fucking stomped into the ground, but survive. But fucking survive. Bill Gates is not confident in making money because he made a lot of money. No, those motherfuckers are fucking confident because they lost. And they lost, and they lost, and they lost, and they lost, where everybody would have given up. Those motherfuckers went back up like, well, guess I gotta fucking do it again. Stop thinking and move your feet into the unknown. Fly down, survive, and tell yourself you survived. Even if you land on your ass, you're most probably gonna survive, and you're never gonna regret it. Just do it.
What are you accomplishing? I've heard statistics on how much TV the average American watches, and it's absolutely insane. Or how much time people spend on Facebook. It is absolutely egregious. And the fact of the matter is your brain is always on. You're always accomplishing something. I want to ask you, would you rather accomplish being a millionaire, achieving your dream, changing the world, or would you rather accomplish knowing the intimate gossip of friends you haven't known in 10 years, or knowing where the cutest, funniest cat photos on the internet are? Because you really do have a choice, and it comes down to what are your priorities and where are you gonna spend your time. And what you have to realize here is that when you're growing up, it's very easy to be the child. It's very easy to follow some level of authority, and that probably actually helps us out because at first we don't know shit about life. But at a certain point, you have to look around and be like, I am the adult. I am the adult. There is no sort of like overarching authority that's going to tell me right and wrong and tell me how to live my life anymore. I need to be that authority in my own life. And once you've made that decision, a lot of things are going to fundamentally change. And what I want to encourage you to do is two things. Number one, if you're still in that little boy stage, if you're still following instructions, if you still think that there is an authority that's going to guide your life, stop right now. Understand that you are the ultimate authority. You're the ultimate decision maker. Now, you do want to learn from mentors. Without mentors, you will not learn as much as fast, and you'll be really held back in your life. Right? So understand that there are mentors, but the final decision has to be yours. The final decision, the final judgment is yours. You need to think for yourself. If you're not at that stage, that's the next stage for you. But those of you who are thinking for yourself, and a lot of people watching this video will be on that stage, you're thinking for yourself, you're exploring new ideas, you're exploring pickup in particular, I want to encourage you, don't just rebel for the sake of rebelling. Don't just do obnoxious things because you think you can get away with them. What I want to encourage you to do is think for yourself and make your own decisions, but make the right decisions. I want you to think of this parking lot as your mind. Right now, it's filled with nothing, and you have a choice. You can fill it with the things you want to fill it with, or if not, there are many people that will gladly fill it for you. That's what advertising is for, that's what clickbait on the internet is for. They all want your attention, they all want you. It's your choice, what are you gonna fill your mind with? Now, I'm not saying it's not okay to have a hobby. I'm not saying you have to be go, go, go 100% of the time. But what I am saying is if you could be the world champion of celebrity Kardashian gossip, maybe you need to think about what else you should be doing with that time. And next time you find yourself on the internet aimlessly for an hour and you wonder what just happened, click off and go do that thing you know you really should be doing instead.
That's the barrier that's in front of us.
In my heart and in my mind, I believe it's possible.
The very few of us leave something that nobody could ever forget, break a record that nobody could ever forget.
The more lactate, the more it rises in the muscle, the harder you're pushing the muscle.
Great moments are born
great opportunity. And that's what you have here.
You know, they used to say that the 4-minute mile was impossible, that humans could not achieve that feat. They used to say that space travel was impossible. They used to say that flight by man was impossible. But yet, all 3 of those things have been accomplished. You've been set with a task to complete the 2-hour marathon, something that has been believed to be impossible. But see, this is your chance to live on forever, to leave a legacy that nobody could ever forget. So do you think you can do it? Do you think you can push harder than ever, strive harder than ever, leave something bigger than ever? You can and you will.
This could be the greatest time you ever live if you control what you focus on, if you find a more empowering meaning, and if you decide to model the actions of those who succeeded before you. It can be the best financial time, the best emotional time, the best spiritual time of your life, but you better take control of your state. And if you think you're going to do it just by today, you're wrong. You're going to need to get yourself some rituals. I know what his rituals are, because your life comes from your rituals. If you don't develop the ritual, you're kidding yourself. If you do the right thing at the wrong time, you get pain. So now it's time to train yourself to do that. And what about that are you grateful for? What do you focus on that makes you feel grateful? How does it feel when you're really, truly feeling filled with gratitude? If you wanted to be excited about your life right now, and you were willing to be excited, you're willing to buck everybody else's trend, what could you feel excited about in your life if you wanted to feel excited? What could you get excited about if you're really focused on it and you really took it in? And you weren't in a negative place. What could you get excited about if you wanted to be excited in your life? Or when you're really excited, how do you feel? How do you speak? What's your life like? Why? Because focus is controlled by questions. If you ask a different question continuously, not once, continuously, you will get a different answer. If you ask a lousy question, you get a lousy answer and a lousy state. Why does this always happen to me? It doesn't always happen to you, but the brain's like a computer. Ask it a question, it'll have to come up with an answer. Just stop and think about what's most important. Think about why you're here. What's the purpose of your life? Step out of the moment and into eternity.
I never give up. I go my own way, risk my life. So this is why I always tell the people, not because one things fall down, you just give up. Never give up, never give up. One day you will succeed.
When you see the famous people, wow, so successful, you don't know behind the story. How tough they are, like people, wow, Jackie, the movie is so good. When everybody sleep, I still in the health club, in the mirror, practicing. And 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, get up on the set. Then you suddenly do something, wow, very beautiful. Oh yeah, go back, training again. Okay, there's a snake head, that's a snake mouth, that's snake tongue. Okay, you create more things.
Every day when on the set, I just do the best I can. Every movie, I risk my life to do the things, not for the fans, it's for myself. Because I have to do the best I can. Then lately becoming my trademark. Wow, Jackie risks his life. Even today, I look at the old films, look at myself. Sometimes really smile. I'm glad. Even I know I get hurt, I broke my ankle. I'm so happy I did it. You might get hurt, or you're learning a piano, you're learning a martial art. learn whenever you can. Those years, like me, I just do. 10 years later, now, forever, the things you learn or the success I have forever. Don't regret one day, do it when you were young. Never give up, never give up. One day you will succeed.
I think that being on your purpose gives you a sense of entitlement because you know that you're doing good things with your life, and it gives you a feeling of being emptied out. So let's say that after a long day of work, you kind of walk through a crowd, and because you're so on your purpose, it's almost like parting the Red Seas. People will tend to get out of your way because they say, look, this is a man who's walking with a purpose. This guy's a badass. Let him be the man. As your sense of purpose increases, so do your boundaries as a man. This became especially relevant to me lately, where I realized if I want to accomplish what I want to, get done in life, I'm going to have to be very, very careful about what influences I allow around myself, what type of people I surround myself with, what kind of energy I'm letting in, but more importantly, my own behavior, like, if I'm eating bad food or if I'm engaging in sloppy behavior, unfocused behavior, I'm actually failing to put down a personal boundary on myself. A lot of things like approaching anxiety towards approaching girls, or eating bad food, procrastinating, being a gossiper, getting upset over little small petty things, really comes from a lack of a sense of purpose, because basically you want to think of yourself as a man where you have this sense of purpose, and that creates gravity, which then sort of pulls in the armor that are personal boundaries. If you think about it, how many of your actual beliefs that you have, or emotions that you feel, or just sort of day-to-day activities that you engage in are actually of your own conscious decision? What I think is that most people are actually closer to sponges than to what most people would think of as a human being. I think that you have to get to a certain sort of critical mass of having your own intention in life before you would ever actually, be what most people think of as a person. What I would say is that when you can find your purpose early, that has the advantage that whatever you're going to do with your life, you've had more years to put the polish onto it, okay? Imagine if LeBron James or Kobe Bryant were to wait until they're 27 to start playing basketball, they would have less time to really hone their craft. So the sooner that you get started, and the sooner that you have a sense of urgency about it, the more likely that you are to get to a world-class level with whatever it is that you do. But conversely, there's something to be said about just maintaining an openness to experience and going through life, just sort of taking different things in, and how sometimes that can kind of add up to some amazing opportunities later in life that would totally blow you away. Finding your purpose is a benefit to you because it gives you polarity, like that type of permanent attraction with a woman. It gives you a high sense of entitlement. It empties you out. And maybe even most importantly, it creates the gravity which sucks in the armor of personal boundaries. Somebody who is on their purpose, they have a glint in their eye, okay? They haven't had their face ground into the ground by the boot print of life. They're alive, they're happier, they're engaged. That's why you gotta do it.
The most powerful motivational speeches that I have ever heard came from people who told me I couldn't do something. You know why? Because when they told me I couldn't do it, I was bound and determined to show them that I could. Tell me I can't do it. I will prove you wrong. I will show you.
We are not made to survive. We're not made to manage our pain or get through it. We're made to be creators of our lives. We can create anything. Anything we can dream about, we can create. How much of life do you feel like you control, or how much does life control you? Do you tend to control more of what's going on, or events controlling you? It's very easy to have those events start to take control unless we take control of what's between our ears, our own mind. You see, what you and I focus on massively affects how we feel, whether we're thriving or surviving. If you focus on what you can't control, if you focus on the past, if you focus on what's missing from your life constantly, That pattern of focus will make you frustrated, overwhelmed, depressed. Focus equals power. If you want to thrive, you got to focus on what you can control. You got to focus on the difference you can make. You got to focus on what's already in your life that you're grateful for.
Most people allow their fear of failure, 80%, allow their fear of failure to outweigh their desire to succeed. When you're willing to fail again and again and again, when you make up your mind to become unstoppable, when you make up your mind to become a no matter what person, then that will then give birth to a part of yourself that you don't know right now.
Set some higher goals, reach for some higher purpose. Go for something beyond what you thought you could do. You've got to believe that tomorrow can be better than today. But here's the big one, believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Ask for wisdom to deal with the challenges of today and tomorrow. Don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. Wish you were better.
If y'all gonna be great on that field, you gotta have a why. You gotta have a reason for why you do what you do. The problem with some of y'all, the reason why you don't give 120% every doggone time you get on the field, because you ain't got a why for what you do. You ain't got a why. I'm looking in your eyes, and I see some of y'all, and you ain't serious. And you think you about to go out there with the Ray Lewises of the world? Negro, please, when Ray come out, you see the passion. Every game, you see the energy. He come out every game like, y'all follow me. Follow my lead, baby, and we gonna win this thing. Why do you wake up in the morning? Why do you put on that jersey? Why do you go out and practice? What's your why? Some of you have been knocked out by life. And you got up and saw the blood, he hit me. Sometimes in life, you have to hit back. It's not always gonna be easy. They're not gonna give it to you. They're not going to give you success. They're not gonna put it on the platter. But if you're willing to work for it, if you're willing to put the sweat, the blood, the tears, if you're willing to earn it, every single thing I go through, I remember I was homeless and I draw from it. Every single time I'm going through pain, I remember that I've gone through pain since I was a kid. I draw from it. Recycle your pain. Get something from it. You already in pain. Use it. Do something with it. Allow it to take you to the next level. Allow your pain to push you to greatness. I challenge you. I challenge you. I challenge you to be the best you can be. And do everything you could possibly do before you leave this place.
What your mind does is it creates what we call success barriers. And a success barrier is basically a limiting belief, a limiting self-image, or limiting behaviors, which will block you from getting success that you're not prepared to handle. So a limiting belief would be like, oh, the world is scarce, so I shouldn't even try. Or a limiting behavior would be like procrastination. And then, of course, you've got, I'm not good enough, I'm a fake, things like, just all this different stuff. And what they teach you in self-development is to overcome it, okay? To overcome your success barriers. But the reason why these success barriers exist is, again, to create nice, slow progress. You want to develop slowly. You don't want to grow too fast. Because if you grow too fast and you don't have an evolution in your consciousness, you go fucking crazy. But if you grow at a nice, gradual rate, you hit these different traumas that kind of fuck you up. They kind of mentally stifle you. When they hit you, you're like, oh, like this, you're kind of fucked up for a couple of days, or even a couple of years, in my case, from some of the really harsh ones that I've gotten. So there was a lot of different things that kind of gradually allowed me to sort of grow and experience that, learning how to execute on everything, learning how to cope with the added crazy shit going on, learning how to cope with crises, just slowly building it up. And, my kind of hope for this is that after, say, a couple decades of it, I've got a nice, deep, good foundation for success. And really kind of what I hope for you is that you want to achieve the same thing. What I'd say to you is, look, as you're going through your journey, realize that you're gonna have success barriers that hold you back from moving too fast. And that's fine. And you should push into them, just like being at the gym, just, you hit that next weight level and you gotta push through it and it's gonna hurt. Just realize that those success barriers are there to help you though, just like how pushing that weight is there to help you as you develop thicker tendons, bigger muscles, is there to help you. keep increasing the level of understanding that you have, the complexity. Keep increasing the level of stress that your emotions can tolerate. And I think the payoff, just in my opinion, is like a real understanding of the world and sort of a way of engaging with the world where little petty things don't bother you as much as it bothers a regular person. And it doesn't mean that you shouldn't defend yourself against those things. It doesn't mean you can't stand up for yourself. It just means that you'll have a greater perspective towards all of it. Don't be afraid of emotional trauma. Okay? The road to success is basically paved with really cool highs and really low lows. And the difference between an enjoyable journey versus a very painful journey is that when you realize the context of what's occurring, that basically your emotional immune system is actually building up and getting used to being hit harder and harder and harder, when you realize that your mind is being conditioned to understand deeper layers of complexity and to navigate a more complex landscape, when you realize that that's basically what's happening, when you're getting like knocked and all that, that is what is going to make the journey a lot more enjoyable. What I think it ultimately comes down with is not being wounded. You can get hit, you can get hurt, but don't become a wounded human being. Adapt your behavior. Obviously learn how to navigate a more complex environment. But keep yourself open, keep yourself childlike, and enjoy the world, okay? View the bad things even as a lesson about what the world's all about. And just keep enjoying it. The world is only bad relative to some perfection that does not exist. So enjoy it for what it is, and just keep learning, keep learning.
All right, let me tell you what the problem is. The problem is everybody wants the prize, but nobody wants to pay the price. Right? Everybody wants the prize, but nobody's willing to pay the price. Nobody's willing to put in the work. Nobody's willing to make the sacrifice. Nobody's willing to eat their own shit, to make it happen. Everybody's expecting it to be easy. I was just giving a talk the other day at school, and someone said, well, why would I choose that way? That's much harder. That way's a lot harder. Why would I choose that direction? And I was like, man, why are we talking about hard versus easy? Nobody said this was going to be easy. We don't want it to be easy. If it was easy, then everybody would be doing it, right? If it wasn't difficult, then everybody would be doing it. There'd only be, everybody would be an entrepreneur. Everybody would be a billionaire. Everybody would be a successful athlete or artist or businessman or salesperson or a scientist. Everybody would be doing it, right? It's not supposed to be easy. You shouldn't want it to be easy. But if you have a dream, if you have a mission, if you have a passion, this shit is not going to be easy. Easy shouldn't even be in the conversation or in your vocabulary. This is supposed to be hard. You should want it to be hard because then no one can replicate what you create. Anything of value and of meaning is not going to be easy. And that's how it's supposed to be.
I stopped saying I've got to wait for good things to happen to me, and I said I'm going to grind. I'm going to fight. I'm going to work. I'm going to press toward. I'm going to learn. I'm going to do everything in my power every single day. I'm going to do everything in my power to become a victor and not a victim.
Wherever you are in life, ladies and gentlemen, you've got comeback power. I don't care how low you are. I don't care what you have done. I don't care what you have experienced. I don't care how devastated your life might appear to be, the shambles it might be in. There's a power in you that can enable you to be stronger and better than anything that's out here.
You've never looked at yourself in the mirror and said, you let you down. Until you get to that point, you let you down. You're not brave enough. You want to put it on somebody else. The reason why I'm not successful is because of my boss. Have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror and said, I'm not getting up on time. I'm not going to work on time. I'm not putting in 120% when I'm at work. I let me down. Winners win and losers lose. I can't explain it any better than that. I don't know how it happens, but winners win. And if you create a culture of losing, if you keep being a victim, if you keep letting losing happen to you, if you keep letting people do you and treat you any kind of way, it's going to become a culture.
The sheer volume of time wasting that most people have is out of fucking control, okay? Out of control. And the reason why is because human beings are the most rationalizing fucking creature ever invented. okay? There has never been a bigger rationalizing species in the history of the world than a human being. You can just live for like short-term temporal pleasure, but here's the problem with that. Things are good for a sec, and then they're not. And then things feel good for a sec, and then they're not, right? You smoke the joint, you're high, and then you're not. You know what I'm saying, right? You're watching fucking American Idol, and then you're not. So so your happiness is too shaky. Life is difficult from people that come from a fucked up background. I think the same shit, but you can overcome it. So the main difference that I have is I realistically assess it and I'm in non-resistance to it. I'm at a point where I wouldn't want it any other way. Pretty much then what you do is you limit your emotions down to only the ones that will help you, okay? So if you have an emotion that doesn't help you, you just get rid of it, it's gone. What I feel like what happens is like there's these forces that push down upon us, they push down upon our psyche, and when we can rise above those, that's like the most powerful experience of life. I think a lot of people sense that beneath all this bullshit, there's these deeper values that are more powerful than any of this surface level bullshit that resonate with people more powerfully. You're grounded in your own energy. You're on your purpose. So you're gonna do what you're gonna do. It's like this train's moving and then you're free, like you're very uninhibited. The last thing on this earth that you're feeling when you've conquered your fears and conquered your obstacles is like, what's that guy look like? Does he have a nicer nose than me? Does he have better calves? It's insane. If I'm gonna get what I want, I've gotta just do it. Just shut the fuck up and let's fucking get on with it. So when I go in there, I just do it, all right? I shut the fuck up and I do it. If you're gonna fucking do it, then fucking do it. Let's get on with it. When you're at the top of a building and you're walking along a ledge, you can sit there going, what if I fall? What if I fall? What if I fall? Or you can say, put 1 foot here, put 1 foot here, put 1 foot here, put 1 foot here. What I would love you to do is to become a man on your purpose. Become so immersed in the movement of your life that you don't have time to let these mind viruses invade your head and spend all this time entertaining you. Get rid of it. Get rid of your envy. Enjoy your life. Assume that you chose this life. When you do that, you're going to open up a whole new range of possibility to yourself. You're going to start enjoying walking your own journey, and you're going to let the chips fall where they may. When you're happy with the person who you become, that is always the payoff.
Do you want to live a life of productivity? Do you want to live a life of contribution? Are there dreams you want? Everybody will say yes. But see, want shows up in conversation. Expectation shows up in behavior. See, I can tell what you expect by what you do. That's why the Bible says, judge a tree by the fruit it bears. Not the fruit that it wants. Not the fruit that it talks about. Not the fruit that it claims, but by what you are doing. See, what you do when you leave here, when the music stops, when the shouting dies down, your behavior, how you conduct yourself, writing your goals down. You must be willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have.
When something happens in your life, if all you're doing it for is a car and a house, that can stop you. But if you're doing it for your mom, for your siblings, for your family, for your community, nothing can stop you. You cannot be broken. When you have an intrinsic goal, when you're doing it because you value it, when you're doing it because it represents who you are, when it's internal, nothing can stop you. No mountain, no trial, no tribulation. Nothing can stop you when it's deeper than just money and stuff.
Are you living on purpose? Are you living your dream? Are you acting on your ideas? Are you doing all you can do? Have you gotten comfortable? Are you procrastinating? Are you invading your own greatness? Are you surrounding yourself with people that can nourish you? Are you challenging yourself? Are you experimenting? Are you learning something different? Is your life an adventure or is it boring?
If you think it's going to be easy, if you think you're just going to get that business started without any trials or tribulations, forget about it. Don't even try to be successful. It's a wrap. It's not going to be easy. But I want you to feel that pain going through your body. And as pain leaves your body, guess what's going to take its place? Success. all roads to success, you gotta go through pain. When you travel down success, you gotta go through the road of pain, baby. I told you before, if it was easy, everybody would do it. No pain, no gain. I can get through this difficulty right now, through this pain. I can. You don't belong at the bottom, and it's time for you to get your butt from down there. It's time for you to stop being comfortable at the bottom. Get your butt up and get to where you're supposed to be. The Bible says he was in a pig pen, and he came to himself, and he went home. Get your butt up. You are a royal priesthood. Get where you belong. Do what you're supposed to do. Live like you're supposed to live. I guarantee you, if you can outlast pain, if you can get through that pain, if you can get through that discomfort, all right? If you can outlast that discomfort, on the other side of it is success.
There just should be no fear. You know, I think that's, just always remember kind of being pummeled by fear early on and feeling like, God, if I could have just got rid of that fear earlier, this might have been a little bit easier. Just don't give a fuck. That's kind of the best thing to do.
My future lied and just worked in a factory job like everybody else does.
The time is now. The time is now to express and for people to believe in themselves. The time is now for it to be okay to be great. People in this world shun people for being great, for being a bright color, for standing out. But the time is now to be okay to be the greatest you.
I refuse to follow those rules that society has set up in the way that they control people with low self-esteem.
It's crazy that we live in a world that if you're super positive and super creative, that it's scary. So what does that tell you about the mentality of most people?
You don't have to know how to make a movie. If you truly love cinema with all your heart and with enough passion, you can't help but make a good movie.
I always felt like I could do anything. That's the main thing people are controlled by. Thoughts, their perception of themselves. They're slowed down by their perception of themselves. If you're taught you can't do anything, you won't do anything. I was taught I could do everything.
You got nervous that somebody else was right who was talking to you, who maybe was in a position of power, like that their opinion somehow was right or better than yours, and somehow you could never stop to think like, no, it's just different. You just think differently than I do, and that's okay, but I'm not wrong. And you can get filled with such fear, and it's really easy to just get your heart broken and kind of sort of beaten.
Make sure what you do is the product of your own conclusion.
Freedom is the opportunity to live your life as you want to live it. The urge for freedom is so much a part of human nature that it can never be suppressed by laws, slogans, or commandments. There's a difference, however, between the urge and the reality. For most people, freedom remains a pleasant fantasy, something to dream of while carrying out daily obligations in the real world. Most people spend their lives talking vaguely of what they want in life, what they think they're missing, why they don't have it, and who it is that prevents them from being free. For most people, freedom is an if only. If only it hadn't been for my wife, I would have been a success. Or if only, here, what he writes down, it hadn't been for Roosevelt or Nixon or whoever, the country would be free. The unfree person can never fully repress his urge for freedom, whether he considers his jailer to be his family, his job, society, or the government. And so from time to time, half-hearted attempts are made to break free from the restrictions. But unfortunately, those attempts are usually depend on the individual's ability to change their minds, the minds of other people, and so optimism eventually turns into frustration and despair. It's like we all have this vision of, say, who we want to be. We all do. Like an ideal of yourself. Like, if only I could do this, if only I could talk to girls, if only I could actually pursue my dreams, pursue my bliss, if you will. Yet do you do it? Not really. You know, we could really view it like we all pretty much live a life of slavery in a way. You know, slavery to, say, other people or what other people think of you. Huge one. You know, it's like we're slaves literally to the thoughts of others. We're scared of being criticized. We're scared of what people think of us. If you had all the money and all the time in the world, what would you do? And that's like the best way of viewing everything. You know, it's like if you have an infinite amount of money, infinite amount of time, infinite resources, what the fuck would you do? You're here until you die. You know, there's that saying, no one gets out of here alive. Whatever you accomplish during this lifetime, you're not taking it with you. You know, how much money you make, you're not taking it with you either. Whatever reputation you have, whatever people think of you, you're not taking that with you. You may even leave a certain legacy behind. But guess what? At some point, the sun's gonna explode, the world's gonna explode, and your legacy is gone. Funny enough, too, who gives a shit what people think of you once you're dead? Do you care? Like, people will remember my name. What does it matter? You know, following the trail of why, what the fuck does it matter? It doesn't matter at all. So why do it? Why not? That's really it. It's like you're here for a certain period of time and you're dead. You can choose. You can check out early. You can do nothing. You can accomplish stuff just to accomplish them. It's like, what will make it a better experience? That's what drives me in life. That's why I do this. Like for me, what makes my life a better experience, seeing how far I can go, you know, seeing how far I can like go in terms of reaching my potential, helping people, sharing. Just the fact of helping people and sharing, you know, helps other people, but also makes me feel good. The act of giving, if you will, makes it a way better experience than just sitting there and doing nothing.
There's something about the way life happens today that makes it hard to look up. There's something that makes it difficult to laugh and to live the way you want. There's something that makes it almost impossible to trust where you are and to believe in where you want to go. You look around and life is happening too fast. There are no more moments. Everything happens all at once and right away. We're on a march towards a destiny we can't understand, towards a kingdom of convenience. Then you look up and you can't find meaning. All around you, a crisis of purpose and passion is acting out. And that's supposed to be normal. Well, I don't want normal. What I feel is a subtle defiance. I don't want normal. I want magic. And that's the place that feels like home. That's the place where I remember again what dreams look like. Where meaning is effortless, purpose is simple, and where love still matters. I want that feeling of coming home again. I want to feel like myself. I want that magic again.
Success, guys, is a very, very lonely road, man. Very few people are willing to endure the pain, the sacrifice, and due diligence to be successful. It's an uphill battle. And along that road, you're not going to see too many friends. You're going to see your shadow most often. You got to trust in the heart of hearts. Inside what you're doing, what you believe in is a worthy cause, a winnable fight. See, the thing is, for many people, they've tried the same path you're on, and they failed. The difference between a winner and a loser, the failure's there every single time. It's just the winner gets back up and does it again, and does it again, until it goes his way. So now you're down that path and you're all alone. How do you know you're on the right path? How do you know what you're doing is in the right direction? If you're wondering if you're on the right path, look at the small things of life. What I'm saying is the character of who you are. It's not the title that makes you, it's not the success that makes you. The character defines the success, defines the fame, and it starts right there. Championships aren't won in the theater or the arena. They're won in the thousands of hours in the training room, in the labs, in the 5 a.m. runs, and those training when everyone else is sleeping. That's when it's won. The heart of a champion is a light switch that's always on. It doesn't go on and off when someone's watching. It's constant.
When people ask me what's my why, I just think about where I came from and where I'm going. You see, every day is a day to be great. Every day is a new opportunity for you to rise and find that why in your life. Why were you sent here? Why were you born? And why are you at the place you are in life? You see, the odds were against me. A single dad, no car, no job, and no promising future. But the day I remember waking up, and I said, today is that day. You see, my message is a message of hope. You see, I know that there's people who may have fallen from a prestigious position, may have failed out of school, may have got divorced, may have lost a child. In those situations is when you must find hope. If you keep trying, you just need to be successful once to get where you need to go, to give you the confidence, to give you the faith, to give you the strength to believe in yourself. Every morning when you wake up, look in the mirror, tell yourself, I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. I want to be that still small voice in your head. When you're going through a situation and you don't feel like you can go on, you can make it. I just need you to do one thing for me after you turn this video off, and that's don't give up. Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your family. Don't give up on your school. Don't give up on your team. We must rise together. A bond of togetherness is the strongest bond in this world. But my why always come back to my son. And I look back at those times every day when I don't feel like getting up at 4 a.m. It pushes me to another level. It pushes me to doing things that I didn't know I could do. It pushes me to be great. And that why in your life will push you to do exactly what you need to do.
I'm proud of you. You know it's not easy going after your dreams, even having the courage to risk it all in pursuit of your dreams. Just having the courage to risk it all while chasing your dream, let alone fighting through all setbacks, obstacles, and naysayers on the way to your dream. It's not easy. That's why most settle. But you're not like the rest. That's why you're listening to this. And I just wanted to say I'm proud. I wanted to say that because I know most of you may have never have heard that. I wanted to say that not because you need a pat on the back. You're strong enough to succeed without any of that. Just to let you know you are unique. You are a rare breed, a strong individual. Keep doing your thing and don't let anything or anyone stop you from reaching that goal you have.
greatness is not this wonderful, esoteric, elusive, God-like feature that only the special among us will ever taste. You know, it's something that truly exists in all of us.
You and I have an image of ourselves. It's how we see ourselves. I know there's a reflection come back from the mirror. I can see me. That's a reflection of my physical being. But that's not how I see me. I see me in my mind. And it's based on information that I have on me. Some people have a lot of false information, so they've got a very false self-image. Anything that you're going to do is dependent on how you see you.
If you can teach people to stand up in the face of the things they're afraid of, they get stronger. And you don't know what the upper limits to that are, because you might ask yourself, like, if for 10 years, if you didn't avoid doing what you knew you needed to do, what would you be like?
There's no reason to have a plan B because it distracts from plan A. He who says he can and he who says he can't are both usually right.
What would happen if, for some reason, we ignore somebody unlocked 100% of the cerebral capacity?
100%?
Yes.
I have no idea.
The first step before anybody else in the world believes it is you have to believe it. It's very simple. This is what I believe, and I'm willing to die for it. Period. I want to represent the idea that you really can make. I just believe that. I believe that I can create whatever I want to create. Make a choice. Like, you just decide what it's going to be, who you're going to be, how you're going to do it. Just decide. If you are not making someone else's life better, then you're wasting your time.
You will win if you don't quit. You got to have stamina. You've got to have staying power. You've got to know your vitamin.
Logical, practical thinking says you can't do it today. But if you want to produce unreasonable results in your life, like living your dream and taking charge of your destiny, you've got to be an unreasonable person. You've got to be an uncommon person. It's you. You've got to take personal responsibility. You've got to make it your personal business to make it happen. And you've got to resolve within yourself that I can do this, that it's hard, but you've got to say, I'm the one. I'm the one to make this happen. I'm the one to become successful in this business. But you know it's going to be hard, but find out what will make it worth it for you.
Some of y'all got this concept of what you want to accomplish. You know, some of y'all are motivated by broke. I'm broke, I'm stuck, I'm fucked up, I can't do nothing. Some of y'all are motivated by just wanting to accomplish the things that you want to accomplish. Other folks are motivated by materialistic things. It's a very simple concept. If you want it, you gotta go get it. And what does that mean? It means that you trying to convince me or anybody else that you want to get it when you partying all week. As soon as you get any kind of money, you buying a bunch of shit that you really can't afford. It's time to stay focused. It's time to decide, fuck clubs, fuck partying, fuck trying to fit in and socialize, rub elbows with everybody so people can stop calling you weird. Why are you so antisocial? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you staying on the basketball court so much? Because I'm trying to get it. Why are you out there practicing in the hot sun when ain't nobody else out there? Because I'm trying to get it. These clubs, these parties, all this shit ain't going nowhere. The more weird you are is a reflection of how committed you are to focusing on your shit, molding and shaping and developing your ideas and your craft so that when it's time for you to make your rounds, you gonna fly. The life that I live, I deserve this life because I worked my ass off to get it. Y'all out here running around creating this smoke. You did it to yourself. Trying to live up to the hype and create the smoke that you doing. You ain't doing it. You still got work to do. Stay on that basketball court. Stay on that football field. Fuck all the homies texting and calling and trying to make you feel bad about being so focused. It's grind season, homie. It's not about today, it's about the future. You do the work now. Do the work now, and all of the shit that you could ever want to do for your family, your kids, your loved ones, it's all going to be on a whole nother stratosphere. It's time to stay focused, man.
Just fed up. I was fed up working for somebody else. I was fed up taking the scraps that somebody that didn't even know me is giving me. I'm working for you, putting in five days a week, 8 hours a day. You tell me when I'm gonna eat my lunch. You tell me when I can take a break. It was heavy labor too. Like I had to, I was in this area in the building warehouse work where every kind of package that I had to deal with was 35 pounds and up. So you dealing with like 70 pounds, 100 pounds every day, back to back to back to back to back to back to back, and you finna tell me I can eat for 15 minutes. It just didn't sit well with me, and I knew I had too much to offer to the world, so I left. I was working to get enough money to be broke. You know what I'm saying? After I pay that cell phone bill, after I pay my rent, pay insurance and all that, I had enough money to eat. I had no money to really pay for studio time or to pay for, sometimes struggling for gas. Like that last day, I'm waiting on that Friday check, not knowing if I'm gonna make it to work and shit. I'm working to be broke. You at work playing time games like, oh, I'm not gonna check my phone for 5 minutes. And shit. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, what am I doing with my life right now? I cannot be living like this. And to the person that's trying to live up to the expectation, you don't gotta do nothing. You don't gotta prove shit to nobody but yourself. If your mom wants you to be a doctor, like your mom she had her shot to be a doctor. Actually, if she ain't dead, she could still be a doctor. I only gotta prove something to myself. I knew what I had to do. The universe cannot say no to a man that's determined. And I truly believe that in my soul. Like, it's determined. When you're determined, the universe has this way of kind of moving itself out your way and giving you whatever you ask for. I would work 8 hours a day. I work from 9 to 5. Sit in traffic for an hour. My car got no fucking AC in it, one. So we talking Texas heat. The whole summer, no AC's 100, 105. So in the car, you got a car that's been sitting in the heat for 8 hours. So I feel like 110 when you in there. Now go in the studio 8 hours, go home 3, 4 in the morning, go back to work, do it again. And it was cool, but it was like, if I had 16 hours of my day that I could focus on this, how much better would I get? Like, how much determined would I be? Like, cause everybody wants the bright lights, but nobody prepares for them. I could die right now. Something could happen. This building can fall in on this interview right now. We just gone, just dead for no reason. So why would I spend a second of my life doing something that I don't want to do? So whether that makes me a rapper where I'm living in the Hamptons or living under a bridge, I'm gonna live with the consequences. I ain't trying to say I wish shit unless I'm looking at a birthday cake.
I was worth about over $1 million when I was 23, and over $10 million when I was 24, and over $100 million when I was 25. And it wasn't that important because I never did it for the money. Especially at that point in my life, it was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the company, the people, the products we were making, what we were going to enable people to do with these products.
What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me.
The penalty for failure for going and trying to start a company in this valley is non-existent. There really isn't a penalty for failure either psychologically or economically, in the sense that if you have a good idea and you go out to start your own company, even if you fail, you're generally considered worth more to the company you left because you've gained all this valuable experience in many disciplines.
Most people don't get those experiences because they never ask. People say you have to have a lot of passion for what you're doing, and it's totally true. And the reason is because it's so hard that if you don't, any rational person would give up. Most people never pick up the phone and call. Most people never ask, and that's what separates sometimes the people that do things from the people that just dream about them. You gotta act, and you've got to be willing to fail. You've got to be willing to crash and burn. If you're afraid of failing, you won't get very far.
I don't understand the way the world works, he says. Could you give me some insight or advice on how the world works? Well, to answer that question, no, because I don't know how the world works. I'm doing my best to be a decent part of it. That's really the only thing that I'm interested in is contributing in some way. And that's just my belief, right? That's just my dogma. I believe that in order to make the most of yourself, you provide as much as you can for the people in your environment, in your world. So really, the question you want to ask, my man, is why won't the world pay you for your passion? When I say follow your passion, there's also share your passion, and learn how to receive. There are 3 fucking parts to that, guys. Just because you're passionate and feely about something, don't mean you're gonna get a paycheck. Obama is not giving out passion checks. Okay? If you think that you should be paid just because you're passionate about some shit, you want to do something because you love it, well, that's a utopian world, man. Your passion is only of value if you can share it. What can you do for someone else with it? You see, and that's the second part of the equation there. I think you're pretty much a waste of a human being if you can't offer something. Ralph Waldo Emerson says, even if you leave a garden patch, you've been a success in the world. What can you do? Can you plant a garden? But you gotta do something, because you're a human fucking being. You live on Earth. You live in a time and a place, in a civilization that requires resources. You gotta eat. Right? And guess what? If you're passionate about something and you know how to share it, you're providing something for someone so that you can earn back. And that's the third part of the equation, which is you got to know how to market and sell. You either market and sell yourself as a worker, as someone who can provide a service for a company. Right? Somebody who's already done the work. You got to understand that these people that own companies, they've done the work, and perhaps you can be of service to that entity and you'll get paid. Right? But you got to be of some value. You can't just show up and say, you guys show up here. Elliot, I want to be at strength camp. For what? What are you going to do? I can't use you. Right? You got to be of some value. You got to be of some value to the place that you're offering some good or service. If you have nothing to give someone and you don't know how to receive, big part of the equation a lot of you guys leave out here. It's just the way of the world, you know? You can't reject that. You can't leave that part out. It doesn't feel good to know that you do need money.
Is he ever dressed like this?
No. Jacket and tie.
First in your class? In school? High school?
Yes, sir.
How many in the class?
12. It was a small town.
I'll say.
But I was also first in my radar class in the Navy, and that was a class of 20. Can I say something? I'm the type of person, if you ask me a question and I don't know the answer, I'm gonna tell you that I don't know. But I bet you what? I know how to find the answer, and I will find the answer. Is that fair enough?
Some of you already know that it's hard. It's not easy. For those of you that have experienced some hardships, don't give up on your dream. You are the one. No one can do it for you but you. And even though you will experience some setbacks, it goes with the territory. There are rough times are going to come, but they have not come to stay. They have come to pass. What if all of us took that attitude after we face a rejection and a no, or we have a meeting and no one shows up? What if we have that kind of attitude? The car's repossessed. Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day and say to yourself, it's not over until I win. Life will yield to you.
Greatness is not born. It's made.
Where have you been? Why are you here? And where are you going? You look at your life, you look at what you produce. Is it giving you what you want? Are you living on purpose? Are you living your dream? Are you acting on your ideas? Are you doing all you can do? Have you gotten comfortable? Are you procrastinating? Are you evading your own greatness? Are you surrounding yourself with people that can nourish you? Are you challenging yourself? Are you experimenting? Are you learning something different? Is your life an adventure or is it boring? Where have you been? Why are you here? What brought you here? And where are you going? What is it that you can get out of this lecture? That when you leave here, that you got some idea, some dream, that you might have to go back and brush it off and look at it again and say, I've got to do this. This is my stuff. This is what I'm supposed to do. This is why I showed up. Where are you going with your life?
People talk about aiming for the skies. Sometimes even aiming for the skies is intimidating. Just don't give yourself boundaries. Your sky and my sky might be different, but neither of us will touch the sky if we give ourselves boundaries. You know what I mean? Whatever your sky is, whatever your biggest dream is, I might have already touched that, you know? So in other words, what sky? Where does the sky end? I'd rather people go, you know what, I'm not going to restrict myself to going, I can only do this, or I can only do that, or I have to do it this way, or I have to do it that way. I think it's important that people just go, lose the boundaries, lose the conformity, and just go for it.
The other thing is that I didn't see myself or my culture on TV, so I literally just stopped watching it. Instead, I decided to go and become TV. Now, if I aspired to be on the levels of Denzel Washington's and the Robert De Niro's in the world, I had to reinvent myself. I had to transform the way the industry saw me. I had to climb out of that box. In other words, I didn't go to America because I couldn't get parts. I went to America because I was running out of parts. All the parts were the same.
You know my history. I've been sort of on all sides of my journey. You know, I didn't have success very early, and I went through some very dark times. And you know what I mean? One thing I kept doing is, you know, inspiring myself, looking for inspiration and growing.
There was a lot of encouragement to trust my instincts, you know, the instinct of use your presence, you know what I'm saying? Like in South Africa, obviously I'm not South African, so I was really aware that, oh God, I'm gonna walk into rooms where people have been, lived, seen, smelt, touched, felt Mr. Mandela in person, on radio, on television. And here I come as an outsider doing this, portrayal of him. I was really aware. It used to make me very nervous about, if I'm going to do it right or not. And Justin encouraged me to stay with what my gut was. Just stay with that. Don't waver from it. Don't try to be their Mandela or the Mandela they think you should be. Be that guy we've discussed in all the rehearsals and all the script meetings. Be that guy. Go with that thing. So. That was great, actually. To Justin's credit, like he really helped me sculpt and measure out that performance. Whatever I try and do, I do it from my point of view as, do I believe in it? Yes. I don't do things for money, and I've been broke most of my life.
Self-made millionaires have been studied exhaustively. They've been analyzed. They've been interviewed by the hundreds of thousands and millions. And what we know is exactly who they are and what they do and how they think. And the wonderful thing is this, if you do what other successful people do, you eventually get the same result that they do.
Walt Disney said, if you can dream it, you can do it, which means that you're never given a dream that comes out of your own desire place that isn't something you have the capacity to fulfill. You may have to learn some new skills, you may have to partner up with some people, you may need to learn some, how to access some new resources along the way, but all of that is possible if you'll simply dream the big dream.
The dream is now. If we make up our mind for the dream to be now.
You literally have it in the palm of your hand without having it.
Your imagination.
What does it look like? What does it smell like? What does it taste like?
What you see is what you'll be.
You are all meant to shape life.
Realize you are not of the world, but the world is of you.
You are the creator of your life.
When you're ready to wake up, you're going to wake up.
Every passing minute is another chance to turn it all around. Never believe a prediction that doesn't empower you. How many predictions have been thrown at you your whole life? If you believe predictions that don't empower you, you will wither away and die. Either physically die or your spirit will die as you just walk around the world like a carcass. You will be given a lot of titles in your life. You will be told so many different things, but you must only listen to that which empowers you. And see, it's not important how long you live. What is important is how you live. The first thing I believe you got to do to turn yourself around is really take control of your mind. Or specifically, you gotta feed and strengthen the mind. Guess what? You're gonna make some mistakes in life. So, the person who has never made a mistake hasn't done anything. You are going to make some mistakes. If you want to do something out there, you're going to fail. You are going to fall flat on your face. You are going to be criticized when you come out onto the arena called life. You're going to feel awkward and stupid and dumb sometimes. But take charge of your own life. Then walk away from your 95%. Don't go where they go. Don't do what they do. Don't talk like they talk. Develop your own new language. Don't use their vocabulary and don't use their excuses. Once you look back on it, you will never turn back. You'll never go back the old ways and the old language and the old neglect. Never. Spend each day trying to spend a little wiser than you were when you woke up. Discharge your duties faithfully, and well, step by step, you get ahead. But not necessarily in fast spurts. But you build discipline by preparing for fast spurts.
Darwinian natural selection has put together on this planet, and I would conjecture on rather a lot of other planets as well, something utterly extraordinary. The world of complexity, which is unknown to physicists. The world of complexity, which is the world of biology, and on this planet at least has produced the human brain, which is capable of understanding the process that gave rise to it, capable of making a model of the universe in which we stand.
We live on a planet that is all but perfect for our kind of life. Not too warm and not too cold, basking in kindly sunshine, softly watered, a gently spinning green and gold harvest festival of a planet. Yes, and alas, there are deserts and slums, there is starvation and racking misery to be found. But take a look at the competition. Compared with most planets, this is paradise, and parts of Earth are still paradise by any standards. What are the odds that a planet picked at random will have these complacent properties? Even the most optimistic calculation will put it at less than 1 in a million. We are going to die, and that makes us the lucky ones. Most people are never going to die because they're never going to be born. The potential people who could have been here in my place, but who will in fact never see the light of day, outnumber the sand grains of Sahara. Certainly those unborn ghosts include greater poets than Keats, scientists greater than Newton. We know this because the set of possible people allowed by our DNA so massively outnumbers the set of actual people. In the teeth of these stupefying odds, it is you and I, in our ordinariness, that are here. More, we are granted the opportunity to understand why our eyes are open and why they see what they do in the short time before they close forever. Thank you very much.
You think it's a game? This is real. This is real life, champ. Work hard, you get what you gotta get. You don't work hard, you get nada. You get nothing. You gotta work hard. Work hard. You work hard, you get what you gotta get. You don't work hard, you don't get nothing. You don't get nothing. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Keep working. Work hard, you get what you gotta get. I'm gonna grind. I'm going to fight. I'm going to work. I'm going to press toward. I'm going to learn. I'm going to do everything in my power. Every single day, I'm going to do everything in my power to become a victor and not a victim.
Let's go, champ. Let's go, champ.
Pain
Let's go,
is
champ.
temporary. It may last for a minute, or an hour, or a day, or even a year. But eventually, it will subside. And something else will take its place. If I quit, however, it will last forever. Don't judge your circumstances and the possibilities for your future based upon what you have now. And because of what's going on now. No, 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 no. That's not the real reality there. What you're going through, if you're going through some hard times, it has not come to stay, it has come to pass. You must have patience and engage in consistent action.
Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We were all meant to shine as children do. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others.
Everything does not always happen, ladies and gentlemen, when we want it to happen. It doesn't happen quickly. No matter how bad it is or how bad it gets, I'm going to make it. We live in a world, ladies and gentlemen, where people want instant gratification. They want it right now. They want to be a Dexter Yeager, but they're not willing to pay the price to do what it takes to get up there where Dick Hopper is. You think it was easy? No. It's simple, but it's not easy. It's a system that if you work the system, it works if you work it. But make no mistake about it, it's hard. You are the determining factor. It's possible you can live your dream. It's necessary that you have goals, that you write them down, that you surround yourself with a support team, that you are creative. It's you that you must take personal responsibility to make it happen. George Bernard Shaw said, the people that make it in this world look around for the circumstances that they want, and if they can't find them, they create them. It's hard. No, easy is not an option. However, ladies and gentlemen, what you will discover is that it's worth it. It's worth it.
When you're trying to do a startup company, or I think really anything in life, but you have to, as an entrepreneur, if you're gonna build a company, pick something you think is interesting, that has the intersection of genuinely creating real customer value, and then just stay right there and let the wave catch you. I first talked to my wife, who she had married a relatively stable, goofy but still relatively stable person working at a Wall Street firm. I worked at a quantitative hedge fund. And this was a hard decision, and I was looking for the right framework in which to make that kind of important decision. And the right framework I found is a regret minimization framework. And so that's just a nerdy way of saying that you want to project yourself to age 80. And then think back over your life. And if you're 80, what are you want to minimize the number of regrets. But it was a very clear way for me to think about making that kind of life decision. And the way it helped was I thought, okay, if I go do this thing and participate in this thing called the internet that I genuinely believe is going to be a big deal, and if I fail, am I going to regret having tried and failed? And I knew the answer to that was no. But I also knew that if I didn't try, that I would always regret that.
Step by step, ferociously. Basically, you can't skip steps. You have to put one foot in front of the other. Things take time. There are no shortcuts. And but you want to do those steps with passion and ferocity.
Sometimes the problem is the methods of trying to get respect. The problem is the ways of trying to be cool and hip. The problem is the avenues of trying to be different. All of you have choices, and your choices will determine your outcome. Your outcome does not have to be negative. Your outcome can be a positive one. Your methods can lead to a good life. Your ways can lead to a rewarding life. Your avenues can lead to a successful life. You may just want a simple life, which is absolutely okay. Success is relative. Your ideal of success may be different than someone else's. Either way, live for success. Some of you may want the best that life can offer.
The reality is you are no closer to success. That's right, you are no closer to your dream. When you blame somebody else, you automatically freeze yourself.
To be the best in the world at what you do, the best at what you do, you have to be unbalanced to find every bit of energy and strength that you have to pull it off. Then you get balanced once you become great.
You trap yourself in that same reality. But when you can get beyond the point of blaming somebody else, making it somebody else's fault, and you can take responsibility, I'm telling you, that's the first key in being successful. Stop blaming and take full responsibility. Reasons why we like to blame other people. Because when we take full responsibility, guess what? It hurts. If you have the courage, if you got the guts to say, it's my fault, then you also have the courage and the guts to do something about it and bring about change.
Become obsessed with being great. It changes everything. The only way you're ever going to get to the other side of this journey is you have got to suffer to grow. A lot of people take the easy route. You have to believe in one thing, and that is yourself. Suffering is a test. That's all it is. Suffering is the true test of life. But if you can get through, on the other side is greatness. We are all great. We all have greatness. But it's going to take courage, self-discipline, hard work. You got to start your journey. It may suck, but it will come out the other side when you're coasting.
Won't you follow me into the jungle? Ain't no God on these streets in the heart of the jungle. Won't you follow me into the jungle?
Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream, and that you could, for example, have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time, or any length of time you wanted to have. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, you would fulfill all your wishes. You would have every kind of pleasure you could conceive. And after several nights of 75 years of total pleasure each, you would say, well, that was pretty great. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. where something is going to happen to me that I don't know what it's going to be. And you would dig that and come out of that and say, wow, that was a close shave, wasn't it? And then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now. You would dream the dream of living the life that you are actually living today. That would be within the infinite multiplicity of choices you would have.
We're here on chance, and we're going to go away.
The nature of love is self-abandonment, not clinging to oneself, throwing yourself out. That keeps things moving. That's the nature of life. So in this idea then, everybody is fundamentally the ultimate reality. Not God in a politically kingly sense, but God in the sense of being the self, the deep down basic whatever there is. And you're all that, only you're pretending you're not. You would dream the dream of living the life that you are actually living today.
It's inescapable that our role, while we're at work, we are workers. When we're at home, we're consumers. We're designated roles that prevent us from having an authentic interaction with reality, an authentic experience of ourselves.
You work in order to make money to play. This is insane, because you spend most of the time working. If you don't really value the work, I mean, you're lucky if you've got work that you really enjoy doing, but if you don't really value the work, all you get out of it is money. Then you come home with that and you're supposed to play. They sit and passively watch television. And but we don't enjoy it. Not really. There's no gusto for it. It's somewhat contradictory. Happiness consists in the possession of things. A lot of people, when they feel inadequate, bored, unfulfilled, try to get rid of this sensation by going shopping. A lot of people spend all their daytime shopping. Yes, the real world now is always unseizable. It's changing. You can't grasp it. There's nothing to hold on to. But that's why it's spiritual. When you lean on it, it collapses. But don't lean on it. Live in it, but don't lean on it. Don't try to hold it. Because in just the same way as when you embrace someone and you try to hold too hard, you squeeze the breath out. And therefore you strangle. So in the same way, you don't grab hold of the world. You can't sense it that way. I cannot feel whatever this is. That the physical world, right here and now, this absolutely concrete moment, is everything that you could ever have imagined the beatific vision to be. This is quite startling, but it's so. If you are really wide awake. It's a kind of a light touch. You let it flow through your fingers. And so by letting life slip, and it's always slipping, it's now ever changing. It's the more it runs, the more it stays. The more it stays, the more it runs. That's the way it is. And if you don't hold on to it, it's always here. If you do hold on to it, it's always running away.
this world has room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful.
I love living. I think that's infectious. It's something that you can't fake.
Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life. Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become.
Like, there have to be reasons that you get up in the morning and you want to live. Like, why do you want to live? What's the point? What inspires you? What do you love about the future? And if we're not out there, if the future does not include being out there among the stars, and being a multi-planet species, I find that it's incredibly depressing if that's not the future that we're going to have. I think I look at the future from a standpoint of the probabilities. It's like a branching stream of probabilities, and there are actions that we can take that affect those probabilities. Becoming a multi-planet species and space-faring civilization, this is not inevitable. It's very important to appreciate this is not inevitable. If you look at the progress in space, in 1969 we were able to send somebody to the moon.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower clear.
1969.
Plus 30 seconds.
Then we had the space shuttle. The space shuttle could only take people to low Earth orbit. Then the space shuttle retired, and the United States could take no one to orbit. So that's the trend. The trend is like down to nothing. People are mistaken when they think that technology just automatically improves. It does not automatically improve. It only improves if a lot of people work very hard to make it better. By itself, degrade, actually. You look at great civilizations like ancient Egypt, and they were able to make the pyramids, and they forgot how to do that. And the Romans, they built these incredible aqueducts. They forgot how to do it. I think the value of beauty and inspiration is very much underrated, no question. But I want to be clear. I'm not trying to be anyone's savior. That is not the. I'm just trying to think about the future and not be sad.
When we talk of risks, we are being confronted every single day with choices we have to make that are gonna change our life forever. Those that believe in the power of their dreams end up manifesting them. Being brave, taking risks, following your heart. A lot of us are comfortable with our life. But through that comfort comes a lot of anxiety, a lot of worry, a lot of stress. Why? Because we are still living the same old routine. Risks are all about expansion, embracing the new. So you have to get uncomfortable to feel at peace. Risks are all about uncertainty. That's why a lot of us, we stay away from it, well away from it. But you see, we are not afraid of the unknown. Our projections of the unknown is what is terrifying. Just imagine, picture the scenario. You have 24 hours to live. What are you gonna do?
The number one question that you should always ask yourself is this bringing me further? That question, if you have a life dream, a life's purpose, okay? I want to get really good with girls. I want to, get in shape. I want to get this job, that job. I want to win the Olympics, something like that. I want to be a professional World of Warcraft player. There's people out there too. If you guys have any dream, always, whatever you do, ask yourself, is this bringing me further? It's a simple binary question, yes or no. The problem nowadays is what I call micro procrastination. We have so many small things that sidetrack us, that confuse us, that get us off track, that we don't notice it. Like I said earlier, they just kind of slip into your day. Like you want to work, and all of a sudden you're on Facebook or on YouTube watching some kid, some like fucking kitty cat on a skateboard or something like that. Those are micro things. Now the problem with those micro things is you don't notice them. Because it's just that quick 2-minute video. Oh wait, there's another video, there's another 2 minutes. Let's watch that. Oh, another Facebook notification. Oh, I got a text from my friend. Oh yeah, I replied that, and boom, all those fucking micro things, they stack up, and all of a sudden you wasted an entire hour. That's the problem nowadays, it's those micro fucking things. Routinize as much as possible off your day. As much as possible, so you have the actual willpower to go to the gym, the actual willpower to approach that cute girl on the street, to have the actual willpower to work on your business. Okay, save your time and save your energy. Create a team around you that is fucking motivated. And by that I do not mean create a team around you that has the skills down, that is really skilled in whatever field they want to do, and that you pay by the hour. No. Most likely that will not work out, trust me, we've all been there. No, what I mean is create a team around you that shares a vision, that shares your motivation. They don't necessarily need to have the skills, but they need to share your vision and motivations. Because many people, they say like, oh, divide up your work in small little chunks so it's easier for you to do it. They just want to fucking trick their brain into like not having to come up with a lot of willpower. Just like, oh, just sit there for 30 minutes and then have 30 minutes break. But that's fucking bullshit. If you have the willpower down, it doesn't fucking matter whether or not you have it in small chunks. In fact, it is a lot better to not have it in small chunks because it takes a while for you to get, in the zone to work. And the second question is a question you do not want to ask yourself. The second question is, what if? Okay, what if is the most poisonous, dangerous, fucked up question you could always ask yourself. I want to end up, 80, 90, 100 years old, dead, or about to die in my bed, and I want to think back and say, okay, at least I did everything in my possibilities to make the best out of my life.
Let
me explain something. When you show up late, people, when you are out of shape and your job requires you to be in shape, when you are not working as hard as you know you can work on the job, when you are giving people attitude because they're giving you an attitude, it's like a cycle of death. It ain't gonna stop. If your goal is to work your way up the success ladder, if you're gonna have a problem with everybody who has a problem with you, do you think that that's gonna help you to get to the top even faster? You know how many times I gotta laugh at shit that ain't funny? You know how many times I gotta go to dinners and events and places and be around people that I don't fuck with at all? But guess what? If it's a game of survival, we gonna get from where we are to where we trying to be. Your pride and your ego is out of fucking control. Your pride and your ego has been killing your career growth. Your pride and your ego and your attitude has compromised the altitude of your career. You know better, but you're deciding to not do better. You are a lazy, unprofessional, mean attitude having motherfucker. And yet, when things are not happening good for you, when things are not coming your way, when things are not happening as fast as you want them to happen, you blame everybody else and what they're doing and saying, and you completely disown everything that you're doing to contribute to your career not going to another level. I refuse to be aware of something I could be and should be doing better and purposely decide to not do it. I refuse. That's just like inviting broke into your life. Your pride and your ego has stopped you from being thirsty. You're in your own way. You are the reason your career is not on the next level. Nobody else but you. You know better, but the question is, are you willing to do better? Stop running around acting as if you don't have a choice. You do have a choice. You do have a choice. You decided that those are your friends. You decided that those are the people that you want to spend time with. You decided this is what you wanted to do with your day. Stop running around acting as if you have nothing to do with the people, things, and situations in your life. Feeling good isn't just an opportunity. Feeling good is a responsibility that we all have for ourselves.
Stop living like you have 1,000 years to live. When I say that you have greatness within you, this is no slogan. This is what I know. You can do more than you are now doing. Most people, only 1% are willing to do the work. If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and your sleep for it, and if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, if neither cold poverty, famish, or cold, sickness or pain of body and brain can keep you away from the thing that you want, you'll get it. See, we can't control the thoughts that come in our minds, but we can control the thoughts that we dwell on. This is my time. I own my life. I had to start thinking I have the ability to do this, and I had the mindset that I'm unstoppable. There is something in you that can transcend your circumstances, that can transcend the no's and rejections, that can transcend anything that you're going through. And so what we have to do is every day distract ourselves from the negative thoughts that's in our mind I'm going to control my own destiny. I'm going to determine what I want to be, what I want out of life. And I'm willing to do what's required to make it become a reality. You've got to be hungry. People that are hungry are willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. People that are hungry are disciplined. People that are hungry are focused. People that are hungry are relentless. Most people just trying to survive. Most people, when they die, they leave liabilities rather than build a legacy.
Just through years in the gym, through wins, through losses, through life, I just realized that if you say it to yourself and you look yourself in the eye and look yourself in the mirror and truly believe that not a man alive can beat you, then that is the way it is. And just through hours in the gym and preparation, I feel that I am untouchable right now. Don't believe your own hype, you know what I mean? Go out, keep calm, and the performance will come, you know what I mean?
If we are obsessed with something and we truly pursue our passion with everything we have, regardless of anything else, if you are obsessed, work hard, put in the time, you will succeed. And this is hard work. This is an obsession. Nothing can beat hard work. Hard work pays, so take notes. Nobody works harder than me inside the octagon, outside the octagon. I am a workhorse. August 20th, I get my revenge and I look forward to it. Constant repetition carries conviction. I love proving people wrong and proving my support right. That's what it's about at the end of the day, you know. This is all fun and games to me. I love it. I love my job. It's human nature. Some people will sit and take positivity from that. They will look at that and take inspiration and inspire. It will inspire them to go and push for that. Others will shell up and critique it and be negative towards it. But one thing is sure, those people will stay where they are. The people who take inspiration from it will rise up and also one day experience that life. So this is human nature. Some go one way, some go the other way. But
make no mistake, I'm setting up to be the greatest of all time. I am working towards it, and I will go down as the greatest of all time.
Every soul who comes to earth with a leg or two at birth must wrestle his opponents knowing it's not what is, it's what can be that measures worth. Make it hard, just make it possible. And through pain, I'll not complain. My spirit is unconquerable. Fearless I will face each foe, for I know I am capable. I don't care what's probable. Through blood, sweat, and tears, I am unstoppable. When I was born, my birth dad immediately bailed. I was born with one leg, and my mom could have walked away, just giving me up for adoption, but she didn't. She taught me to never let what I cannot do interfere with what I can do. And she didn't protect me from pain and failure because she knew it would make me stronger.
We all wrestle with our own challenges. You know, we all wrestle with our own obstacles, and there's always something waiting around the corner that's going to challenge us. But what I like to say is that you can't let the challenge become an excuse. And you can't let the challenge pull you down and pin you to the mat. You got to fight through it and figure out a way to get it done and become unstoppable.
Even when my mom got sick at the beginning of my sophomore year in college, and my stepdad walked out on the family, and we lost our home, and I wanted to quit wrestling to get a job to help pay the bills, my mom refused to let any of us give up. And here I am today, national champion.
I'm going to give you 3 very simple instructions. Instruction number 1, identify your dominant hand. Instruction number 2, with your dominant hand, snap your fingers 5 times very quickly. Awesome. Instruction number 3, with the forefinger of your dominant hand, the pointer finger of your dominant hand, on your forehead, draw for me a capital E. Excellent. This is an experimental technique that social psychologists have used since the early 1980s to measure what's called perspective taking, the ability to get out of your own head and see things from someone else's point of view. Snap your fingers 5 times quickly. What's that instruction about? Nothing. It's just a distraction. Finally, you get to the part that the researchers really are looking for, which is this. There are 2 different ways to draw the E, all right? I can draw it like this, so you can see it, your perspective, or I can draw it like this, so I can see it, my perspective. Put people into an experimental setting, control for handedness, make them snap their fingers, ask them to draw an E. What do? Do they take their own perspective? Or do they take someone else's perspective? If you drew the E from your own perspective, it doesn't mean you're a bad person. Because what really matters here is context. In general, the more powerful people feel, the more their perspective-taking abilities degrade. All of you are about to become more powerful. Some of you will begin drawing the E differently than you drew it today. If you gradually lose the ability to see the world through another's eyes, all the experience and expertise you've accumulated will melt into a puddle of unrealized potential. But if you work to balance power and perspective taking, you'll become a more effective leader because you'll offer reasons beyond "I said so" for why anybody should follow you. You will avoid what could be the biggest mistake that bosses, teachers, executives, government officials, and anyone else in a position of power can make. And the mistake is this: thinking you're the smartest person in the room. If you think you're the smartest person in the room, you've just proved that you're not. Believing that you're the smartest person in the room, trust me on this, never ends well. Remember the lesson of the E. Argue like you're right, but listen like you're wrong. Use your power, but sharpen your perspective taking.
Don't listen to the naysayers, because there's always people out there that will tell you that you will not be able to do that, forget it, it's a stupid dream that you have, or a crazy vision and those. Don't listen to the naysayers. The number one thing is you have to have a very clear vision, a very clear goal of where you want to go. The key thing is that we know where we're going, and that you're very passionate about that you see it always in front of you, the goal. And the other thing that's important is that you got to shoot for the top. You got to go and really have big goals and think big, because then you're going to get big. Then you're going to go and achieve big things. That is the most important thing. You know, we don't achieve big things by accident. So shoot for the top, shoot for the sky. The other thing is that you got to work your butt off. If you think that you're going to go and accomplish something really special and be the best in anything in the world, and you think you can do it without working, you make a big mistake. Because no matter what I did, if it was in bodybuilding or in acting, or if it is in the political arena, it always took a lot of work. And you got to put out, and you got to, something like a lot of sacrifices. Notice, if you're not willing to work hard, forget about it. So there's another rule that is very important. I think another one is just don't be afraid to fail. Because if you're afraid to fail, then you're always holding yourself back because you're afraid that if you go all out, you may fail. Well, in weightlifting, we learned that very quickly. The only way you could break a record is if you're willing to fail. That's when you put on more weight, you try it, sometimes you would not be able to lift it, which has happened to me many times, but eventually, when you train hard enough, you will lift it. So don't be afraid to fail. I mean, how far can you fall?
I talk to so many smart, fantastic, ambitious, idealistic, hard-working kids, and they're right out of college, they're in their entry-level jobs, and I'll ask them, how's it going? And they'll say, I think I'm gonna quit. And I'm like, why? They say to me, I'm not making an impact. I'm like, you know you've been here 8 months, right? They treat the sense of fulfillment or even love like it's a scavenger hunt, like it's something you look for. My millennial friends, they've gone through so many jobs. They're either getting fired, I mean, it was mutual, or they're quitting because they're not making an impact, or they're not finding the thing they're looking for, they're not feeling fulfilled, as if it's a scavenger hunt. Love, a job you find joy from, is not something you discover. It's not like, I found love. Here it is. I found a job I love. That's not how it works. Both of those things require hard work. You are in love because you work very hard every single day of your life to stay in love. You find a job that brings you ultimate joy because you work hard every single day to serve those around you, and you maintain that joy. It's not a discovery. But the problem is this sense of impatience. It's as if an entire generation is standing at the foot of a mountain. They know exactly what they want. They can see the summit. What they can't see is the mountain. This large, immovable object. That doesn't mean you have to do your time. That's not what I'm talking about. Take a helicopter, climb, I don't care. But there's still a mountain. Life, career fulfillment, relationships are journeys. The problem is, this entire generation has an institutionalized sense of impatience, and do they have the patience to go on the journey to maintain love, to feel fulfilled, or do they just quit and on to the next, dump and on to the next, ghost and on to the next?
Last August, I was told that in all likelihood I had 3 to 6 months left to live. Somebody said to me, in light of those numbers, wow, so you're really beating the Grim Reaper. And what I said without even thinking about it is that we don't beat the Reaper by living longer. We beat the Reaper by living well and living fully. For the Reaper will come for all of us. The question is, what do we do between the time we're born and the time he shows up? Because when he shows up, it's too late to do all the things that you're always gonna kind of get around to.
It is our failure to become our perceived ideal that ultimately defines us and makes us unique. It's not easy, but if you accept your misfortune and handle it right, your perceived failure can become a catalyst for profound reinvention.
Exercise free will and creative independent thought, not for the satisfactions they will bring you, but for the good they will do others, the rest of the 6.8 billion, and those who will follow them. And then, you too will discover the great and curious truth of the human experience is that selflessness is the best thing you can do for yourself. The sweetest joys of life, then, come only with the recognition that you're not special, because everyone is.
Let's talk about what nobody wants to talk about. Who here has ever failed? Who's here has failed miserably at something you wanted to achieve? When you failed, why did you fail? I failed because I didn't have enough money, didn't have the right technology, I had the wrong people. It was the economy, bad economy. Not enough time, didn't have enough time. Everything you people have told me, I didn't have the technology, I didn't have the right contacts, I didn't have the time, I didn't have money. Everything you've told me, I didn't have enough Supreme Court justices. Those are resources. And so you're telling me I failed because I didn't have the resources. And I'm here to tell you what you already know. Resources are never the problem. It's a lack of resourcefulness is why you failed. Because the ultimate resources are emotional states. If you're creative enough, can you find the answer? Yes or no? If you're determined enough, can you find the breakthrough? Yes or no? If you're passionate, loving enough, can you get someone to help you? Yes or no? If there's no way that you're committed, can you find the money even if you don't have it? Yes or no? So I said creativity, decisiveness, passion, honesty, sincerity, love. These are the ultimate human resources.
This isn't the time to quit. This isn't the time to feel bad for yourself and point the finger and play the blame game of who did what to you. This is the time to reinvent yourself. And you have that power. You have that ability that you wake up with every single day to completely reimagine who you are. Will you do it?
I get just choked up just thinking about how terrifying it was. And so I found myself at the age of 41, like just feeling like a complete failure. And I would lie there. And I would think about the lien on the house, and I would think about the bankruptcy that we were facing. And I would think about how much we had fought the night before. And I would think about the fact that I was unemployed. And I would hit the snooze button. I mean, why would you get up when your life is like that? Why would you? In the scheme of life, hitting the snooze button is not that big of a deal. But here's the thing about life. None of us wake up and say, today is the day I destroy my life. What we do is we kind of check out because it feels overwhelming. Or we check out because we're afraid. Or we check out because we start listening to self-doubt. And then we make these teeny tiny decisions all day long. We don't even realize it. A decision to not get up on time, a decision to not eat the right thing, a decision to snap at your kids, a decision to not speak in a meeting, a decision to not look for a job, a decision to not deal with your finances, a decision to not call your parents, like whatever it is. All day long, these tiny decisions that take you so far off track. And then you wake up like I did and you look at your life and you think, how the hell did I get here? And I was about to turn off the TV, and there on the TV, there was this rocket launching, and I thought, oh my gosh, that is it. I am gonna launch myself out of bed like a rocket ship, like NASA right here had launched me out of that bed. And I'm gonna move so fast that I don't think. I'm gonna beat my brain. The next morning, the alarm goes off, and I pretended NASA was there. It's the stupidest story. I literally went 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I counted out loud, and then I stood up. And I'll never forget standing there in my bedroom. It was dark, it was cold, it was winter in Boston. And for the first time in 3 months, I had beaten my habit of hitting the snooze button. I couldn't believe it, and I thought, wait a minute. Counting backwards? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Well, the next morning I used it again, and it worked. The next morning I used it again, and it worked. The next morning I used it again, and it worked. And then I started to notice something really interesting. You have about a 5-second window in which you can move from idea to action before your brain kicks into full gear and sabotages any change in behavior. Because remember, your brain is wired to stop you from doing things that are uncomfortable or uncertain or scary. It's your job to learn how to move from those ideas that could change everything into acting on it in the smallest moment. Because I went from getting up on time and waking up on time to shaking up my entire life. Because when you understand the power of a 5-second decision, and you understand that you always have a choice to go from autopilot to decision maker, everything in your life will change. You will be a different negotiator, you will be different in sales, you will be unstoppable in the gym, because you will realize the amount of garbage that you put in the way of your hopes, of your dreams, of your potential, of your confidence, of your courage. Everything comes down to the decisions that you make. We all know what to do. None of us know how to make ourselves do it. So the single most profound use of the 5-second rule is mind control. You can actually use one stupid little trick to push yourself to grab it. I wanted to change my life. And I think most people that are miserable or that are really like dying to be great and dying to have more, we want to change. We want to live a better life. We want to create more for our families. We want to be happier. The desire is there. It's your job to push yourself. There are tricks that you can use that actually outsmart the tricks your brain plays on you. You can outsmart your own brain.
The possibilities of growing into a better student and a better person and making not just your family proud, but making yourself proud. I know a lot of you are also feeling the strain of some difficult times. And sometimes maybe you're seeing the worries in your parents' faces or sense it in their voice. So a lot of you, as a consequence, because we're going through a tough time, and it may make you wonder at times what your own future will look like, whether you're going to be able to succeed in school, whether you should maybe set your sights a little lower, scale back your dreams. Nobody gets to write your destiny but you. Your future is in your hands. Your life is what you make of it. And nothing, absolutely nothing, is beyond your reach. So long as you're willing to dream big, so long as you're willing to work hard, so long as you're willing to stay focused on your education, there's not a single thing that any of you cannot accomplish. Not a single thing. I believe that. And that last part is absolutely essential. That part about really working hard in school. Because an education has never been more important than it is today. I'm sure there are going to be times in the months ahead when you're staying up late doing your homework or cramming for a test, or you're dragging yourself out of bed on a rainy morning and you're thinking, oh boy, I wish maybe it was a snow day. But let me tell you, what you're doing is worth it. There's nothing more important than what you're doing right now. So you've got an obligation to yourselves to make sure you're getting the best education possible. You've got to instill a sense of excellence in everything that you do. That kind of discipline, that kind of drive, that kind of hard work is absolutely essential for success. You can't just sit around waiting for luck to see you through. You can get into any school you want in the country if you just put in a little bit of effort. Because one of the things I've discovered is excelling, whether it's in school or in life, isn't mainly about being smarter than everybody else. That's not really the secret to success. It's about working harder than everybody else. So don't avoid new challenges, seek them out. Step out of your comfort zone. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't feel discouraged. Don't give up if you don't succeed at something the first time. Try again and learn from your mistakes. Don't feel threatened if your friends are doing well. Be proud of them. See what lessons you can draw from what they're doing right. If you guys work hard and you're focused on your education and you keep fighting for your dreams and then you help each other reach each other's dreams, then you're not only going to succeed this year, you're going to succeed for the rest of your lives.
The world is like a ride at an amusement park. And when you choose to go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. And the ride goes up and down and round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud. And it's fun for a while. Some people have been on the ride for a long time, and they begin to question, is this real, or is this just a ride? And other people have remembered, and they come back to us and they say, hey, don't worry, don't be afraid, ever, because this is just a ride. It's just a ride. But we always kill those good guys who try and tell us that. You ever notice that? And let the demons run amok? But it doesn't matter, because it's just a ride. We can change it anytime we want. It's all in a choice. No effort, no work, no job, no savings of money. A choice right now between fear and love. The eyes of fear, once you put bigger locks on your door, buy guns, close yourself off. The eyes of love instead see all of us as one. It's just a ride.
Do the thing you're afraid to do. Do it. It's not about feeling confident about going into the situation. It's not about knowing that it's going to work out. It's not about having the most detailed plan for how this thing will happen. It's about doing it. Courage. Courage is what you will experience and what you will grow when the doubt is there, but you do it anyway. So your problem isn't doubt. Your problem is courage. Doubt is going to be there, but doubt gets out of the way when you express courage, right? Doubt is like it's burned off by courage. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, do the thing and you will have the power. We're waiting for the power. We're waiting not to self-doubt any longer, right? Whatever it is that you're deciding that you want to do with yourself, that you're doubting your ability on, just do it. Fuck it up completely. That's another thing that you've got to get through your mind, is that success is not doing the right thing, and it definitely isn't doing the right thing the first time. Success is having the courage to move in the direction of your dreams, move in the direction that your heart is taking you. That is what success is, as you are progressively realizing that thing. People think success is, I've got a plan and I go and work out that plan. It never, ever works that way. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy goal, but progressive realization means that you're doing things that you don't know how to do. You're stepping out in faith. You're being courageous. Your self-doubt will step out of the way when you build the balls to do the thing.
As a student of life, I believe intelligence manifests itself not through expression or formality, but through observation and genuine curiosity. Observing nature is always an awe-inspiring spiritual experience for me. I could sit and watch waves crash for hours. The ocean in particular reminds me how incredibly fascinating our planet is and how little we know, despite what we think we know. There's nothing more humbling than being face to face with something so much bigger than yourself. But I often wonder why nature inspires us, why we're in awe of certain scenery, and why we find these landscapes, oceans, and stars so breathtaking. We haven't done anything to earn this awe, so why do we feel it? It is this very question that leads me to believe our most inspired state, then, is not one of accomplishment, but of humility. I think we naturally fall in love with places that prove how small we are, places that humble us with reminders that we have so much more to learn, so much more to grow, that we are part of something bigger than ourselves. Our significance lies in such potential, in that quiet recognition of the stardust in our bones and the oceans in our minds, knowing that a new sunrise paints our skies every day of our lives. And by virtue of just being, by existing, nature gives us a free front row seat. It's like we've won the evolutionary lottery. That's why I find it perplexing that we live such misdirected, consumed lives. We could quite literally not exist at all. We could be nothing. We could be incapable of perceiving any of this. All of us are always just one unexpected phone call, one diagnosis, one broken heart, one newfound love, and one moment away from being completely different people with completely different priorities. Indeed, how frail we are, and yet how blessed we are. You see, those seemingly insignificant moments spent with nature remind you of what's important. They remind you that all we really have is our consciousness and each other. After all, what is life without either? I would say then that it matters little what we've achieved if those achievements are not also in service of others. The sense of purpose we feel when we give far outweighs what is derived from any achievement. And unlike a trophy which fades into darkness, giving has a glory that lasts a lifetime.
Do you remember why you want to become the princess, the firefighter, or the superhero? Remember the time when your thoughts weren't filled with negative emotions and concerns about money, time, or what people think about you. Remember the time when you were truly free. Go back in this state of mind. Think back how you felt as a child, where nothing more happened than living in the moment and being absolutely sure that your dreams will come true. And also remember the day when you decided it's worthless. That you're no longer a child, that you're an adult now, and dreams aren't there to be fulfilled. When you decided that money is more important than freedom. When you decided that reaching your goal or getting a promotion is more important than being honest or having friendships. When you hold back your world just to be safe and not be judged by other people. See, dreams are not just a concept to make you feel better and give you a sense of hope. Dreams are there to be fulfilled, so protect them, fight for them, and reach them. Remember your dreams. Go after them. Do everything you can to follow them, and most importantly, never ever forget them.
You will fail at some point in your life. Accept it. You will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. There's no doubt about it. I was a 1.8 GPA one semester, and the university very politely suggested that it might be better to take some time off. I was 20 years old. I was at my lowest point. But here's the thing. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. But I continued to fail, and fail, and fail. But it didn't matter, because you know what? There's an old saying, you hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're gonna get a haircut. So you will catch a break, and I did catch a break. Last year, I did a play called Fences on Broadway. It was at the same theater that I failed that first audition 30 years prior. Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Because the 1,001st was the light bulb. Fall forward. Sometimes it's the best way to figure out where you're going. Never be discouraged. Never hold back. Give everything you got. And when you fall throughout life, remember this. Fall forward.
The only thing that stops you from getting what you want in life is the bullshit story you tell yourself of why you can't have it. All people care about is how much heart you have. People will respect you for going out there and trying your hardest. It's not how you actually perform that earns you the respect of your peers. It's the fact that you went out and actually did it. That's the difference. Not being scared to fail. Not having fear of failure, and not having fear of looking stupid. We have this awful fear as human beings, we don't want to look like fools. Sometimes you gotta look foolish in the name of progress. By drilling it into your head again and again and again and again and again until your brain just clicks, and all of a sudden you're using the unconscious part of your mind, which is infinitely more powerful than your conscious mind. There's no embarrassment in struggle. There's just not. The embarrassment is in quitting. The embarrassment is in not trying your hardest. You gotta get honest. Don't blame the boss, don't blame the leads, don't blame your job, don't blame the industry you're in. There's three things that you need to know: where you are, where you want to go, and how you're going to get there. Those are the three things you must have to take advantage of any opportunity. If you can't influence, if you can't persuade, good luck trying to get your business off the ground. When you're an entrepreneur and you're trying to start a business and you're recruiting people, well, you're selling people on your vision for the future, your vision for this company. If you can't do that, good luck trying to get great people to work for you. Part of being a great entrepreneur is having that vision, being able to create the vision, and then sell that vision to other people, to get them to want to be inspired, to buy into it, to put in their time, their hard work, their elbow grease, to help you achieve your vision. But there's got to be something above your goals, and that's your vision, and that's inspiring to you. When you truly have a vision for your future that inspires you, you're going to jump up out of bed in the morning and feel great about going at life.
It's not a demon hiding under the bed, or a dragon flying up in the air, or a thief robbing your wife, stuff, or fortune. The greatest enemy you will ever encounter and have to overcome is your very own brain. It's all the negative talk you do every day to yourself. See, every word spoken, every thought in your mind, every just attitude of being negative affects your very own body, affects your very own decision making, and affects your very own brain. And it's proven that negative thoughts shift your brain in a way that it's not capable to learn anymore, that it's not capable to think clearly. So holding up negative self-talk, anger, hate, fear, depression, anxiety, all these negative feelings will destroy you biologically. So raise your guard. There are always two knights within yourself fighting for your body, for your mind. You have to choose to feed the Black Knight, wanting you to stay where you are, not leaving your comfort zone, not raising above average, because you could be hit by something. Or you choose to be the White Knight, with his shiny armor and his attitude to move toward the goal and push everyone around them with it. You have to choose to feed your fears, negative self-talk, or to feed your hope and faith. It's a decision we all have to make, and if you're not careful, the Black Knight will win. The Black Knight is clever and hides, so you can't see it directly. He whispers in the ear and counts on your weakness. The White Knight can only win if you support him. The White Knight can only lead you to your own greatness, to your dreams, success, everything you've ever wanted. If you realize you have to fight alongside the White Knight to defeat every black thought, every black word, every black attitude you have accumulated over the years. Every negative thought affects your own body and lets the Black Knight grow bigger. So choose to be the White Knight, choose to be the hero of your own life, and choose to be the person who fights for everything he stands for.
If money was no object, if you could wake up and do what you wanted to do, what would you do today? If it didn't matter what majors made the most money, if you didn't have to worry about the pile of bills sitting on your dorm room desk, if you didn't have to worry about the opinions of your friends or your parents, what would you be doing today? You see, if you don't have a passion for what you do, what's the purpose of waking up? If you wait on your alarm clocks to wake you up every day, what's the purpose? Would you get up? Every day should have a purpose, and you should fuel it with your passion. A lot of you are probably facing a similar decision. Where do you go from here? Graduate college? What's the next step, right? I'm sure you have certain opportunities, most opportunities that a lot of people don't have. But what direction do you go in? The choices you make today, tomorrow, they might affect you for the next year, 5 years, 10 years, or for the rest of your life. There's one exception to this rule. You have to love what you do. You have to have a passion for anything that is a 9 or above. Because the time that's required to make that effectively and efficiently, to make the amount of revenue that's going to keep you content, may be the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years of your life. So if you're not willing to give 30 years to become a doctor, then don't do it. If you don't have a passion for it, you're going to wake up one day and find out that you're just working a job. 80% of your day-to-day conversations are filled with gossip. If it's not about the bigger picture, if it's not about your goals, if it's not about positivity or benefiting people, don't have the conversation. You know, at first people thought I was a little rude when they started to tell me negative things about this person, this person. You know what, wait. Stop. Just stop. I don't want to hear it. But no. I don't want to hear what you have to say that's negative about this person. I don't care. If you believe in yourself and you believe in your vision and you believe in your plan, then guess what? Risk doesn't exist.
You can't soar like an eagle when you surround yourself with turkeys. Isn't that the truth? But in order to soar like an eagle, you also must release yourself from anything that is weighing you down. You can't soar like an eagle if you're unhealthy. I don't see any obese eagles dominating the sky. Your health is probably the most important part of your life. Certainly one of the most important factors in living a great life. See, having energy for life starts in your physical body. It's much easier to get your mind right when your body is right. Build a strong body and your mind will follow. You can't soar like an eagle with the mindset of a turkey. If you don't believe you can fly, you will never fly. If you don't believe you are capable of soaring to the top of your own mountain peak in life, you will never try and therefore never succeed. If your mind is full of negativity, you will never see the positive. If your mind is full of limitations, it is closed off to opportunities and possibilities that might be right in front of your face. So in order for you to soar like that eagle, you need to get your blinkers on. You must focus. The eagle can focus and lock in on its prey from miles away. You must focus on your goal and lock it in from wherever you are. Eliminate the idea of defeat. Lock in your goal. Determine what it's going to take to get there and take off. Just go. Go get that goal. Don't stop until you have it in your grasp. Next, you must fill your mind and body with only things that will take you closer to your goals. If you're surrounded by turkeys, it's time to limit that interaction and get around the dream chasers, those that want to soar, those that want to lead, those that are prepared to face the storm and thrive despite the storm. If you have weights tied to your legs, if you have things that are weighing you down in life and preventing you from taking off, it's now time to release those shackles. Set yourself free so you can fly. It might not be easy to get those shackles off. It might be painful. It might leave a scar, but you must do what is best for you. You cannot be in prison for your entire life. You were born to fly, to dominate, to make your own decisions, to walk your own path, to do it on your watch.
were born to be in control of your life. You were born to dominate. You must follow your own path.
I would be disgusted with the woman that I saw in the mirror. As a young model, my confidence was tugged at and pulled in all different directions. I struggled to achieve true confidence. I was already labeled the fat model, the girl who was pretty for a big girl. Only 2% of women find themselves beautiful. 2%. I felt freed once I realized I was never going to fit a narrow mold that society wanted me to fit into. It's true. I honestly love my cellulite, my rolls, the inner part of my thighs that jiggle and touch. It's gorgeous. We need to start looking beyond the exterior of a woman. And we need to start looking at her for what she's doing, who she is. Because I, like so many young women, struggled to love the woman I saw inside of the mirror because of society's narrow vision of beauty. It's true, I wasn't able to love and embrace my hips and my weird shaped butt and the cellulite on my thighs, and I wasn't. Not until I loved the woman within. And once that happened, my career, my success, my drive, it all began to follow. I became my own role model. No one else was to have that job. My body, like my confidence, has been picked apart, manipulated, and controlled by others who didn't necessarily understand it. And once I reclaimed ownership over my body, I understood that there was a greater purpose as a woman. Never let anybody tell you you can't. I have achieved, and I am still achieving, what was seemingly impossible. Be real. Be authentic. Be your favorite kind of woman. Don't let anybody else take that job. And remember, you are bold, you are brilliant, and you are beautiful. There is no other woman like you because you are your own kind of woman. If anything, remember this: be you.
It's very common for people to set their goal, chase after it a half year, maybe a year, and then let it be. Because they face some struggle, because they face some obstacle, because they realize it's not as easy as it seems to be in the start, in the beginning. So they give up their goal, their dream. First, it was just a feeling, a gut feeling, and then they tried it out. Then they tried to reach something more, something big, something they dreamed of. And then they let it slip away. How can it be that we let slip away our goals that easily? You have to be clear about what you want. You have to be so clear that no doubt, no failure, nothing outside of yourself and inside of yourself will ever change your goal. Think about it as long as you have to, but as soon as you've set your goal, don't change it any longer, as long as you don't have reached it. Only change your goal at the peak of your performance. You're only allowed to change your desired wishes, your dreams, if you have reached them. Then you can adjust the end goal. Then you can set out for higher targets. Then you can go to change your mind again. But never stop halfway there, just because it's hard, just because you don't believe in it anymore, and just because people are saying that you'll never reach it. Do whatever it's necessary to reach your goal. Be clear about what you want, because without clarity, without knowing exactly where you want to go, you can never reach it. It's the same as I'll give you a map and tell you to go somewhere. You will never reach a destination that is worthwhile walking all the way. You will always change the direction halfway there. You will always go left, right, and maybe run in circles. And if you don't be careful, you will run in circles your whole life. So set out your clear target. Know what you want and chase it with everything you have. With clarity, there will come a moment when you don't realize you have everything you want. You don't realize if you start to dance on the streets in the middle of the night, because nothing, absolutely nothing, can change your mind, your passion, your desire, and the fact that you will reach your goal.
We bullshit each other. We bullshit ourselves. It's the hardest thing to do is not to bullshit ourselves. If we don't bullshit ourselves on some level, it's too painful to be alive.
I always try to figure out what's the difference between good and great. Good is fitting in. Great is fitting out. So no matter what you say to me, no matter what you say I cannot do, no matter what you say I will not do, I must do. There has to be a new day. Something new has to change. Something new has to be birthed inside of you to say I am a conqueror. There's nothing I can't achieve. I'm telling you, I've been shackled from my feet to my hands, but when I broke out of them, I said, I'm a new creature that you are not ready to deal with. I have to do it. I am king. I live as king. I walk as king. Time to readjust our comfort zone. It's time to figure out whatever majority is doing, I'm gonna find myself doing the opposite. Trust me, we all done been through something. But I found myself in this place, and I heard a whisper. I heard a whisper, and the whisper simply said, can you hear me now?
Learn to say fuck you to the world every once in a while. You have every right to. You must practice being stupid, dumb, unthinking, empty. Then you will be able to do. Don't worry about cool. Make your own uncool. Make your own world. If you fear, make it work for you. Draw and paint your fear and anxiety. And stop worrying about big, deep things such as to decide on a purpose and way of life, a consistent approach to even some impossible end or even an unimagined end. You are not responsible for the world. Only responsible for your work, so just do it. Just stop thinking, worrying, looking over your shoulder, wondering, doubting, fearing, hurting, hoping for some easy way out, struggling, grasping, confusing, itching, scratching, mumbling, bumbling, grumbling, humbling, stumbling, numbling, rambling, gambling, tumbling, scumbling, scrambling, hitching, hatching, bitching, moaning, groaning, honing, boning, horse-shitting, hair-splitting, nitpicking, piss-trickling, nose-sticking, ass-gouging, eyeball-poking, finger-pointing, Alleyway sneaking, long waiting, small stepping, evil eyeing, back scratching, searching, perching, besmirching, grinding away at yourself. Stop it and just do.
I'm thinking about two men who were fairly successful, similar background, educated. They worked for a corporation for many years, and they were among many people that were laid off. Two guys who were very good friends. One went out looking for a job for several weeks along with the other one, and they faced disappointment and rejection again and again and again. They couldn't find any work, which is the story of many people across this country. One guy stopped. He became discouraged. He stopped going. He stayed home looking at television, became very argumentative and toxic with his wife, drinking beer, getting on the phone, talking to his other negative, unemployed friends, and he just gave up. The other guy kept looking for a job everywhere he could go. Every time he could get an opportunity, kept asking people, networking, checking the newspapers every day, kept going everywhere he could, trying to find a job. You have too much education, you're overqualified, you won't be here long enough. He kept going, he kept going. He went to a place and said, look here, I tell you what, if you can't hire me, and I know you can use my talents, abilities, and skills, I don't want to sit home and do nothing. Just let me do some volunteer work. You don't have to give me anything, all right? I just want to work, I want to be busy. The guy said, okay, it's on you now, but don't expect me to give you anything, it's okay. This guy came in and worked. He was the first one there, the last one to leave, was the best employee there. About 4 weeks later, one of the top managers quit. They were looking for a replacement. Guess who they selected? This other guy. This guy who was volunteering his time. He got the job. What was the difference between the two men? Eyesight and mindsight. Eyesight is judging on what you see, judging according to appearances. But mindsight is how you interpret what you see. It's possible that we can create new industries, a new economy. It's possible that I can find a new profession, a new job. It's possible I can create a new life. And it's necessary that I become actively involved in becoming a positive force in my life and on the planet. And it's me, yes, it's you, it's all of us, pulling together, working together to create this brand new future. And it's going to be hard. Easy is not an option. But if it's hard, we will do it hard. Whatever is required to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. And it's worth it, yes. It's worth whatever we have to do. And once we know that, it is done. It is done. It is done. Whatever you want to do, march forward.
No matter what you say I cannot do, no matter what you say I will not do, I must do. I have to do. I am king. I live as king. I walk as king. Passion is free. Nobody can charge you for passion. Nobody can tell you what passion looks like. Because that's all about you. Effort is isolated. The reason why effort is isolated, because nobody can dictate it. Effort is 100% in the mind. Blocking, tackling, until they get tired. Because you don't know what tired feels like.
Dedication, hard work. Dedication, hard work. I'm a one-man army. One-man army. The world can go against me. I'm still come on top.
I'm just completely not convinced that there's any boxer out there today that can beat Floyd Mayweather.
former junior lightweight, former lightweight, former super lightweight, and former welterweight world champion, the reigning pound for pound champion of the world, Pretty Boy, Floyd Mayweather.
As of right now, Floyd Mayweather is the face of boxing. It gets no bigger than Floyd Mayweather. This is the pinnacle.
From Sarangani Province, Philippines, the five-time world champion, currently recognized as pound for pound, the best fighter in the world, Manny Pacquiao.
I came from nothing into something, and I owe everything to God.
May 2nd, that's when the world stops. The biggest fight in boxing history.
Greatness is not this wonderful, esoteric, elusive, God-like feature that only the special among us will ever taste. You know, it's something that truly exists in all of us.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him, Dick. But the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
When you lose, it's in your mind.
I've got one question for you. If you could have your goal right now, would you take it? Would you even be able to handle it? Think about it, really envision, visualize, think it through. What is it that you want? Are you ready for it? Have you become the person worthy of it? Could you handle it? If you could have your goal right now, would you take it? See, that's a tough question. It should be easy. The answer should be yes, I'll take it right now. Give it to me. But that's the problem. It can't be given. You've got to go out there and take it like it's yours, like you own it. But are you ready for it? Have you worked for it? Have you put the time and the energy? Have you become a person that's qualified for it? Of course, it all starts in the mind, truly believing that you deserve it, truly believing that you are capable of having it. But it takes work. Have you put the work in? Every day are you working towards it? If you could have your goal right now, would you take it? How does the achievement of your goal affect you, affect your family, affect the ones around you? Would you take it? Could you handle it? Are you prepared for it? Are you prepared for all the change it's going to bring? Because when we want more out of life, we get more of everything. We get more money, we get more impact, more influence. We also get more problems, more criticisms, more conflict, more controversy. people doubting you, people telling you you're not ready, people saying that you're not the person to be doing this kind of work, people saying that you're not the real deal. There comes doubt with that. And of course, doubt within yourself and doubt from other people who are very close to you. Are you ready for that? Because it's coming. Have you built the relationships that can help you get through the storm? Do you have the systems in place, the personal, the business, the emotional systems in place to help you see yourself through the storm? Because most of the time when you're going after what you want, most people will not be able to relate to you because they're not doing that. Most people are going for what's right there in front of them. Most people are playing it safe. Most people aren't chasing anything down, but you are. You've decided to. You know that there's something more. You actually look forward to putting something in front of you, and that keeps you driving forward. If you want something, nobody has the right to talk you out of it. If you want something, you go out and get it. My question is, are you the person who's ready for it?
She said to me once, I wish you would just kill yourself. You're such a burden to me. I think I was 9 when my mom drove me down to the deepest part of Baja California. And she walks me up to an orphanage and she knocks on the door and the guy comes to the door and she says, I found this kid. And she left me there for 90 days until my grandmother could get out of her where she had dumped me, and my grandmother came and rescued me. My mom beat me every single day of my elementary school years with things you could imagine and a lot of things you couldn't. Every day my back was bloodied and scarred. I had to wear 3 t-shirts to school each day. First t-shirt because the blood would seep through, and second t-shirt you could still see it. Finally, the third t-shirt, you couldn't see any blood. Kids at school, they'd make fun of me. Hey fool, it's 100 degrees. Why are you wearing 3 t-shirts? And then he stopped speaking, so overwhelmed with emotion. And he seemed to be staring at a piece of his story that only he could see. When he could regain his speech, he said through his tears, I wore 3 t-shirts well into my adult years because I was ashamed of my wounds. I didn't want anybody to see them. But now I welcome my wounds. I run my fingers over my scars. My wounds are my friends. After all, how can I help heal the wounded if I don't welcome my own wounds? The measure of our compassion lies not in our service of those on the margins, but only in our willingness to see ourselves in kinship with them.
Is really the most important thing. Yes, of course, you know you're going that way, but this step is still to be enjoyed. Because that's ultimately your whole life consists of the step you're taking at this moment. There is never anything else.
Be that fulfillment. Notice when I started noticing that fulfillment of it, I just finished. Well, that's enough. That's it. I don't know if it's even coming out.
Enjoy the journey, not the destination. A lot of us delay our happiness. When I get to this level, when I get my degree, when I get the kids, when I get married, I'm going to be happy. Enjoy the journey. Enjoy the whole step, the whole process. Every day that you get up to strive for whatever it is you're after. You know, I'm a goal-oriented guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you don't celebrate when you get to the finish line. Celebrate all along the way. Celebrate all along the way.
I'm not going to let this get me down. I'm not going to let this destroy me. I'm coming back, and I'll be stronger and better because of it. You have got to make a declaration.
But I've been working out consistently since I was 14 years old.
Right.
And I'm 44. I've been 30 years of hardcore 2-hour workout. 30 years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't happen overnight. Nope. You just have to enjoy the process. Learn to enjoy it, because I'm sure there was a point where you started to enjoy losing 113 pounds.
Yep.
And that's the only way you're gonna keep going.
For me, inspiration is a journey. It is not a destination, okay? It is a motivated, internally motivated process. It's not this glamorous thing. It is mundane. I find inspiration on blank pages. I found inspiration, in my habits, okay? Moments of quiet, the intimacy on a heavy bag, alone, sweating. If it's me and a kettlebell, or me taking a walk and just breathing in, okay? Literally breathing in. Something that just because you arrive at the gates of success, that somehow as a new experience, it's different than when you were not successful. It is exactly the same.
And one of the most important things that I've learned along the way is the value of time.
So it's understanding what your skill set is, finding the right place to use those skills, and then going for it.
What kind of a story can you tell in 1 minute?
That ability to get myself up in the morning, no matter how tired I was, to push myself through those pain barriers.
Hard work pays. Continually find more ways to use our time while trying to find more ways to save it.
I have the saying, work like someone's trying to take it all away from you.
You see, you can't actually save time. You can just find different ways to spend it. So when you say you don't have time to do something, you're really saying that you're using your time for other things. One cool thing about time is that it continues on at the same pace, despite how busy we get.
I know some of you are tired of being victims, tired of being told you can't achieve your dreams. You want to achieve your goals, that the things in life you want to do, you can't do, that the things you want in life are unreachable. I know you are tired of hearing that. That is why I'm talking to you today. Because today, I want you to fight back. Fight back for what you believe in. Fight back for what you want to achieve. Fight for your dreams, fight for your goal. Sometimes you're not just fighting for yourself. Sometimes you fight for your friends. Sometimes you fight for your family. Make certain you fight back. Yes, I know, they told you, you can't do this. you might as well give up. You will never achieve what you set out to achieve. Well, that's the thing about greatness, about being a champion. No one expected you to make it, but you go out and do it anyway. Prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. Greatness is not just about the money. It's about the achievements. It's about doing something that others doubted. It's about listening to the doubters, then making them eat their own words. And you can do it. I guarantee you can do it. If you put 100% in, today is the day you do it. Today is the day you succeed. Today is the day you prevail. Today is the day you walk over your enemies. And you reach that moment in your life where you become that person that others can look to say, he went through it, she went through it, and I can do it. We feed off each other, and we look up to someone that's great like they're special, but they're just like you. You've got that greatness inside of you. So get that greatness that's been inside of you all along. Get it to come out. And the only way to do it is to take one step. You take one step towards your goals. You take one step towards your dreams. Take one step in the forward direction. Make sure everything you do, you try to reach greatness. You're trying to succeed. You are putting your best effort forward every day. Not just today, but every day. Fight back every day. Today and every other day. I tell you, nothing beats character and nothing beats hard work. Not today, nor any other day.
People die every day, Frankie. Mopping floors, washing dishes. And you know what their last thought is? I never got my shot. If she dies today, you know what her last thought will be? I think I did all right.
The outer night that covers me black as the pit from pole to pole. I think whatever God there may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of fate, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the shadow of the shade. Yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me, unafraid.
Someone asked me once, and you were about to do it, what would you do if you weren't an actor, if you didn't make it as an actor? I have no idea. I would act somewhere. Maybe I'd be driving a cab, maybe I'm working in somebody's yard, whatever I'm doing, I will act. Because I'll die if I don't. You do it because you have to do it. If you spend 20 years waiting tables, at night, if you were a writer, you're writing. And it's the same thing with any discipline. Painters paint. I don't care what else they have to do to put food on their table or pay the rent, they paint. And I think that's the same way all the way around. Writers write, painters paint, actors act.
Matters not how straight the gate, how punishment charged the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
It's this time now, so we must readjust our comfort zone. See, now it's time to go to a different thought process. But the goals remains the goal until you write it on a piece of paper. Then it becomes a vision. What is the vision? Because the only reason I'm here, the only reason we're here today is because of our yesterday. Everything I've been through has defined who I am right now. So what's the goal? What's the vision? Before anything great is really achieved, your comfort zone must be disturbed. It's the only way it works. It's the only way it works. If we don't understand what we must take back, we will never grow.
When you step into your fears and continue to push yourself to go on, something happens for you. It will enable you to transcend yourself. If you don't develop the courage to do that which has been given you to do, and you spend a lot of time going around trying to convince other people or trying to get their approval, what will happen is that you will lose your nerve. And other people will convince you that what you're doing doesn't have any value, and you'll give up on your dream. Do not go where the path may lead, but go where there's no path and leave a trail. Stop living your life like you have 1,000 years to live. In life, you're either here today and you're gone today. If there's something that you want to do and you can't do it all at one time, do just a little bit of it. A friend of mine, Bobby Kerr, used to be a roommate. Bobby wanted to go into the area of public relations. He loved working with the public. Young lady he wanted to marry named Clarice. Bobby was a great procrastinator. Pretty soon the job where Bobby worked, they transferred him to another location. He went out to celebrate with the people on that new job site. And Bobby suffered a massive heart attack and died. Bobby didn't drink and didn't smoke, was under 40, and he died. Ask your question, how much time do you have left? How much time do you have left? When you start thinking about that, we don't know. We don't know. Bobby took all the greatness and all of the talent and all of his abilities to his grave with him. Stop wasting valuable time, knowing that if we begin to live our lives as if each day were our last, our lives will take on a whole new meaning. Most of us don't use the stuff that we have brought into the universe.
So there's something you gotta understand about training. It's not just the body that's at work. There's an integration of mind, spirit, and body at play. There's a threshold that you have to cross in order to access the power of the mind and the spirit in your training. When you cross that threshold, you're like breaking through a fortress, and within that fortress, there are jewels of untold value that will instantly turn you into a brand new person. The type of person that everyone sees, knows, respects, can appreciate. It's found in one place. There's a single opportunity in your workout to access this gate, to move through and transcend yourself. It's found in the last rep. It's called the transcendent rep. Everything that you've done up to this point leads to this single sweet spot. And it is here that you grow stronger. It is here that champions are born. It is here that you become the strongest version of yourself. Everything else is just a warm-up. You can't be in the flesh when you approach that transcendent rep, that last rep that your body doesn't want to do, but your mind and your spirit have already done. The body just has to. But when you cross that threshold, not only does your body grow stronger because you did that last rep, you transcend and you are born again. You become a brand new person.
President Abraham Lincoln was also thinking of bold action 150 years ago when he said, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country." He was speaking before the U.S. Congress to confront the defining issue of his time, slavery. Everyone knew it had to end, but no one had the political will to stop it. Remarkably, his words ring as true today when applied to the defining crisis of our time, climate change. As a UN messenger of peace, I have traveled all over the world for the last 2 years documenting how this crisis is changing the natural balance of our planet. I have seen cities like Beijing choked by industrial pollution, ancient boreal forests in Canada that have been clear-cut, and rainforests in Indonesia that have been incinerated. In India, I met farmers whose crops have been literally washed away by historic flooding. In America, I have witnessed unprecedented droughts in California and sea level rise flooding the streets of Miami. In Greenland and in the Arctic, I was astonished to see that ancient glaciers are rapidly disappearing well ahead of scientific predictions. All that I have seen and learned on my journey has absolutely terrified me. There is no doubt in the world scientific community that this is a direct result of human activity and the effects of climate change will become astronomically worse in the future. You know that climate change is happening faster than even the most pessimistic of scientists warned us decades ago. It has become a runaway freight train, bringing with it an impending disaster for all living things. Now think about the shame that each of us will carry when our children and grandchildren look back and realize that we had the means of stopping this devastation, but simply lacked the political will to do so. Our planet cannot be saved unless we leave fossil fuels in the ground where they belong. Massive change is required right now, one that leads to a new collective consciousness, a new collective evolution of the human race, inspired and enabled by a sense of urgency from all of you. We all know that reversing the course of climate change will not be easy, but the tools are in our hands if we apply them before it is too late. Now is the time for bold, unprecedented action. It is time to ask each other, which side of history will you be on? As a citizen of our planet, it is time to declare no more talk, no more excuses, no more 10-year studies, no more allowing the fossil fuel companies to manipulate and dictate the science and policies that affect our future. Lincoln's words still resonate to all of us here today. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the last generation. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of Earth. That is our charge now. You are the last best hope of Earth. We ask you to protect it, or we and all living things we cherish are history.
We all start out equal, little blobs of blood and muscle. It's a setup of awesome potential. Most people never develop that potential. I knew early on, I was not most people.
There you go, yes! Come on, big man, work it, baby, come on! Let's go!
Because if you're willing to do the work, you can have anything.
If it's during the week, I want to be out of the gym by 7 o'clock. Getting ready, take my kid to school.
I always like doing it first thing. You know, start my day like that. Gotta get up, get it done.
I'm hot. I'm big.
The one thing that Mark has that's truly makes him part of that athletic community, that pro athlete, is his mindset. You can't deny mindset. You can't deny that variable of intensity, commitment, and pride.
Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I led you to believe it was easy when it wasn't. Maybe I made you think my highlights started at the free throw line and not in the gym. Maybe I made you think that every shot I took was a game winner. That my game was built on flash and not fire. Maybe it's my fault that you didn't see that failure gave me strength, that my pain was my motivation. Maybe I led you to believe that basketball was a God-given gift and not something I worked for every single day of my life. Maybe I destroyed the game, or maybe you're just making excuses.
You're not going to outwork me. It's such a simple, basic concept. It's the guy who is willing to hustle the most is going to be the guy that just gets that loose ball. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready.
The separation of talent and skill is one of the greatest misunderstood concepts for people who are trying to excel, who have dreams, that want to do things. Talent you have naturally. Skill is only developed by hours and hours and hours of beating on your craft. There's no easy way around it. No matter how talented you are, your talent is going to fail you if you're not skilled. You're not going to outwork me. I want to represent an idea. I want to represent possibilities. I want to represent magic, right? Make a choice. Like, you just decide what it's going to be, who you're going to be, how you're going to do it. Just decide. And then from that point, the universe is going to get out your way. I want to represent possibilities. I want to represent the idea that you really can make what you want.
We didn't grow up with the sense that where we were was where we were going to be. You know, we grew up with the sense that where we were almost didn't matter because we were becoming something greater. Greatness is not this wonderful, esoteric, elusive, God-like feature that only the special among us will ever taste. You know, it's something that truly exists in all of us. Very simple. This is what I believe, and I'm willing to die for it.
The road to success is through commitment and through the strength to drive through that commitment when it gets hard. And it is going to get hard and you're going to want to quit sometimes, but it'll be colored by who you are and more who you want to be. I'm not afraid to die on a treadmill. I will not be outworked, period.
He who says he can and he who says he can't are both usually right.
The way to improve lives is to continually improve yourself. Good people have to get out of the bed every day and try to empty the ocean with a ladle.
To have the level of success that I want to have, it's difficult to spread it out and do multiple things. You know, it's in order to be world class, and I've made a decision, I want to be world class. And it takes such a desperate, obsessive focus to excel on the level that I want to make movies. We are who we choose to be.
Worth knowing, who don't have a mind that sometimes leads them astray. I think most of the world's advances in creativity and invention and in almost anything have been done by little spurts of madness. I tried to end my life on a number of occasions. We're all scared inside. We may all walk big, and those guys who walk along look really cocky. They're the ones who are most scared.
No matter what happened to you in your past, you are not your past. You are the resources and capabilities you glean from it. And that is the basis for all change. Because the worse your life is, if you've survived the worst of the worst, if you've made the biggest mistakes and are still breathing, then you can learn from that, and that builds muscle.
Sometimes life does seem unsupportable. Not for any logical reason, that's the point. You can't talk someone out of finding life unpleasant by saying, look what you've got. Because it's not about that. But you can perhaps at least say, look what it will do to other people.
When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And you will find so much power, so much passion, and so much internal fortitude from your past.
You know, we all think we've just missed out on, the secrets of life. The wonderful secret is that we're all equally afraid and uncertain, and that isn't a bad thing.
Don't sleepwalk through life, and don't say it's all going to be great. I'll do this and I'll do that, and I'm just marking time to get to be older. You really want to be doing what you love doing, and you can't necessarily find it on your first job.
Given all the opportunities that are there in the world, to try and figure out the thing that actually makes you want to get up in the morning, the thing that you actually love. I feel this thing that should exist, and you take that leap of faith that it may work. I would still go home from whatever that day job is, and I would try to do it because I love it, not because I really want to make a certain amount of money. Figure out the thing that makes you tick. Find that thing. That young people feel like if they don't know what they're born to do, that they're somehow broken. And I think that it needs to be looked at differently, which is that it means if you don't know that thing, it means that every door is the possibility. And if you can find that thing and deal with the pressure of maybe not making the amount of money that you would like to yet, or not getting to the company you'd like to get, or not having success with your startup yet, these are all things that I think you can swallow if the thing you're doing speaks to you.
It's that constant pursuit of the unobtainable, which is kind of magic, really.
To approach something with a kind of excitement that is shared in this weird way where you just know it makes you happy. You'll say, I'm working on this thing, but I don't know if anyone's gonna like it. It feels sort of like this boring thing that I love, and it's amazing how often that boring thing that you love becomes a sensation. I think the key is to do that. I would say don't stress yourself out. Your voice is as important as anyone else's. And so it's a lot easier to actually write a screenplay than you think it is. It might not be good, but most people talk about writing screenplays but don't actually write them. The people who write them, you're already like in the top 10% because you actually have written it.
The masses tell us the world is a dangerous place. But the problem is not the world. It's the people who are living in it. The problem is not the world. It's change. People fear change. They do not want the world to change. They want it to be as it used to be. They want to reload with their circumstances, with their structure, with their political systems, with their religion. They do not fear other people, or the world, or systems. They only fear the thought of adapting to a new environment. That's the only reason why this world is as it is. Change is inevitable. The world will always change. Nor me, nor you, nor anyone else can ever stop the world from going on. The only reason this world is full of fear nowadays is because people do not understand the way of life. The world will never stay still. It will always change, be in motion. You are born, you grow old, and you will die. This is how life works. You cannot escape this circle. The only option you have is to resist the change and live in fear, hatred, and waste your life for a thought and circumstance you cannot influence, or thrive with it. Thrive with the change. Make the most out of it. See the opportunity with new circumstances. Live up to other people. Try to get the best out of every other person. Because if you resist change, you will be the one who's left behind. But if you embrace it, you will surf on the wave to freedom.
Mike Tyson is only 16 years old.
I feel I was born to fight because I have no other interest in anything else. Everybody's a fighter in their own right. You're a fighter, I'm a fighter. But everybody don't get up every morning and run. Everybody don't go to the gym every morning. And everybody don't have enough discipline to wait in the locker room for 2 hours or 3 hours, then go in the ring and do what they've been taught all those years in the gym. That's what separates a champion from a mediocre fighter. I don't believe in talent. Well, some people, they have talent. It's good. It helps when you have talent. As long as you have a lot of determination and willpower, that's all you need. And you have to have the will to win. Everyone says, I wish I was in your shoe, I wish I was in your shoe. The people, the hundreds of people that wish they were in my shoe don't know the tenth of it.
If you're willing to sacrifice, discipline, doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. Always testing yourself and forcing yourself to the limit. Success in general is all about sacrifice.
Every man must believe in himself. You must have the confidence, and you must, no matter what the situation is, you must face the problem.
What I am is a guy who's got 19 plus years of the word no.
Mm-hmm.
Like people just see the last 5 years. I got 19 years of no. Not good enough. You don't get the part. No. I represent hard work, determination, motivation. I think without a doubt, if anything else, by watching me, it's simply an example of hard work pays off.
That's it.
What you put into your craft, you can get out to it if you put 110% into it. And I'm just an example of that. In today's time, it's literally just about you realizing your own potential and being creative within your own potential. Oh, this is what I can do, so I need to master this, this, and this. As a comedian, what can I do to set the bar at another level? What can I do for our generation for people to go, oh my God, holy shit.
Thank you. Before I go, I'm gonna end on a fucking note from the heart right now, and I'm gonna try not to be a bitch and get emotional up here, dude. I am now one of few to fucking perform as a stand-up comedian in Madison fucking Square Garden. Hey, listen to me. Listen to me. You have no idea the fucking feelings that I have going through my body right now, man. This is a fucking dream come true. Hey, this is a fucking dream come true, man. Thank you for being loyal. Thank you for growing with me. Thank you for fucking enjoying me. My name is Cav Hart. I love y'all.
I feel so strongly that the reason I'm here is I dreamed big dreams. I dreamed the kind of dreams that other people said would not be possible. I'm also living proof. This isn't a Hollywood movie. I come literally from the other side of the tracks. If you saw where I grew up and we took a picture of it, the neighborhood, the setting, you'd say it's impossible that someone could come from there and get here. But it is possible. And not to sound too trite, it's possible because we still live in a country where the entrepreneurial spirit is so alive and so well. And anyone in this country, if you dream big and surround yourself with great people and leave your ego at the door and share success with others and have a little luck along the way, you can do anything. But there will be people along the way, and I remember this, who will say to you, you know, you're dreaming too big. It's not possible. Those things just can't happen. Don't allow anyone, friend, family, acquaintance, teachers, whoever it is, don't allow anyone to tell you that what you are dreaming for yourself and your family is not possible. It is possible. Don't be one of those people 20 years from now are going to be walking around in a 9-to-5 job, miserable and angry and bitter because you let your dreams get away from you because you did not believe strongly enough in yourself and what was possible. Don't allow that to happen. This is an unbelievable time. And I can't encourage you enough to continue to think that things are possible and that your dreams can come true.
I and other successful people wake up every day doing the same thing, fighting back against the distractions, the fears, the doubts. And by the time you get from your bedroom to the kitchen, there's Mr. Ugly Ass, Mr. Resistance. There it is, man. Morning, night. Always count on it. Already convincing you, Mr. Big Badass Resistance. Telling you that all those things that you wanted to make important today, all those things that you wanted to do because they give your life a purpose and a meaning and a worthiness, that they don't mean shit. And we learn over time, we build into a habit to spend more time having control instead of more time being out of control. No, instead, all the superficial stuff, that's what's important.
Everyone's like, oh, Greg, you're lucky, you got the cover. You got this, Greg, you're lucky, everything you do is luck. Bullshit! Because before it was luck, it was a belief. And every day with no one watching at 5 in the morning, by myself, I trained it because I believed in it. Then I mastered it. No, I remastered it and remastered it in hopes that one day my trained ability collided with an opportunity to show it off. That's what luck is. That's what success is. Start to finish, a blueprint that every single module inside of it you create, you own.
Confucius said, he who says he can and he who says he can't are both usually right.
You were going to get up this morning and you were going to make it matter.
I remember that really kind of breaking my heart, because it's hard to hear that you need to lose weight when you don't think that you're fat, like when you are perfectly fine with your body. And then I know that I'm not the only one. I know that there are lots of filmmakers that have this idea of this unobtainable perfect body image, and they put those unobtainable pressures on people, and people are watching us actors and looking at our bodies and comparing themselves to Photoshop pictures, and I feel like the media refuses to take responsibility for the effect that we have on society and a younger generation when we talk about each other in the way that we do, and we judge people in all the wrong ways. It seems like all of the values are in all of the wrong things, and I'm so tired of hearing women call other women fat. I think we have to think about the way that we talk about each other, and I think that we need to change the way that we see beauty, and I'm sick of diets.
So I think of Dom and Brian, and I start to think of Paul. They said to make this short and sweet, so I will try to make this short and sweet. It was a labor of love. My only message to you is, you would be amazed what you can do with love. You'd be amazed how powerful a force that is. When we didn't want to come back to filming when the tragedy was too heavy, it was the love of everyone combined that saw us through to the end, and now I'm standing here with all of you telling me this was your favorite film of the year. And that means the world to me. And I thank you so much, and the only thing I could say now is, it's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
Most people don't want you to succeed. Your success shows them what they could have done if they just followed their dreams and intuition. As Victor Hugo says, you have enemies? Good. It means you stood up for something at some point in your life. It's up to you now to prove them wrong, to show them what you're capable of. It's your time to shine now. And try to pass your light on to others. Don't hate your enemies, embrace them, because they will push you forward to a point where you can no longer turn back. Don't fight them, do not even talk to them. Only surround yourself with people who encourage you to follow your dream. Only spend your time with people that brings value, into your life. You cannot make 1 billion friends without a few enemies, as it's titled in the Facebook movie. Stop talking about your plans and take massive action. Words are worthless when it comes to success. And then you prove all your enemies wrong with your results. Who has all the talents, abilities and knowledge to go through the story without any struggle, pain, hardship to overcome or anything to learn. See, the greater the struggle, the greater the pain, the harder the enemy is to overcome, the greater will the hero be in the end. It's not someone who changes the world by doing nothing. See, in sport, there are many great athletes, but the real heroes in sport are those who failed along the way, who failed so hard that we thought they would never get back up again. The real heroes pushed through these obstacles and raised to new heights. They showed the world, no matter what happens, I will reach my goal. That's the mentality of a hero. They fight for their dreams, for their surroundings, for their loved ones, for themselves. They fight for what they believe in. And they know they don't have all the answers. They know they have to push through pain. See, we are all in the middle of our life. We are all in the middle of our story. So just turn the page and realize you will become the hero of your own story if you push through all the struggle, all the pain and learn along the way. But if you never set out, if you never start, you cannot become the hero on the journey. You cannot touch people's hearts. You cannot change the world and yourself if you do not write your own story. You have to decide. Will you cower once again or take a leap of faith? Will you conquer your fears or let them dictate your life? This imaginary jump is what separates average and exceptional. This overwhelming act of courage will change everything you know. Will you listen to your heart and risk something, or give in to your mind and live a life in safety? And jumping itself does not entitle you to anything. You have to adjust on your way down, learn from the birds, feel the wind and grow your wings while falling. But if you manage to fly, you will live a freedom you have never felt before. You will own the sky and your imagination is the limit. And as you fly higher and higher, your view expands and you will think back and ask yourself how you have missed out on all this beauty, all this wonder, and all this peace that was waiting for you all the time at the horizon. Not being able to experience friendship, to talk about problems, or feeling safe in someone's arms can paralyze your whole existence. But feeling alone starts deep within yourself. You may have been hurt or betrayed, but reliving past memories will let them reoccur in the future. You have to open your eyes and become better than you're thinking. You have to realize that you will never be truly alone in this vast world. Feeling alone most of the time just replaces the fear of getting hurt. But fear is not evil. It shows you where your weakness is so you can act accordingly. So act. If you're feeling lonely, remember that you always had someone. It may not have been the person you wished for, but someone was always there for you. Otherwise you couldn't read, eat, walk or talk. A child cannot learn these things without any human being around it. So raise up of your self-pittiness and just risk something again. Look forward to the memories you will create and the new friendships entering your life as soon as you raise your thinking. Having fun, feeling love and sharing memories, creating bonds and experience trust requires you to be open for it and let it happen. Start to smile on strangers, invest time in someone else and start creating new friendships. Be honest and gentle and set trust in other people. Start living a life full of joy and positive energy and it will shift completely. Give your best version to others and they will give it back to you. Because you can only receive what you are giving.
A well thought out critique of whatever you're doing is as valuable as gold.
That third failure in a row, did you think, I need to pack this in?
Never.
Why not?
I don't ever give up. I mean, I'd have to be dead or completely incapacitated.
8 weeks later, Musk bet the company on another flight.
We have liftoff.
And this time around, everything worked.
Perfect.
If that fourth launch hadn't worked, that would have been it. We would have not had the resources to mount the ship.
Successful entrepreneurs probably come in all sizes, shapes, and flavors. Some of the things I've described already, I think, are very important. I think really an obsessive nature with respect to the quality of the product. Really liking what you do, whatever area that you get into. Given that, even if you're the best, there's always a chance of failure. So I think it's important that you really like whatever you're doing. If you don't like it, life is too short.
When my brother and I were starting our first company, instead of getting an apartment, we just rented a small office and we slept on the couch. We had just one computer, so the website was up during the day and I was coding at night. 7 days a week, all the time.
You just keep going and get it done.
Put $90 billion, like 50 years worth of breaks into solar and wind, to Solyndra and Fisker and Tesla and Enter1. I mean, I had a friend who said, you don't just pick the winners and losers, you pick the losers.
I'm available 24/7 to help solve issues. Call me 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning, I don't care.
But his bets have paid off.
We didn't just repay the principal, we actually repaid it with interest and a bonus payment. So ultimately, the U.S. taxpayer actually made a profit of over $20 million on this loan.
Work like hell. I mean, you just have to put in, 80 to 100 hour weeks every week. If other people are putting in 40-hour work weeks and you're putting in 100-hour work weeks, you will achieve in 4 months what it takes them a year to achieve. A natural human tendency is wishful thinking. So a challenge for entrepreneurs is to say, well, what's the difference between really believing in your ideals and sticking to them versus pursuing some unrealistic dream that doesn't actually have merit? Your product or service needs to be much better. It can't be a little bit better. All those things improve the odds of success. I think my sort of drive to get it done is somewhat disconnected from hope, enthusiasm, or anything else. I actually just don't care about hope or enthusiasm, motivation. I just give it everything I've got, irrespective of what the circumstances may be.
Let me give you the ABCs of me. I don't take meetings, I set them. And my respect isn't demanded, it's earned.
That's only 2 things. What's C?
C is for people who show me they know A and B.
Life is this. I like this.
Look, you were giving me shit this morning because I come and go when I want to. You know why I can do that? Because when I got here, I dominated. They thought I worked 100 hours a day. Now, no matter what time I get in, nobody questions my ability to get the job done. Get it through your head. First impressions last.
How's that detonation coming?
Long fuse.
Is that your way of telling me that it's never going off?
Well, if it doesn't, you could always have James Bond take care of it for you.
Harvey Specter, you don't need to watch game film. Do you know who's watched more game film than anybody? No, who? Michael Jordan. How do you know that? You don't believe me? Let's call him.
You have Michael Jordan's phone number.
Yep.
If I hit this button right here, I call Michael Jordan.
It's kind of how a phone works.
I'm not gloating. I'm merely recognizing the fact that you completely changed your mind based entirely on what I said.
Which is gloating.
Potato, potato. But as long as you're going to think of it that way, I might as well point out that since you listened to my lecture, maybe you should start calling me Professor.
I'm going to start calling you unemployed if you don't figure out a way around using Gerard's alibi.
We have a decision to make.
There is no decision. We need to cut a deal today.
You know what? That's the difference between us, Allison. You want to lose small. I want to win big. I want to win big.
But I listened to what Jim Valvano said 21 years ago. The most poignant 7 words ever uttered in any speech anywhere. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. Those great people didn't. So I now have a responsibility to also not ever give up. I'm not special. I just listened to what the man said.
But I tell you, there are some times in life where you fall down and you feel like you don't have the strength to get back up. I will try 100 times to get up, and if I fail 100 times, if I fail and I give up, do you think that I'm ever going to get up? No. But if I fail, I try again and again and again. For as long as I try, there's always that chance of getting up.
No matter what you might be going through, don't quit. The secret is in not giving up. Everybody who's done something great, they weren't that deep. What they had was resiliency. They had the ability to bounce back. All the greats, they didn't quit. No matter how impossible your situation may seem, stay on course. I guarantee you cannot pass it if you quit. I guarantee you're gonna fail, but you don't know what's gonna happen if you keep going.
I'm fragile. I feel pain. I hurt. I open my eyes. I crave victory. I do not give up. I feel no fear. I fear no man. I create. I conquer. I hold the power.
Make a choice. Just decide what it's going to be, who you're going to be, how you're going to do it. Just decide. And then from that point, the universe is going to get out your way.
We can't have another bad year. You've got to get to the point where enough is enough.
It's much easier to come up with excuses and why you can't do it. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. If you do what is easy, complain about your situation, your circumstances, you surrender and give up on your dreams, become depressed and bitter and angry. Anybody can do that. If you do what is easy, your life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, keep coming back again and again and again. Get up dressed every day.
Take life on. Taking life by the collar. You say, yes, I will do it.
I can do this. And you've said to yourself, I'm willing to face the no's. I'm willing for people to laugh at me. I'm willing to gut this out. I'm willing to make this happen. It's my time. It's possible. It's necessary. It's hard. It's worth it. I'm going to do whatever it takes. I can do it. If anybody's ever done it at any point in time in history, then what's possible for one, it's possible for me, and I'm going to do it. And if you do that over and over and over again, your life will be easy.
I don't know what that dream is that you have. I don't care how far-fetched it might appear to be. I don't care how disappointing it might have been as you've been working toward that dream. But here's what I know. that dream that you're holding in your mind, that it's possible. What if all of us took that attitude after we face a rejection and a no, or we have a meeting and no one shows up, or somebody say, you can count on me, and they don't come through? What if we have that kind of attitude? The car's repossessed. Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day, and say to yourself, it's not over until I win.
I grew up in New York City being a bouncer, and you would lose people while you were working. But this was unlike anything we could have imagined. One of the things Paul did, at the end of the day, he comes into my trailer, he says, what's up? I know you too well. What's going on? And I didn't want to tell anyone in California. I didn't want anyone to know that I was about to have a baby. But I told him, I said, I'm going to tell you something that nobody knows. Her water broke, and I'm about to have a baby. And I have to go to the hospital now. And I can remember just like yesterday, he said that to me. He said, a lot of tough guys will tell you to wait in the hallway. Don't go in the delivery room. And he said, but Vin, go into that delivery room, be present, and cut that umbilical cord, and it will be the best day of your life. And so I did that, and it was the best day of my life.
The things you see as setbacks and unreached goals may shine the light of success to everyone around you. Just think about it. Not being able to perform at your best at the championship, 99% of your competitors don't even qualify, is not something you have to be ashamed for. Focus on everything you have done so far. The countless hours you sacrificed, the struggle and pain you had to go through, and the great victories you secured. Remember the old days and realize how much better you have become, and answer yourself one question. What's the reason you have started in the first place? Entering a stadium full of screaming fans counts as success. Working hard without immediate results is not failing. Practicing your craft the whole day, even if you sacrifice the society's standard life, is needed for success. There will always be the possibility of failure in your life. But don't live such a mediocre life just because of the fear of failure. In the end, when you go to sleep at night, at least know if you have failed or succeeded.
There are no mistakes. There really aren't any, because you have a supreme destiny. When you're in your little mind, in your little personality mind, where you're not centered, where you really don't know who you are, that you come from something greater and bigger, and that we really all are the same. When you don't know that, you get all flustered. You get stressed all the time, wanting something to be what it isn't. There is a supreme moment of destiny calling on your life. Your job is to feel that, to hear that, to know that. And sometimes when you're not listening, you get taken off track. You get in the wrong marriage, the wrong relationship, you take the wrong job. Yeah, but it's all leading to the same path. There are no wrong paths. There are none. There's no such thing as failure, really, because failure is just that thing trying to move you in another direction. So you get as much from your losses as you do from your victories, because the losses are there to wake you up. When you understand that, you don't allow yourself to be completely thrown by a grade or by a circumstance, because your life is bigger than any one experience. What would you say to your younger self? Every person says in one form or another, I would have said, relax, relax. It's gonna be okay. It really is gonna be okay. Because even if you're on a detour right now, and that's how you know when you're not at ease with yourself. That is the cue that you need to be moving in another direction. Don't let yourself get all thrown off, continue to be thrown off course. When you're feeling off course, that's the key. How do I turn around? So when everybody was talking about, when I started this network, if I had only known, good Lord, how difficult it would be. The way through the challenge is to get still and ask yourself, what is the next right move? Not think about, oh, I got all of this to... What is the next right move? And then from that space, make the next right move and the next right move. And not to be overwhelmed by it, because you know your life is bigger than that one moment. You know you're not defined by what somebody says is a failure for you.
You know why kids love athletes?
I don't know, because they screw lingerie models.
No, that's why we love athletes. Kids love athletes because they follow their dreams.
Well, I can't dunk.
No, but you can cook.
What are you talking about?
Your resume says that you minored in French culinary arts. Most students, they work in the fryer at KFC, but you bust tables at Il Picatore to support yourself. And then you get out of college, and you come and you work here. How much did they first pay you to give up on your dreams?
27 grand a year.
And when were you gonna stop and come back and do what makes you happy? I see guys who work at the same company for their entire lives, guys exactly like you. Clock in, they clock out, and they never have a moment of happiness. You have an opportunity. This is a rebirth.
You know, my mother had me when she was 16 years old, and I used to sleep on the floor, and I had 8 uncles in that same house, and they did everything under the sun. You know, going in and out of prison. And my mother, she worked at Wendy's, and she would get off work at Wendy's, and I would be about the last kid sitting in the park, and I would be waiting on my mother because I didn't want to go home, because, you know, every other day or every other week, our front door would get kicked in because my uncles, they sold drugs. So every opportunity I got in solitude to cultivate a vision for my life, I took advantage of it. And one night, my mother came into the park, and I walked off the field, and I said, can you please introduce me to my father? Because I played every sport, and every sport I played, we had to show our birth certificates. And so every time I pulled out my birth certificate, I would always see my mother's name, but I never saw my father's name, and so it bothered me. And so she said, sure. And so my first encounter with my father, I shook his hand. I said, hey man, how you doing? He said, hey little man. He said, man, I heard you could really play sports. I said, thanks, I heard you can too. I said, but here's what I need you to do for me. I need you to pick me up every Friday night, work me out every Saturday morning, and you can take me back home after that. I don't need any money, I don't need any clothes. I just need to make it to the NFL so I can help my mother and my grandmother. Can you do that? He said, yeah, I got you. And so he picked me up one Friday night. The first Saturday morning, he shakes me. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. I wake up, I'm wiping the cold out of my eyes. He said, little man, you said you wanted it, right? I said, yes, sir. He said, get up. We're running 2 miles to this fire station, 2 miles back home. I said, okay, let's do it. And so he walks by me and he busted a U-turn and he looked up at me. He said, son, I said, yes, sir. He said, I want you to pull that other person outside of you today. No disrespect. I said, but I don't see another person. I said, so I understand we have different lives and you have a job. And so if you're tired, I get it. You can go back in the house and you can go to sleep, but you're not stopping me from running to this fire station. I'm running to this fire station, whether you go or not. And he looked at me, and what he said to me, it pierced my heart in such a way. He said, son, what I'm trying to get you to understand is no matter how hard you work, there is somebody on the inside of you that works even harder. He said, no matter how dedicated you are, there is somebody on the inside of you that's more dedicated. No matter how committed you are, there is somebody on the inside of you that's more committed. And you don't even know what commitment is yet. You think commitment is just saying, yes, I'll do it. But what commitment is staying true to what you said you were going to do long after the mood that you have set it in has left. Meaning on the days when you don't feel like doing what you said you will do, you get up and you do it anyway. That's what builds character. And he said, I need you to understand the concept that there's another person on the inside of you, because one day in your life you will face something that's a lot tougher than you, and your strength and your drive and your commitment and your work ethic won't do it. You will have to realize that it's something on the inside of you that's greater than anything that life can throw at you, and immediately I got it. And so when my life changed, not only did my football career end, I got a paralyzed right arm and hand behind me. Life changed overnight. But I was extremely grateful for it, because the whole time I understood that you have to tap into in order to get through one of the darkest, toughest, roughest moments of your life. There's another person on the inside of you.
If you don't know, now you know. It's true. Your friends, family, and loved ones will be the first ones to try and talk you out of greatness. When you're ready to do something and try something new that's out of your comfort zone, that's out of your norm, it's always the one you're dating, the one you're married to, the one that's in your family, your friends in your immediate circle, that will always try and talk you out of doing something special and significant. Without having fear and rejection, without having fear of the word no, do you know how many people have had visions, ideas, and huge career moves that they were about to make, and they allowed the word no to stop them from changing the landscape of their life and their family lives? So many people are afraid of rejection and the word no. It is the saddest shit I've ever witnessed in my life. Boldly walk into the room with your head held up high. And if they don't get it, laugh about it. Don't disown your ideas because they're disowning your ideas. Don't lose confidence in your ideas because they don't have confidence in your ideas. Keep the faith. Don't be afraid to walk into the unfamiliar. Don't be afraid to do what's deep inside of you to do.
An exceptionally short-lived marriage had imploded, and I was jobless, a lone parent, and as poor as it is possible to be in modern Britain without being homeless. Life is difficult and complicated and beyond anyone's total control, and the humility to know that will enable you to survive its vicissitudes. Simply because failure meant a stripping away of the inessential. I stopped pretending to myself that I was anything other than what I was, and began to direct all my energy into finishing the only work that mattered to me. Had I really succeeded at anything else, I might never have found the determination to succeed in the one arena where I believed I truly belonged. I was set free, because my greatest fear had been realized, and I was still alive, and I still had a daughter whom I adored, and I had an old typewriter and a big idea. And so rock bottom became the solid foundation on which I rebuilt my life.
Once an idea has taken hold of the brain, it's almost impossible to eradicate. An idea that is fully formed, fully understood.
I was convinced that the only thing I wanted to do, ever, was write novels. The knowledge that you have emerged wiser and stronger from setbacks means that you are, ever after, secure in your ability to survive. You will never truly know yourself or the strength of your relationships until both have been tested by adversity. Such knowledge is a true gift, and for all that it is painfully won.
Rock bottom wasn't fun at all. I'm not going to romanticize rock bottom, but it was liberating. What did I have to lose?
You might never fail on the scale I did, but some failure in life is inevitable. It is impossible to live without failing at something, unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you fail by default. As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters.
If you open your Facebook, you watch for the likes. If you open your Instagram, you want to see how many new followers you have. With the cell phone, we get in the habit of getting instant results, of getting instant gratification, and it feels good. It feels good if someone likes your vacation or comments under the picture of your meal. In fact, it's the same chemical process in your body when you get a like as if you would smoke, drink, or gamble. So we've forgotten one important thing. The most important things in life do not happen overnight. The most important things in life require time to happen. Real friendship, great love, deep connections with other people, acquiring a skill you want to have, building a successful business takes time. So learn to be patient and don't look for instant results. If you swipe right, you won't get real love. You'll get love if you learn to talk with people. If you learn how to communicate, how to be grateful, how to be patient. You will get real friendship if you build trust, and this is not possible within a day. There are things in life you cannot reach within a day, within a week, or even within a year. Some things in life require your whole life to be reached. So learn to be patient. Otherwise, you will always have this emptiness inside of yourself. If you are not patient, you cannot reach true happiness. You cannot reach true greatness. But if you learn this skill, if you learn patience, you will have the ability to anticipate your future, to rethink the now and learn from your past. You're not rushing through the day. You know that good things require time, and the best thing in life require you to be patient. He immediately chose the rope because he was so afraid of the unknown, even though he would have gained freedom by following the path of fear. He would have lived by only accepting the fear and walk through that door side by side. See, fear is like gravity. It always wants you to take the path of least resistance and always downhill. And as you cannot fight gravity, you cannot fight fear. Stop acting like fear is your enemy. Like gravity, it can kill you, but we could not live without it. Fear is not evil. Fear only shows you where your weakness is and tells you what your path uphill should look like. Try to understand your fears and build your world with it. Try to build your airplane so you can fly despite of fear. Don't start a fight you cannot win. And don't punish yourself for being afraid. Everyone is. Everyone has their personal demons to overcome, and everyone has to find the tools to build the airplane. So start out today by listening to your fear and shake its hand to build a better future together. Find the courage to research the things you are afraid of. Build up hope by imagining your perfect future and take a step of faith in the direction your fear wants to lead you. And most importantly, be grateful for what you already have. Write it down and remind yourself daily to be grateful for your life. Day after day, embrace your fears, develop a sense of purpose and build up the tools to build the airplane. You will fly over every obstacle in the future and fear will be your navigator. And the day will come when you can leave the airplane and fly with the wings fear will create for you. If you're at the foot of a mountain and you're looking up to this giant thing you want to climb on, how do you reach it? Step by step. Second after second, you climb to the top. The same is with success. You cannot sneak up behind it or cheat your way to success in the long term. See, I thought of building up this amazing company, but is neglecting his child is not successful for me. A person reaching financial freedom on the back of others is not successful. You cannot reach success by hurting other people. You have to go the hard road and help them reach success too. So now people say you can't have everything. Why? Why not? Literally ask yourself the question, why not? If you invest time, work ethic, passion, and your true intentions, you can have everything. You can't break free of these boundaries society gives us. One person, man or woman, can make a huge difference in this world. But you have to feel that passion deep inside of you. You have to search for that little burning fire that keeps you going, because there will be obstacles, there will be failure, and there will be hard times. You know the difference between the people who succeed and the people who don't? People who succeed do not quit. They know what they want, and their passion keeps them going, no matter what. So think about your definition of success and climb that mountain step by step until you reach the top. And then I promise you, you can have everything.
In my family, we were always told that we were meant to be something extraordinary. I have this one term for the kind of woman that my mother raised me to not be, and I call it a do-nothing bitch, or I call it a DNB a lot of the time. She's like the kind of chick that just tries to be pretty and be taken care of by somebody else. I'm scared to death of failure, and I'm so scared to lose, way more than any of these other girls. And it's the kind of thing that it keeps me up at night and it wakes me up in the morning. People like say that my body looks masculine or something like that. I'm just like, listen, just because my body was developed for a purpose other than fucking millionaires doesn't mean it's masculine. I think it's femininely badass as fuck because there's not a single muscle on my body that isn't for a purpose, because I'm not a do-nothing bitch.
Every person on this planet has the same 24 hours every day. The only difference is we don't know how many 24 hours we have left. We don't know how much days we are able to stay on this earth. And I'm not saying this to depress you. I'm saying this to inspire you to make the most out of your time, out of your precious 24 hours. Just do what's necessary to gain the most out of these 24 hours every day, day after day, as long as you can. There is no guarantee any one of us will be alive tomorrow, so make the most out of it today. Don't procrastinate and say you will start tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Make it now. Start now. Because those 24 hours you have right now, this day, will decide your very future. See, Oprah has the same amount of time as you. The only difference is that Oprah utilizes her time in a way that puts her in a position to succeed. She makes the most out of the 24 hours every day, day after day. She does not stop. I encourage you to do the same. Cut the TV, cut Facebook, cut everything that distracts you, that eats up your time, that uses your time in a way that does not benefit you. Don't waste your time in a way that doesn't put you in a position to reach your goal. Spend every single second with the things you enjoy, with the friends you appreciate, with your family. Travel the world. Work as hard as you can for your dream. Work in the direction of your dream. And don't put away your precious life and every single day.
your adversity is your advantage. And that your past, whether you had a terrible childhood or whether you've suffered from some difficult experiences in life, you should cherish those as your advantage, because that was the training that gave you the muscle development to go do extraordinary things that ordinary people just can't do.
I hated that job, and I clung to that job. 10 years in a place without heat, 6 years at a job I felt stuck in. Maybe I was afraid of change. Are you? When I was 29, I told myself, the next acting job I get, no matter what it pays, I will, from now on, for better or worse, be a working actor. And now I didn't have either the internet or a cell phone or a job. But something good happened. I got a low-paying theater job in a play called Imperfect Love, which led to a film called 13 Moons with the same writer, which led to other roles, which led to other roles. And I've worked as an actor ever since. I didn't know that would happen. At 29, walking away from data processing, I was terrified. But this made me very hungry, literally. I couldn't be lazy. Now, I tell this story because the world might say you are not allowed to yet. Please, don't even bother asking. Don't bother telling the world you are ready. Show it. Do it. Trust me. A rhythm sets in. Just try not to wait until, like me, you're 29 before you find it. And if you are, that's fine too. Some of us never find it. But you will. I promise you. Raise the rest of your life to meet you. Don't search for defining moments, because they will never come. The moments that define you have already happened, and they will already happen again. Don't wait until they tell you you are ready. Get in there. I waited a long time out in the world before I gave myself permission to fail. What did Beckett say? Ever tried, ever failed, no matter. Try again, fail again, fail better. The world is yours. Treat everyone kindly and light up the night.
It's loud, it's busy, and it's crowded. Your only thought is to get out and take a cab. So you step through the exit and sitting in the first taxi available. You don't think about taking the second or the third one. You take the immediate possibility to your preset destination. That's what so many of us are doing in life. Taking the first job possible that's offered to us, even if we don't really fit in. Jumping into a relationship just to not to be alone, or having half-hearted dreams set by society. This is the direct route to the center of mediocrity. And we are willingly paying this drive with our passions and our possibilities. But this time you decided to stand there, looking left and right and seeing smiling people entering yellow cars. They look happy and confident that they made the right choice. And the longer you wait, the more nervous you get, jumping from your left foot to your right, afraid of the unknown, scared to miss a chance. Your mind possesses you to take the next cab, to get this feeling of security and comfort again. But this is the exact point where average becomes greatness. When you decide over your subconscious mind to wait and just believe. It's scary to let drive by one cab after another, waiting for yours. Maybe for the red one with the neon lights or the cabrio cab, letting you taste freedom on your way. It takes balls to stay alone while everyone around you is getting married. Believing your perfect fit is waiting out there. It's hard to quit a job you hate with no financial security. Waiting at the airport and seeing people leave one after another is not easy. But if you wait long enough, you will realize even the most crowded places get quiet, leaving behind the patient blessing of greatness.
Your need for acceptance can make you invisible in this world. Like many of you, I was concerned about going out into the world and doing something bigger than myself, until someone smarter than myself made me realize that there is nothing bigger than myself. Don't let anything stand in the way of the light that shines through this form. Risk being seen in all of your glory. Our eyes are not viewers, they are also projectors that are running a second story over the picture that we see in front of us all the time. Fear is writing that script, and the working title is, I'll Never Be Enough. Spend your whole life imagining ghosts, worrying about the pathway to the future, but all there will ever be is what's happening here, and the decisions we make in this moment, which are based in either love or fear. So many of us choose our path out of fear disguised as practicality. What we really want seems impossibly out of reach and ridiculous to expect, so we never dare to ask the universe for it. I'm saying, I'm the proof that you can ask the universe for it. I realized one night in LA that the purpose of my life had always been to free people from concern, just like my dad. I did something that made people present their best selves to me wherever I go. How will you serve the world? What do they need that your talent can provide? That's all you have to figure out. I can tell you from experience, the effect you have on others is the most valuable currency there is. That you can fail at what you don't want, so you might as well take a chance on doing what you love. Relax and dream up a good life.
Moments. These little twists in fate. They are subtle, they only last for seconds. And you do not even recognize them when they are here. But if you think back, they have changed your life completely. Comfort and familiarity are the greatest enemies of these moments. Sitting on your couch and watching TV the whole week, or playing computer games for 12 hours, may give you a feeling of happiness, but this happiness will fade very quickly. These are not the moments we are searching for. Think back and try to remember the deep connection with yourself, how you felt, and how a second can make you feel that amazing. The freedom in your heart, the clearness in your mind, and the evolving greatness in your soul. Life is a collection of moments, so let's collect the best ones possible. Yes, we do have to work hard, and life would not always be fun. But if your goal is not to create these wonderful moments, you will give it all, struggle, and probably reach the top. And from there, one of my favorite quotes: you will have a beautiful view on everything you've missed out on. So let's try to chase these moments together. Build them up. Step out the front door and give it all. Don't fear life. you have nothing to lose. Because, in fact, you only have this moment. And if you're not creating the best moment you can possibly can, if you're not enjoying this very second right now, it's wasted. So live up, enjoy this beautiful world. Go out with your friends, have fun. Try to chase those moments you will remember in 20 years. Not this short-term happiness. The long-term goals that will change you completely.
Well, I had decided much earlier, even within the first hour of entrapment, that I would have to cut my arm off, except I couldn't figure out how to do it. By the final night that I was there, I was pretty sure that I was gonna die. I was certain of that by the first time I even turned the camera on, 24 hours into it, I was gonna die. I couldn't cut my arm off. I would either bleed to death before I could get to medical help, and then I realized the knife isn't sharp enough to get through the skin, or then it isn't sharp enough to get through the bone. There's the vision as I had of a little boy who comes running over to me as I saw this kind of in a dreamlike moment of the fifth night that I was there. It was dark in the canyon, but I saw myself leave and go into a living room, and here I scoop up this little blonde-haired boy, and I know that this is my future son. Here he is, I'm looking him straight in the eyes, and then it was the epiphany of realizing that I could break the bones of my arm. I didn't have to cut through them with the knife. I could break them, and from that point, it was just this smile. Still today, I look at it, and I wouldn't change anything. That wouldn't take a sharper knife, wouldn't have a jacket, wouldn't take more water. It had to happen the way that it happened. To me, it's all been a blessing. What the gift of it is that it draws me out of my daily experience into a place of appreciation and gratitude.
Four o'clock in the morning, I wake up. 4:30, 4:45, I'm doing some sort of cardio. Open these garage doors. It's still dark outside. I do this, and then I'll have breakfast, and then I will go do all my strength and conditioning training at a gym for about an hour, and then I'll go to set. We all average probably about 5 hours of sleep.
It's 4:45 a.m. It's still dark outside. Look at that. The lights just went out, and I'm getting ready to kill this AM cardio. You can't even see me, but it's going to be so good. It's bad. Focus!
If you do anything, you never want to do anything half-assed, especially when it comes to your training. Get in, be intense, execute on it, and then get out. For a lot of guys out there, and I was certainly one of those guys, in my 20s, I thought I had all the answers, didn't know shit. By the way, in my 30s, I'm still trying to find myself, as a lot of guys are out there. Hopefully when you hit your 40s, you're hitting a nice stride. If I'm gonna do it, I need to do this job right, I need to stay focused on it, and I need to give the best effort I possibly can.
We live down here in South Florida. It's hurricane season. Focus! But when it's time to go to the gym, we got to get to the gym. And there ain't no stopping us.
It's like I'm gonna be the baddest motherfucker walking it.
All right, empty gym, the way we'd like it. It's Sunday. Just finished my warm-up. This pain ought to be fun. Focus!
I work out twice before everyone wakes up.
All right, workout number 2. I'm out working all my competition. All right, Saturday afternoon, empty gym, the way we like it. It's leg day, which means it's going to be sweaty, painful, and fun.
I had a lot of fail. I failed for funny things that I failed a key primary school test for 2 times. And I failed 3 times for the middle schools. You know, for 3 years I tried to fill in the universities. So I applied jobs for 30 times, got rejected. I went for a police, they said, no, you're not good. I went to even the KFC, when KFC came to China, come to my city, 24 people went for the job. 23 people were accepted. I was the only one guy. And we went for police. 5 people, 4 of them accepted. I was the only guy that I received it. So to me, being turned down, rejected. Oh, by the way, I told you that I applied for Harvard for 10 times, rejected. I know I'll be rejected. I just don't want to say that.
Yeah, sorry now.
I think we have to get used to it. We're not that good. Even today, we still have a lot of people reject us. I don't think in this world there are a lot of people be rejected more than 30 times. If we, the only thing we never give up, the only thing we're like a Forrest Gump. We keep on fight. We keep on changing ourselves. We don't complain. Whether you were successful or not successful, I find that people, when they finish the job, if they make the mistake, if they fail, if they always complain the others, this guy will never come back. If the guy only check himself, yeah, something wrong with me here, something wrong with me there, this guy has a hope.
I got beat up every single day. And I was 10 years of age. We didn't have much money, so my mother used to dress me funny. She made these purple crushed velvet velour suits and a big bow tie. And sent me to school in Compton, California, dressed like that. But it caused me to understand that there's a difference between being broke and being poor. Being broke is economic, but being poor is a disabling frame of mind and a depressed condition of your spirit, and you must vow never, ever, ever to be poor again. I was in India, and I had gone to this university, and I spoke there, and after I left, I got back to the hotel, and I realized I didn't have my wallet. And so I called the hotel and I said, can you please bring the card back? They have my wallet. And they said, I'm sorry, sir, we don't have a card. That was a taxi. I became a little cynical. I went from hopeful to skeptical to cynical, and I started thinking the worst of people. And of course, they said, well, my wallet is gone. By midnight, they called and said, we're still trying. He's not answering the phone, the taxi cab driver. But at 2 in the morning, they called and said he answered his phone. His phone was off. He's coming back to your hotel with your wallet. So I get dressed and I run downstairs, and a man meets me, and the bellman translates for me in India in the dialect, and I reach into my wallet and there's $70 US. So I reach out and I say, let me give this $70 to you. This is my way of saying thank you. And the man says, no. I said, no, I don't think you understand. I'm talking about paying you. I'm talking about giving you a month's worth of your salary. One more time, he said, and this time he became a little visibly angry. He said, I told you no. I didn't bring you your wallet because I wanted a reward. I brought you your wallet because it's your wallet. So I said to the man, what can I do to be thankful to you? What can I do to say thank you? He said, the next time you're in India, come to my house and have tea. Be my friend. You gain more by giving. You get more by building. You learn more by listening. Eagles don't fly in packs. There are 3 types of birds. There are eagles, there are buzzards, and there are turkeys. Eagles are high altitude birds. They're regal. It's not arrogant, they're not pompous, but there's a certain regalness to an eagle. Then you've got another kind of bird. It's a buzzard. Buzzards are always stepping on your head to elevate themselves. But the worst kind of bird is a turkey, because the turkey's got wings and can't even fly. All they do is profile, translation, trying to be something they are not. And I'm now gonna come right to you. What kind of bird do you want to be?
Great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what you have here. That's what you've earned here tonight. 1 game. If we played them 10 times, they might win 9. But not this game. Not tonight. Tonight, we stay with them. And we shut them down because we can.
the separation of talent and skill is one of the greatest misunderstood concepts for people who are trying to excel, who have dreams, that want to do things. Talent you have naturally. Skill is only developed by hours and hours and hours of beating on your craft.
People that are hungry are unstoppable, Mr. Brown. People that are hungry, no excuse is acceptable. Go out and face the music, young man. And don't forget, stay hungry. Are you willing to keep working on it? Are you willing to realize that you have not done your best stuff yet, that you can better your best?
Just everything you got today, not because of the school board.
The only thing that I see that is distinctly different about me is I'm not afraid to die on a treadmill. You might have more talent than me, you might be smarter than me. There's two things. You're getting off first, or I'm gonna die. It's really that simple.
It's about winning one-on-one battles. Fight you fight!
I want to talk to you today about overcoming weariness. As we go through life, one challenge we all have to face is with weariness. It's easy to get tired. Weary means to lose your sense of pleasure, to not feel the enjoyment that you should. You can have the job of your dreams. You worked hard to get it, but now weariness has set in. You're not passionate about it anymore. Sometimes, because the battle is taking longer than we thought, we become weary. When the difficulty is lasting longer than expected, we're working hard but not seeing increase. Don't be weary in well-doing. That means you're doing the right thing but not seeing right results. Does it seem like it's making a difference? Let me encourage you, your time is coming. Your due season is on the way. Don't let time talk you out of it. Don't let discouragement cause you to give up. Don't let negative thoughts convince you to settle where you are. Your mind will give you good excuses. Too tired to stretch to the next level. Been doing it so long. If you dwell on those thoughts, you will allow weariness in. Weariness cannot automatically come. You have to open the door. When you start thinking it's not fair, it's been so long, it's never going to work out, the energy you need to move into your destiny is being drained out. When you're weary, you won't have the passion, the determination, the courage to fight the good fight of faith. You can't drink 25 cups of coffee a day, eat sugar all the time, and expect to feel good. I read where one of the causes of depression is simply not getting enough sleep. Don't let battle fatigue keep you from your victory. Don't let weariness stop your dream from coming to pass. You are closer than you think. When it's the most difficult, you face the greatest temptation to settle, that means the victory is near. The promotion, the healing, the breakthrough is about to show up. You may be tired today. You've been dealing with a challenge in your health, a relationship, in your finances for years. You used to believe that you would overcome, but Now you're worn down. You don't think it's ever going to happen. Let me encourage you. You were close to your victory.
Every passing minute is another chance to turn it all around.
Never believe a prediction that doesn't empower you. How many predictions have been thrown at you your whole life? If you believe predictions that do not empower you, you will wither away and die. Either physically die or your spirit will die as you just walk around the world like a carcass that is just following the masses. You will be given a lot of titles in your life. You will be told so many different things. You must only listen to that which empowers you.
And see, it's not important how long you live. What's important is how you live.
The first thing I believe you got to do to turn yourself around is really take control of your mind. Or specifically, you got to feed and strengthen the mind.
Guess what? You're going to make some mistakes. So the person who's never made a mistake hasn't done anything. And you're going to make some mistakes if you want to do something out here. You're going to fall flat on your face. You're going to be criticized when you come out into the arena called life. You're going to feel awkward and stupid and dumb sometimes. It goes with the territory. But it's okay.
Take charge of your own life. Then walk away from the 95%. Don't go where they go. Don't do what they do. Don't talk like they talk. Develop you a whole new language. Don't use their vocabulary. Don't use their excuses. Once you look back on it, you will never turn back. You'll never go back to the old ways and the old language and the old neglect. Never.
There's a popular quote going around at the moment. The person you will be in 5 years is based on the books you read and the people you hang around with today. This is quite true, but it applies to everything else as well. The person you will be in the future is based on everything you do today, the people you hang around with, but more so the people you listen to, the opinions you believe, the books you read, or the videos you watch. All the information you take in, positive or negative, will affect your future. The workouts you do or don't do, that will show up in the future. The foods you eat today will affect your future on a visual and energy level. The same is true with your thoughts and information. What you feed your mind will shape your future. If all you do is take in garbage, guess what your future is going to be made up of? Commit to feed your mind with successful thoughts and surround yourself with those who have the same ambition. It doesn't matter where you get your information from. You may read, you may get it from podcasts or videos. It doesn't matter. Just make sure you keep feeding your mind every day. Your future self is begging you to show some discipline. Your future self is begging you not to be like the rest, to learn more than the rest, to work harder and smarter than the rest. Your future self is begging you to do the work now so you can enjoy later. If you don't feed your mind with success, it will rot with mediocrity. What you do every day will dictate your future. What you want out of life, you must put it in. If you want success, put it in there. If you want health and fitness, put it in. If you want peace and happiness, put it in. Your actions will equal your results.
My mind is strong. I am strong. My thoughts are strong. My beliefs are strong. My life is strong. They say I can't. I can. They say I won't. I will. They say I'm not. I am. I am limitless. I am. I am. There's nothing I cannot be. nothing I cannot do, nothing I cannot have. In my mind, there are no limits. I am limitless.
It takes guts to believe. And if you think something's gonna do it for you without you putting your guts on the line, you might as well forget it right now. You're so scared of failing, you don't even want to get your hopes up. And if you don't get your hopes up, you might say, well, what if they get their hopes up and somebody gets disappointed? How many disappointments have we experienced in our business careers and in our lives? The difference is some people take disappointment and let it destroy them. Other people take disappointment and let it drive them. And you get to choose. Are you going to turn this thing into why it didn't work and a bunch of stories and excuses? Or are you going to take this thing that didn't work and figure out what are you going to do to make it work? And it may not happen the first time, the second time, the third time, but the people that are relentless find a way. What I hope is people watching the stuff, maybe something in here will piss them off enough or remind them of something or say there is a plan and it isn't just luck. And if I just get my big enough why and I keep learning and keep moving forward, I will get there.
Listen to me very closely. You can write everything down if you want to. Be brave enough to write every one of your goals down. But I'm going to tell you something. Life's going to hit you in your mouth and you got to do me a huge favor. Your why has to be greater than that knockdown. Listen to me, many of you right now, life's got you up against the rope and you got to do me a favor. Like, you can't give up. You can't give in. Listen to me, if it was easy, everybody would do it. And if life's got you backed up, I need you to do what Buster Douglas did. Buster Douglas started fighting back. He said, I know you knocked out 30 other people before me, but I won't be the 31st. You gotta tell life, I don't know who you've been dealing with, but you ain't dealt with me. You gotta tell bankruptcy. You gotta tell divorce. You gotta tell sickness. I don't know who you've been dealing with, but you come up against the wrong one this time. I'm saying this to you. As you're going through your go-through and you ready to quit, you ready to give up, you ready to give in, because it don't look like you think it should look. When you in your dark place and they about to take over the whole place, you got to start thinking in ways you never thought before. I'm telling you right now because I care about you. I'm telling you right now because I've been there. I've done that. You've been in it for 3 years and you about to quit. Hoes. You've been doing it for 5 years and it don't look like you think. You put all your money in it. You put all your time in it. People are looking at you crazy. 5 years you've invested. Hoes. You put too much in it to quit now? It doesn't look like you think. You didn't get the grades you thought you were gonna get. So maybe I'm not meant to be a lawyer. And then at the right time, now. The first level to success in life, listen to me, the very first level is you seeing it. Like it's clear to you. You know exactly what you want. You know exactly when you want it. You know exactly what it tastes like. You know what it look like. You know what it smells like. Like before you really blow up, and you get success, you literally have it in the palm of your hand without having it. What does your dream look like? What does it smell like? What does it taste like? And the problem with some of y'all is you want somebody else to support your dream. It's yours. I don't owe you a dime. It's your dream. If you wanted to happen, get your butt up and make it happen. If you wanted to happen, rise and grind. Tomorrow. Ain't no such thing as tomorrow. We only got today. I ain't put my dream on nobody else, and I don't care what nobody think about my doggone dream.
I bet you everybody in here has a story. Something that you did not pick.
Now this is going to be a little difficult, so stay with me.
You were born into a fight that you didn't even get to choose. Your calling must eclipse your circumstance. Or you will go back to being who you were.
Whenever what is in front of you becomes more important than what was behind you, you will always get away.
The struggle is in your mind.
What would you spend today thinking about? Leave your legacy.
It is not about how well you fight. It is about what you are fighting for.
What are we all seeking? Okay, and this is something to really take some time to reflect on. What are we all seeking? What are we all looking for in life? What is the goal here? Okay, like what is the motivation behind everything that you do? And if you really follow it, okay, to the root, okay, it's not like, well, I'm doing stuff for money. Okay, well, why do you need the money? Okay, like follow the trail of whys. It always comes down to happiness. Okay, and happiness here with a capital H, basically a continuous state of happiness with no sorrow, no suffering, no anxiety, no worry, just that feeling of peace and just being at ease. That's what we're all after. This is what drives us. This is what we're seeking. Okay, everything you're doing right now, you're doing it to hit this state, to experience this state of just being continuously happy. Okay, and it's not the happiness you're used to experiencing either, which is that dirty high where you're kind of afraid of losing it. It's just that continuous state there. But this is our default natural state, which is say this is our very nature. Okay, like being happy, the reason we're all seeking is that's actually what we are. Okay, we are this continuous state of just happiness with no sorrow, no suffering. Now, the mistake we make is we are this, but we tell ourselves that we're not. Okay, like that's our default. We're like, no, I'm not happy, okay, capital H, and I'm gonna go out and find ways to be happy. Okay, which is basically the wrong assumption, and this is why it never really works. Okay, if you look around, yeah, people are achieving a lot, they're making a lot of money, they're getting a lot of, say, material things. Right now, you probably have a whole list. You know, if I got this, I would be happy. You can probably think of someone else who has those things who's not happy. It's like no one is finding it, and it's impossible to find it. Okay, if you really think of it this way, that's our nature, it's being happy. We tell ourselves we're not happy. We seek that happiness externally, but because it's based on that wrong assumption, it just never works. Being happy is not something you grow into, it's something that you already are. Okay, and you realize that, like you get there by realizing that you're already there. That's it. It's something you just kind of sink into. The more you can just let go of all these, again, external things, these limitations, these, you know, like you identifying yourself with anything else but that. You let go of all that, you let go of the thoughts, you let go of the emotions, and you reconnect and sink into that happiness with a capital H.
When we're laying on our deathbed, you're not going to worry about how much money you had, how much power you had, how much prestige. You're going to see that that was all game, that was all an illusion. The only thing that's going to matter is the impact you had on other people's lives.
We are all on a separate journey. But the beautiful thing about our life here on this earth is at my funeral, they ain't gonna talk about my success. They're gonna talk about who Nick was and how Nick lived and how Nick loved and encouraged.
Success is incredibly important, but even more important than success, it's having an impact. It's knowing you haven't walked the planet in vain. It's knowing that because you've been here, you've blessed lives, you've developed people, and you have made the world a better place.
The effect you have on others is the most valuable currency there is. Everything you gain in life will rot and fall apart, and all that will be left of you is what was in your heart.
Life is a mirror. And life gives us not what we want. Life gives us who we are. When you were born, you cried while the world rejoiced. Live your life in such a way that when you die, the world cries while you rejoice.
Understand how much it costs you to survive bad times. What they don't understand is that even when you are expecting something good to happen, it costs you something. That hope costs you something. That expectation costs you something. It takes something for you to stand in a position of readiness, expecting good things to happen that don't. The Bible said that hope deferred maketh the heart sick. And I thought that by now I would have been married. I had planned a wedding for my 20s, and now I'm 42. The numbers have reversed, and I'm still by myself. Hope deferred makes the heart sick. I thought I would have my degree, but every time I get ready to go back after my degree, something sets me back. And when you keep wanting something that keeps evading you, if you're not careful, it will wear you down. To wait for something, anticipating it, and it doesn't happen, costs you more than somebody who wants nothing. That's why we have so many people who fall into the abyss of wanting absolutely nothing, because sometimes it is easier not to want anything than it is to want it and not get it. I want you to understand then that while they were waiting on the bridegroom to come, they were burning oil. While nothing was happening, they were burning oil. You have to burn some oil to be able to wait. The Bible says, they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount upon wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. You have to be tough to wait. You have to be tough to work all day and go to school at night. You have to be tough to take 2 part-time jobs and put them together and try to make it do. You have to be tough. I may not have it, but I want it. I may not be there, but I want to. It may not be in my hand, but I'm snatching after it. I may not have apprehended, but I'm in the press. I may not climb the mountain, but I'll die with dirt in between my fingernails, because I will never lay there and accept where I came from to be where I'm going. My history is not my destiny. That's why I don't care when you say you knew me when. I don't care how many people knew me when. Until you know me now, you don't know anything at all. My history is not my destiny. You said it's late, but I'm still waiting. I'm older, but I'm still waiting. I've had setbacks, but alas, I'm still waiting.
Let me tell you something. If tomorrow wasn't promised, what would you give her today? Forget everything else. Forget everything else. Forget that there was any sunlight left. What would you spend today thinking about? We get one opportunity in life, one chance in life to do whatever you're gonna do, to lay your foundation and to make whatever mark you're gonna make, whatever legacy you're gonna leave. Leave your legacy. And it's found through effort. Wins and losses come a dime a dozen. But effort, nobody can judge effort. Because effort is between you and you. Because every day is a new day. Every moment is a new moment. So now you got to go out and show them that I'm a different creature. Now!
A friend of mine gave me some advice, and I forget the actual quote, but it basically said, embrace your life, its pain, its sorrow, its adversity. And I think that one of the things you realize as you get older is there's going to be bad days, there's going to be dark days, but you got to embrace it, because that pain is what makes you stronger. Success is not measured on the days when the sun shines. Success is measured on the dark, stormy, cloudy days. And if you can't absorb failure, you're never going to meet success.
One of the best things that could ever happen to anybody is hitting rock bottom. For a couple reasons. I mean, I've seen anybody that's ever done anything big in their lives, they will share with you about a moment of hitting rock bottom. The reason why rock bottom is very, very important is because it tells you nothing comes easy. You know, you yourself, when you hit rock bottom, you'll learn a lot about yourself when you hit rock bottom because you find out what you really are made up of.
That's why we love to invest in entrepreneurs in Shark Tank that have been battle tested. Failure is what makes you strong.
You make decisions and come out of things when you hit rock bottom and you start realizing this thing goes by like this, life goes by pretty quickly, and how you respond when you hit rock bottom will say a lot about your life.
If you don't learn how to master the breaking point, you may have many ventures, but you will not accrue massive success in any area because you have not mastered the breaking point. Every time life runs you to a breaking point, you will give up and quit. You will back away and run. You will say, this is too hard, this is too emotional, this is too stressful, and you will back away. You cannot be a champion until you have survived a breaking point.
Run! You should run, because you shouldn't live in darkness. But if you keep on running, you're gonna see that light. In the beginning, it just looks like a little circle. And that's when things start working out a little bit. You start to say, hey, I'm getting the hang of this. I'm getting some rewards from this. And as you keep going towards it, what happens to that little circle, right? It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And you just keep running. And you start to feel the euphoria and the passion, the excitement associated with getting closer and closer and closer until it starts to absorb you.
The quality of your life is the quality of your muscle. Let me explain what I mean by that. The quality of your life is the quality of your muscle. No, I'm not talking about your biceps, your triceps, or your pecs. I'm talking about your emotional muscle, your spiritual muscle. Life is no different than the gym. If you want physical muscle, you must go to the gym. You must push yourself so your muscles can expand and grow. If you want to maintain that growth and continue getting stronger, you must train your muscles with consistency. You must be committed to push yourself, and over time you will gain strength. One day, you'll look in the mirror and won't recognize the person you see staring back at you. Life is no different. If you want emotional muscle, happiness, peace, joy, you must work on that every single day. Read books, practice gratitude, feed your mind with positive vibes every day. Do the things happy people do. Do the things successful people do. Think about it. The more you put your attention and intention on happiness, the more you practice it, the more you read about it and how it is achieved, the more you do things that make you happy, the happier you will be. The more you read and practice self-development, the more you will develop. That's how the world works. If you want financial muscle, you must commit to working out your financial muscles. You do this by learning more every day, learning from the best. You do this by making a commitment title no matter what. If you want spiritual muscle, make spiritual growth a priority. Practice it every day and grow your strength in that area every day. Not just when you feel like it, but as a lifestyle. If you don't feed your mind with positivity, you might come to think life has something against you. The world is conspiring against you. Rather than the truth that is, life is giving you challenges to make you stronger. Rather than the truth that is, the world is conspiring in your favor. The truth that happiness is not for the lucky. Happy people also face challenges. They just deal with them differently because they work their happy muscle.
The universe is yours, all right? And you need to understand that the universe is yours, that there are absolutely no limits, all right? All right, you really need to understand that where you're sitting right now and the opportunity that you have, whatever it is you can imagine, whatever you could see, or perhaps you seeing somebody else do it. I honestly want you to know that there is no real secret to success. I know I say that a lot. I just want to make sure you understand that literally the universe is yours. You have whatever it is you want to accomplish or whatever it is you want to do, you literally have to see it first. Right? It doesn't start until you can visualize it. And I don't know if you guys understand the energy that's associated with young people and like for real, there are actually no limit. Now when you're 42 years old, you got different, like you're a whole different perspective. You're worried about kids going to college. Like you got a lot of limitations, right? You're worried about bills, insurance, like, right? You're worried about a whole lot of stuff, which actually, guys, whether you know it or not, which really stops certain people from being successful because they have so many barriers, so many obstacles to overcome that they never really get to success. So when I say the universe is yours, what I mean is the only part of the universe is yours is the part that you can see. So whatever part of the universe you can see, that belongs to you. But Malcolm Gladwell says it takes 10,000 hours to be like massively successful. He might be telling the truth. I'm not 100% sure, but it took me a long time. It might have been 10,000 hours. You were excited, you were pumped up, you were motivated, you took the initial step, you got in, you didn't just talk about it. At a young age, you're a part of a great company and you're in an industry that you own because you made a decision. That's number one. You made a choice. Are you hearing what I'm saying? So the first thing I want you guys to do is see it every day. Now, this is important. The reason why I say you have to see it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? Because some day isn't a day. All right, just in case you didn't catch that. Like some day is not a day.
If you did something wrong, don't let anybody take your mistake and use it against you. Even if it's a mistake, it belongs to you. It's yours. Own it. Yes, I did it. Throw it back in their face and don't let them take your mistake. Your mistake, it's a valuable tool for growth and for life. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. It's better than to do nothing and learn nothing and not evolve. Your mistake is your greatest opportunity. And if somebody's making fun of you because you made a mistake, don't go down because of it. If you say, so what, to their face, if you say, yes, so what, they are powerless. They are powerless. Yes, I messed up. Tomorrow it will be another day. Next year will be another year. It is my mistake, not yours. You have your own.
It's not for nothing. It matters for a lot, and it matters to a lot of people. Never does it not matter. It's a moment to take pause and think about your life and what you do with your time, and to not only to concentrate on making the best of your life, but to also make your life meaningful in the most important ways. We take for granted so much that every day we're just going to wake up and we're going to go through the same routines and get to see the same people. They're going to be there when we come home at night. Every day is just going to be like the other. But right now, even as I'm recording this video, there are hundreds, if not thousands of people all over the world who are, somebody that they care about or somebody that they knew their life has been taken by surprise, unexpectedly. I want you to live the life that you came here to live. To be you, not be anybody else. All of us spend too much time looking to other people for our ideas and opinions and our ways about life, when every answer that you need is already in you. And what I have to say to you, if you want to know how I think about life, how I go about my life, how I go about my daily life is, no! You don't need to ask others for fucking answers. They're there in you if you will ask yourself.
Just really embrace who you are, because being unique is very, very important, and fitting in is not really all that matters. It's being unique and being who you are.
Success isn't really what you think it is. When you have more money, you just have bigger problems. The problems don't fucking go away, they just get bigger. Life goes on with or without you. How you use your time is really important because your life matters. It's not for nothing, it matters for a lot, and it matters to a lot of people. You know, we spend so much time giving attention to the silly, stupid, and superficial stuff. Your life matters. It's not for nothing. It matters for a lot, and it matters to a lot of people.
What makes you different right now makes you stand out later in life.
You don't need to ask others for fucking answers. They're there in you if you will ask yourself.
The others were afraid to take a chance on themselves. The others couldn't see themselves beyond that company. They couldn't see life after that company. The same reason that people stay in relationships where they're abused or they're unhappy or it's unfulfilling, they can't see themselves beyond that relationship. They can't see themselves enjoying life without that person. They think that this is all that they can do. The same reason that people get stuck at a certain level in life, they can't see things being better for them. And they think that this is it and this is all they deserve. This is all they've ever seen. It's been passed on to them. And they think that this is it for them. Oh no. I was looking what Dr. Blanton, Smiley Blanton, who is a colleague of Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, what he said about fear. He said, fear is the most subtle and destructive of all human diseases. Ladies and gentlemen, fear kills dreams. Fear kills hope. Fear put people in the hospital. Fear can age you. Fear, ladies and gentlemen, can hold you back from doing something that you know within yourself that you're capable of doing, but it will paralyze you. And it seemed like you're in a hypnotic spell. And I ask you a question, what is the benefit? What's the benefit of allowing fear to hold you back? What's the benefit of giving up on yourself? Of not stepping out on life and taking life on? What is the benefit for you? What's the plus in that? That's one of the things I had to ask myself. So I didn't want to make any mistakes. I wanted everybody to like me. I wanted to be perfect the first time I did something. It's not going to happen. You're going to make some mistakes. You're going to hurt some folks' feelings. You're going to create some enemies whenever you decide that you want to begin to take life on. You've got to ask yourself, how long am I going to allow this to hold me back? That's been keeping you from living your dream. That's been keeping you from doing some things that you would like to do. Just think about those things. And how do we begin to handle that? Abraham Maslow said that life is about growth. And he said, you can either go back to your comfort zone, and there you won't find any growth, or you must be willing to go forward and face your fears again and again and again, because you're never going to have a fear-free existence. I mean, some fear is acceptable and legitimate. There are some things that you really should be afraid of. Now, you shouldn't allow it to immobilize you. You acknowledge it, you take it into account, and you carry yourself accordingly. There are times that we should proceed with caution, but it's the difference between being stopped by fear. It's the difference between having a fear and the fear having you. So when you begin to say, what is it that I want to leave? What contribution that I want to begin to make? What difference do I want to make in life? What is it that I want to do with the rest of the life that I have left? What chances I need to take? What risks do I need to begin to embrace? What fears do I need to step on? What areas of my life am I dead right now? What dream? You can either live your dreams or live your fears. You have got to get to a point where you say, I'm sick and tired of living like this. There's got to be more. To break through those fears. One, acknowledging the fear, knowing it's all right. Some fear is healthy. Beginning to know that your dreams, your passions, your drive to achieve whatever it is you want, as it has more power and meaning, it will move you past your fears. As you begin to feel that you deserve it, your passion and goal is so strong, the fears won't matter. As you begin to trust yourself and put yourself in the situation where you have to make it happen, you will make it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't believe this. I know this from my own life experience. I know that you've got greatness within you. I know that you have unlimited potential in you. I know that you have something to give to the universe that was not here before you showed up. Somebody said that life is God's gift to us, and how we live our lives is our gift to God. What kind of gift are you giving? And what kind of gift could you give if fear wasn't an issue? And I'm saying you can have fears, but don't surrender. Don't let your fears have you. You're more than capable of making this your decade.
Oh, Mozart is a genius. No, the first 10 years of Mozart's compositions were mere curiosities. It wasn't after 10 years. Every great chess champion, every great athlete, every great entrepreneur, every great artist, every great author spent the equivalent of 10,000 hours toiling quietly on their craft before the first signs of genius showed up. It's not their skill, it's not their willpower. It's not about genetics. It's not about giftedness. Genius is about practice. Practice is the game changer. And if you do the practice, you get the results.
Every morning, I rise. My feet touch the floor. I'm prepared for war, prepared to grow, ready for more. Average will never live in me. I'll show all you doubts. I will fight. I will win. You will see. I'm ready to give all I have. I was born ready, ready to contribute, ready to create, ready to grow. Can't stop, won't slow. Greatness was never achieved by those who took the easy road. I flicked that switch, turned on beast mode. I know I must work. I know I must push. I know I must sacrifice. I will work. I will push. I will sacrifice. Never will I take advantage. I add value to all. I give my all for the benefit of all. I'll never take advantage. I'll never drop the ball. I'll lead with integrity. I will stand tall. My legacy is on the line. My pride is on the line. My integrity is on the line. My life is on the line. Never will I settle for less less than I can be. Average will never, ever live in me. It's what I fear the most, being like the rest. I will not rest until I'm better than the very best. Until I'm better than yesterday. Then I'll catch my breath, recharge, and go again. Go harder, learn more, grow more, so I can give more, so I can be proud, so I can be proud of what I've become. Proud because I've always given my all. Whether I lost or won, I kept going. I showed heart. I showed courage. I showed what I was made of. That's why I'm proud. I did it my way, not the easy way. My way. I didn't listen to others, my father or mother. I did what's best for me. I worked for it. I fought for it. I created my own legacy.
Exercise your willpower to change direction. Set some higher goals. Reach for some higher purpose. Go for something beyond what you thought you could do. Face all your fears. That's how you conquer them. Say, here's what I'm afraid of. I wonder what I could do to change that. Pick a new destination and start going that way. Now, you can change one little degree at a time, or if you want to, you can revolutionize the whole thing. Who says you couldn't revolutionize the whole thing in a week's time and start a brand new direction that will most assuredly help you arrive in a brand new place a year from now, 3 years from now? No telling 5 years from now where you could arrive. Use your willpower to start the process. Anybody can change. You don't have to repeat last year. Clean up the errors. Invest it now in the next year. Watch it make the difference.
I want you to know when you dream your dream that there are other people who are dreaming the exact same dream. When you said to yourself, when the ball comes down, this is what I want to accomplish, you're not the only person that wants to accomplish it. And now I ask you this question: what do you do when 1,000 other people want exactly what you want? What do you do when you're not the only one that wants to make $1 million in your company? You're not the only one that wants to be a CEO. What if you're not the only one that wants what you want? What if there are thousands of other people who want what you want? You have to outwork them. You got to outgrind them. You got to get up earlier. You got to stay up later. You've got to execute, and you've got to go from 70 to 120. I wish I could tell you 70% is enough. But it's not going to happen. So I need you to understand something. You can have it if you want it. But the bigger the dream, the harder the grind.
We're taught in football to fight from the first whistle to the last whistle. It doesn't matter how tired you are. It doesn't matter how much pain you're in. And it doesn't matter what that scoreboard says. You give it everything you got. And I know I've been through a lot in my life. Things that most people would give up going through. But as long as I have breath in my lungs, I'm gonna fight for the life I deserve. And for the life that my family deserves. And I challenge you, whatever you're going through, it doesn't matter what you're going through, to leave it all out on the field, to fight for 4 quarters. Because as long as there's time left on that clock, you're still in the game. So never give up.
I believed that I was stupid and not talented, and I felt like a total and abject failure. So I used to be 60 pounds heavier, and I grew up in a morbidly obese family, and I really wanted to escape that fate, but I couldn't see any way to do it. All that I had was this crushing sense of being adrift at sea. and not knowing how to get back to shore. I could see the failure. I could see that I had no plan, that I no longer knew how I was going to get where I wanted to go. And I didn't believe that those were things that I could change about myself. They felt like a prison sentence, or if I'm honest, it felt like a death sentence. And it was coming to the realization that I wasn't talented that really forced me to look for a new mindset that would allow me to escape depression, because I was coming to the world with my hand out. And as long as I was coming to the world with my hand out, I was at the mercy of other people. And if I wanted to take control, I was going to have to get control of the resources. And in that was a desire to find another way to think about it, another way to think about myself, another way to think about talent, another way literally to think about everything. And I remember saying to myself, listen, pussy, stop asking yourself what the least you need to do is, and start asking yourself how much you can bear. I began to develop a growth mindset. I needed to believe that by working really hard, that I could get better at anything. And if that were true, then I just needed to buckle down. I needed to practice. I needed to get good. I needed to do the reps. I needed to put in the effort. I needed to be willing to break myself in half to get so good that people couldn't ignore me. The way to do that? Act. That's it. You need to get out there and do something. Right now, today, literally, stop this fucking video, and whatever it is, if you already have a passion, you are so much farther ahead than the vast majority of humankind. If you know what that thing is, get out and act. And by the way, if you don't know what it is, act. That's the only way that you're gonna find out. Go encounter stuff, go try things. It is in the process of action that you're going to learn the things you need to learn. But if you've been thinking about starting a business, fucking start it. Like, actually build the product right now today. You will learn more, infinitely more, in the process of trying to create it and make it real than you ever will by watching videos, by thinking, by meditating on it, by taking notes. None of it compares. It's not even in the same universe. It's just going and doing it. One step is better than 100 hours of pontification. Running 100 miles an hour in the wrong direction is better than standing still. You'll learn something. So get rid of this notion that you're going to end the day with a perfect record. You're going to fail, you're going to fuck up, you're going to try 1,000 things, and 999 of them are not going to work. But whatever you want, literally don't ask yourself who you are today. Ask only, who do you want to become? And then are you willing to pay the price to get there? Like, people are convinced that they shouldn't act until they have it all figured out. Fuck that. You should act right now today, no matter how chaotic your vision, no matter how chaotic your life, no matter how much you have going on already. You're working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, doesn't matter. Take an action today or you never will.
There's a feeling that's always with you. It never leaves. You can't bury it. Even when it feels like a dream, even when it feels like the moment has passed you by, you know it's real. And that's how it starts. Something else is in you, and it's going to break free. It's not a memory, it's a new story. But they'll call you a dreamer. They'll say, that's the fool. But here you are. They'll shut the doors. They'll take your power, but here you are again. Here you are again. They can't take that feeling. They can't silence it. They'll aim at your joy, but here you are again and again and again. Here you are. And then one day it comes when there's nothing more that can hold you back. There are no chains, there are no locks. Just an open door. Never look back. This is the story you were born to write. Break free.
Greatness. It's just something we made up. Somehow we've come to believe that greatness is a gift, reserved for a chosen few, for prodigies, for superstars. And the rest of us can only stand by watching. You can forget that. Greatness is not some rare DNA strand. It's not some precious thing. Greatness is no more unique to us than breathing. We're all capable of it. All of us.
You have greatness within you. You have the ability to do more than you can ever begin to imagine. See, I believe that anybody through observation and practice can perform at the level of excellence. But when you're pursuing your greatness, this is worth writing down, you don't know what your limits are, and you act like you don't have any. So I say to you, you have something special. You have greatness within you.
Stage is set for me to be ranked as the greatest of all time.
Greatness is not this wonderful, esoteric, elusive, God-like feature that only the special among us will ever taste. It's something that truly exists in all of us. It's very simple. This is what I believe, and I'm willing to die for it.
Leadership is not a rank. Leadership is not a position. Leadership is a decision. Leadership is a choice. If you decide to look after the person to the left of you and look after the person to the right of you, you have become a leader. You've seen the movie 300, right? The Spartans, the greatest fighting force of all time. You want to know one of the things that made the Spartans great? It was their shields. They stood shield to shield, and the phalanx was stronger because those shields were big. And they were told when they were young children, you either bring your shield home or you come home on your shield. Because if you lost your shield, that means you cannot protect the person to the left of you and the person to the right of you, and you have destroyed the phalanx. It's the shield that matters, not the spear. It's your willingness to sacrifice for someone, to hold that shield up so that they feel safe, that makes you a leader.
There's a misconception about failing. You have to fail a lot. You know, you have to fail early, you have to fail often, and you have to fail forward.
Fall forward. Early on in my career, I auditioned for a part in a Broadway musical. I didn't get the job. But here's the thing. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. I walked out of there to prepare for the next audition, and the next audition, and the next audition. But I continued to fail, and fail, and fail. But it didn't matter, because you know what? You hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're gonna get a haircut. So you will catch a break, and I did catch a break. Do you have the guts to fail?
If you're not willing to fall on your face, you can't create at a high level.
To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did.
Fuck your limits. The key, the very, very key is you really, really, really have to dream big. Have no restrictions. Of course you can sit down and say, okay, I want to have a nice life. I want to have a wife and a house and a job that's okay, you know? I mean, it sucks that I have to get up in the morning, but it's okay, I get money. No, I'm not talking about goals like these. I'm talking about, imagine you could literally become anything in the world. You have no restrictions. Imagine what would that be? And that's pretty much the mindset you want to have. You want to dream big. You want to have no restrictions. You want to be really ridiculous, like, oh my God, I want to own Disneyland. Okay, that's your dream. But now here comes the important point. Think about it. How could that be achieved? Now you have to bring in some realism. You want to be realistic. Don't forget, you still want to have your dream, but you want to be realistic. Okay, what does it take to do that? habitualize what brings you further. You want to do everything that brings you further in such a frequency that it literally becomes a habit. I'm not talking about, oh, I'm going to the gym today. No, it has to become a habit. Just like it became a habit for you that you drink coffee in the morning. It has to become a habit just like that. For me, habits, meditation. I meditate every day. It's a habit. I just do it. I don't even think about it anymore. It's like, oh, I haven't meditated today. Meditation. It has to become a habit. Once it has become a habit, you just do it every day and you will progress. Continuity. Commit to massive action. I cannot emphasize that enough. There has to be continuity. When you want to get better, don't just do it for one fucking week. No, you have to continue doing it for days, weeks, months, years. It's a continuous thing that you have to do. You really have to commit to taking massive action. Always bear in mind, when you're sitting at home watching TV, you're not getting better. When you're sitting at home watching TV, there's someone else out there who's working his ass off. And there's someone else out there who's getting better. He's taking the process and the progress that you should do. So in order to train your willpower, you want to make yourself a little uncomfortable every day. And the part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, that is responsible for the willpower, that part of the brain will grow stronger, just like an actual muscle. So make yourself a little uncomfortable every day.
Greatness. It's just something we made up. Somehow we've come to believe that greatness is a gift, reserved for a chosen few, for prodigies, for superstars. And the rest of us can only stand by watching. You can forget that. Greatness is not some rare DNA strand. It's not some precious thing. Greatness is no more unique to us than breathing. We're all capable of it.
How do you create your life? You get hungry for something, don't you? Who has done something in your life that once seemed difficult or impossible, and now it's part of your life? It was once just a vision. It may have seemed impossible at one time. So how did you do it? You started with a concrete vision of what you wanted, and you focused on it continuously, didn't you? Wherever focus goes, energy flows. You envisioned something, you got clear about it, and then you started thinking about all the reasons why you wanted it. You got excited about it. So this is what's next for me now. I want this. You may have dreamed about it, thought about it, talked about it. But when you focus on something continuously, something magical happens. You get insights, don't you? You overhear a conversation, you hear something you wouldn't have heard if you didn't have that outcome or goal that you wanted so badly.
She said to me once, I wish you would just kill yourself. You're such a burden to me. He said, I think I was 9 when my mom drove me down to the deepest part of Baja California. And she walks me up to an orphanage and she knocks on the door and the guy comes to the door and she says, I found this kid. And she left me there for 90 days until my grandmother could get out of her where she had dumped me. And my grandmother came and rescued me. My mom beat me every single day of my elementary school years with things you could imagine and a lot of things you couldn't. Every day my back was bloodied and scarred. In fact, I had to wear 3 t-shirts to school each day. First t-shirt because the blood would seep through, and second t-shirt you could still see it. Finally, the third t-shirt you couldn't see any blood. Kids at school, they'd make fun of me. Hey fool, it's 100 degrees. Why are you wearing 3 t-shirts? And then he stopped speaking, so overwhelmed with emotion. And he seemed to be staring at a piece of his story that only he could see. When he could regain his speech, he said through his tears, I wore 3 t-shirts well into my adult years because I was ashamed of my wounds. I didn't want anybody to see them. But now I welcome my wounds. I run my fingers over my scars. My wounds are my friends. After all, how can I help heal the wounded if I don't welcome my own wounds? And awe came upon everyone. The measure of our compassion lies not in our service of those on the margin, but only in our willingness to see ourselves in kinship with them. You have to brace yourselves because people will accuse you of wasting your time. You stand with the poor and the powerless and the voiceless. You stand with those whose dignity has been denied. And you stand with those whose burdens are more than they can bear. And you will go from here and have this exquisite privilege once in a while to be able to stand with the easily despised and the readily left out, with the demonized, so that the demonizing will stop. The gentle, kind soul, he's proof that only the soul that ventilates the world with tenderness has any chance of changing the world.
There was a young man who, he wanted to make a lot of money, and so he went to this guru, right? He told the guru, I want to be on the same level you are. And so the guru said, if you want to be on the same level I'm on, I'll meet you tomorrow at the beach at 4 a.m. He liked the beach. I said, I want to make money. I don't want to swim. Guru said, if you want to make money, I'll meet you tomorrow, 4 a.m. So the young man got there at 4 a.m. He all ready to rock and roll, got on the suit. The old man grabs his hand and said, how bad do you want to be successful? He said, real bad. He said, walk on out in the water. When he walks out to the water, it goes waist deep. So he like, this guy crazy. I want to make money. He got me out here swimming. So the old man said, I thought you said you wanted to be successful. He said, I do. He came, dropped his head in, held him down, hold him down. Just before my man was about to pass out, he raised him up. He said, I got a question for you. He said, when you were underwater, what did you want to do? I said, I wanted to breathe. He told the guy, he said, when you want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful. And I'm here to tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it. You don't want it badder than you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be cool. Only those who risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go. Are you hearing me? You don't count the cost on this one. You don't count the cost on this one. You just do what you got to do on this one, and then you look back when it's all over and you see the rewards. You look back and you see the accomplishments. You don't count it. You just look back and you see that you succeeded. So what I'm telling you is, you can't count the cost, because if you count the cost and you see how much it costs, you might quit. You might give up. So you got to go in knowing that I don't count the cost. Listen to me. You don't count how many breaths you take. You don't count it. You get to a point when you don't count it. You just do whatever it takes to get whatever you want.
The more authentic and honest you are in your interaction with the world, both professionally and personally, the better you will be placed to do the kind of work which will touch others and move their hearts and minds. Because if you mean it, the chances are it's going to mean something to somebody else.
I believed that I was stupid and not talented, and I felt like a total and abject failure. So I used to be 60 pounds heavier, and I grew up in a morbidly obese family, and I really wanted to escape that fate, but I couldn't see any way to do it. All that I had was this crushing sense of being adrift at sea. and not knowing how to get back to shore. I could see the failure. I could see that I had no plan, that I no longer knew how I was going to get where I wanted to go. And I didn't believe that those were things that I could change about myself. They felt like a prison sentence, or if I'm honest, it felt like a death sentence. And it was coming to the realization that I wasn't talented that really forced me to look for a new mindset that would allow me to escape depression, because I was coming to the world with my hand out. And as long as I was coming to the world with my hand out, I was at the mercy of other people. And if I wanted to take control, I was going to have to get control of the resources. And in that was a desire to find another way to think about it, another way to think about myself, another way to think about talent, another way literally to think about everything. And I remember saying to myself, listen, pussy, stop asking yourself what the least you need to do is, and start asking yourself how much you can bear. I began to develop a growth mindset. I needed to believe that by working really hard, that I could get better at anything. And if that were true, then I just needed to buckle down. I needed to practice. I needed to get good. I needed to do the reps. I needed to put in the effort. I needed to be willing to break myself in half to get so good that people couldn't ignore me. The way to do that? Act. That's it. You need to get out there and do something. Right now, today, literally, stop this fucking video, and whatever it is, if you already have a passion, you are so much farther ahead than the vast majority of humankind. If you know what that thing is, get out and act. And by the way, if you don't know what it is, act. That's the only way that you're going to find out. Go encounter stuff. Go try things. It is in the process of action that you're going to learn the things you need to learn. But if you've been thinking about starting a business, fucking start it. Like, actually build the product right now today. You will learn more, infinitely more, in the process of trying to create it and make it real than you ever will by watching videos, by thinking, by meditating on it, by taking notes. None of it compares. It's not even in the same universe as just going and doing it. One step is better than 100 hours of pontification. Running 100 miles an hour in the wrong direction is better than standing still. You'll learn something. So get rid of this notion that you're going to end the day with a perfect record. You're going to fail, you're going to fuck up, you're going to try 1,000 things, and 999 of them are not going to work. But whatever you want, literally don't ask yourself who you are today. Ask only, who do you want to become? And then are you willing to pay the price to get there? Like, people are convinced that they shouldn't act until they have it all figured out. Fuck that. You should act right now today, no matter how chaotic your vision, no matter how chaotic your life, no matter how much you have going on already. You're working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, doesn't matter. Take an action today or you never will.
Is it worth it? A question we ask ourselves every day. Does the struggle pay off? Is the hardship giving me any results? Think about it this way. If you're asking these questions, you're probably on the right path. You're not sitting on your couch doing nothing. It's not supposed to be easy. If it would be easy, everyone would do it. Problems are here to make you stretch, to make you think, to make you get better. Don't focus on your problems. Focus on the solutions you're capable of doing step by step. Be better than you were yesterday, and you will find a way out. If reality fades into the unknown, there is a darkness inside of your heart. Doubt will come up and keep you where you are. You cannot bow down to this darkness. You have to find a way out. It's a challenge to make you think better than you feel and do better than you think. If you go down this path and fill up this darkness with your own light, you will find your way out and turn your problems into destiny. This is for everyone out there. This is for all the heroes of everyday life. For the ones with broken hearts, for the ones who are afraid, for the ones who feel lost, for the ones who cry, for the ones who smile, but for the ones who live. You don't even know that you are a hero, do you? Let me tell you something. Heroes do not fear change. They do not fear failure, and they do not fear to get hurt. Bet on yourself. Believe in you and open your heart, even if it gets broken every single time. Heroes will not bow down. We are setting our sight to the happy end. We believe in the light. We pursue our goals and we step on day after day. We're getting better every single time. We break through walls who other persons just see as unbreakable, and we take them with us to build a foundation for our next step. We do not stop. So look yourself in the eyes and listen to your heart. This small little hero deep within knows what to do. Just listen to it and promise yourself you will not give in. If you move forward, you cannot fail. You just have to stay true to yourself, to your promises and to your word. Believe in the world around you and see it as it truly is. As this amazing place we all live in. We are all heroes. Just by being alive. So don't be afraid to fail. Step up to your true potential. Smile, have fun. Make the lives of the person and the people around you better. Spread joy, love, enjoyment. And I promise you, you will be the greatest hero you can be. So, just do what you want to do.
I'm doing what I enjoy doing. It's like other men like to play golf, so they play golf every chance they can. So you don't say to them, how come you're playing golf today? You played last week. It was the same with me. To me, it is such fun creating characters, writing stories. It's an exciting life, and when you do something that you know the fans seem to enjoy, that gives you such satisfaction, you don't want to stop. Being interested in what you're doing. I know my father, the poor guy, it was during the Depression and he was out of work most of the time. So his life was shorter, and it was because there was nothing really that he was doing that could interest him. But I think if you do what really excites you, it just keeps you going as long as possible. Believe it or not, I almost never have been stuck on anything. Writing comes very easily to me. Everything else in the world is tough, but writing, I don't have any problem with that. I can't write fast enough to keep up with the things I want to say. I think whatever you do, you should do what you most want to do and what you're best at. Too many people don't really do what their heart's desire is, but they try to do something else because they think, well, it'll be easy to get a job or to make money. And if that happens, then when you're doing it, you feel like you're working. But if you do what you really want to do, you feel like you're playing. It's easier for you to do. I know I wanted to be a musician when I was young, but I had no talent for it. If I had wasted time trying to be a musician, I'd have either been a failure or I'd have been just an ordinary musician. But I love writing also, and it came easier to me. So I figured I'd stay with that. I think you have to do what you do best and what you enjoy. I began to realize that entertainment is very important in people's lives. Most people, almost everybody, have lives that have problems and troubles and things to worry about. And if you can entertain somebody, take his or her mind off the things that would normally be bothering them, that's a good thing to do. Mostly, I've just enjoyed everything I've been doing, and I think my professional life has been a source of much pleasure for me.
My old friend, I appreciate you, I see you, and I live you. Though I can't keep you. You are fragile, you are dangerous and unpredictable. You can be unfair, mean and hard. Though I cannot live without you. Dear life, I thank you even though you may leave me tomorrow. I do not fear you. In fact, you are the sparkle in my eyes, the scratches on my heart and the motion in my soul. Dear life, dear precious life, you'll be with me until the very end, but I have to tell you now, I'm not yours. In fact, you are mine. I will run through you with no regrets and keep you with me as a reminder that my time is not endless, that I just borrowed you and have to give you back. So let's enjoy our time together. And life, give me everything you have. Do not fear to hurt me. Do not fear to challenge me. Give me 10 reasons to cry, and I will show you thousands to smile. Give me everything you have, and if you're done, I will show you what living means for me. Life, my old friend, I will take you by your hand and run through every field in spring, swim in all the oceans in summer, climb every mountain in autumn, and fly through the air in winter. I will show you what it means to love, how to love with your friends, and why you have to keep on going. Let me prove to you that you are not the one who is in charge here. Let me prove to you that no matter what you do, I will keep on smiling. So life, my old friend, I have to thank you for standing by my side at this ridiculous ride, for giving me all the memories and this wonderful place I'm living in.
My dad passed away. Before I walk through the door, I can see the EKG moving just fine. Beep, beep, beep. I take one step into the door and I say, Dad, I'm here. Beep. The line goes flat. I miss my dad every single day. He gave me so much, and maybe most of all, he gave me the gift of perspective. I remember playing t-ball as a kid, and not to brag, but I was a really good t-ball player. I mean, I'm talking about really good. I remember thinking, you know, I could be something special one day. My dad thought I might be getting ahead of myself, so he'd set me straight and he'd say, son, potential just means you haven't done it yet. Already in my career, I've seen that lots of people have potential, but not everyone does it. The question isn't whether you have something to offer to the world. You definitely have something to offer to the world. The question is how and whether you'll do it. And I've learned that the difference isn't the way people handle themselves when things go well. The moments that really matter are the moments when life tells you no. Let me put it this way. I love singing. Dancing Machine, Smooth Criminal, this guy. But no matter how badly I want to be a pop star, I cannot sing. So the question I asked when life told me no was, what am I capable of? I knew I could throw a football and move really well. I knew I had the focus. I knew I had the ability to succeed. So a few days after our first meeting, I walked back into my coach's office, chest big, feeling good. And I said, Coach, I'm going to be your starting quarterback. I'm going to play in the National Football League for a long time. I'm going to win multiple Super Bowls. I'm going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. What do you think? 3 days later, he named me his starting quarterback. When life tells you no, ask yourself honestly, what am I capable of? Find a way to keep things in perspective. That doesn't make the painful moments any less painful, but it does mean you don't have to live forever in the pain. If we know what we're capable of, if we stay prepared no matter what, if we keep our sense of perspective even when times are tough, then I know that together we're going to do amazing things with our potential and achieve our greatest dreams. I would say good luck, but I don't believe in good luck. Go make it happen. This is my story. Now it's time to write your own.
And when sometimes people don't have the determination, the will, and the steadfastness, the tenacity, they give in under the slightest struggle.
Really viewed myself as particularly talented. I viewed myself as, slightly above average in talent. And where I excel is ridiculous, sickening work ethic. While the other guy's sleeping, I'm working. While the other guy's eating, I'm working.
Hard work pays. I put in a hell of a lot of work. Hard work pays. I'm sitting at the top. I put it all on the line. I show up, I perform, and I get the results from that.
And discipline, doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. Always testing yourself and forcing yourself to the limits.
You have to have some ability, but then it's just how much will. I really do think there's just thing people underestimate. It doesn't sound sexy. It doesn't sound cool. How much do you want it? Work ethic, and just how badly do you want it?
That's what success in general is all about, sacrifice. From my experience.
Every damn person who said I wouldn't be anything, I'm crushing them every day.
No man. So the question is, how much time you gonna waste?
But you're gonna have some ups and you're gonna have some downs. Most people give up on themselves easily. The human spirit is powerful. There's nothing as powerful. It's hard to kill the human spirit. Anybody can feel good when they have their health, their bills are paid, they have happy relationships. Anybody can be positive then. Anybody can have a larger vision then. Anybody can have faith under those kinds of circumstances. The real challenge of growth, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, comes when you get knocked down. It takes courage to act. Part of being hungry when you've been defeated, it takes courage to start over again.
I was a very, very, very weird child. Very weird child. And I had a port wine stained birthmark on my face that I got lasered off when I was very young, and one day they forgot to put the anesthetic on, and then ever since then I had a stutter, and I also had very, very big blue NHS glasses. And the thing that I found most difficult about it was knowing what to say but not really being able to express it in the right way. So I did different speech therapies and stuff, which wasn't very successful at a young age, and got very, very into rap music. My dad bought me the Marshall Mathers LP when I was 9 years old, not knowing what was on it, and let me listen to it, and I learned every word of it back to front. It helped me get rid of the stutter. Stuttering is not a thing you have to be worried about at all, and even if you have quirks and weirdness, you shouldn't be worried about that. Just be yourself, because there's no one in the world that can be a better you than you, and if you try to be the cool kid from class, you'll end up being very boring. And be yourself, embrace your quirks. Being weird is a wonderful thing. Don't ever treat it as an issue, and don't see it as a plight on your life, and carry on pushing forward. And I did all right. You can do all right as well, so thank you.
If you agree with somebody, don't nod yes. If you disagree with somebody, don't nod no. You will be told your whole life that you need to learn to listen. I would say that you need to learn to be the last to speak. I see it in boardrooms every day of the week. Even people who consider themselves good leaders, who may actually be decent leaders, will walk into a room and say, here's the problem, here's what I think, but I'm interested in your opinion, let's go around the room. It's too late. The skill to hold your opinions to yourself until everyone has spoken does two things. One, it gives everybody else the feeling that they have been heard. It gives everyone else the ability to feel that they have contributed. And two, you get the benefit of hearing what everybody else has to think before you render your opinion. The skill is really to keep your opinions to yourself. Simply sit there, take it all in, and the only thing you're allowed to do is ask questions so that you can understand what they mean and why they have the opinion that they have. You must understand from where they are speaking, why they have the opinion they have, not just what they are saying. And at the end, you will get your turn. It sounds easy, it's not. Practice being the last to speak.
I think the only reason that you're listening to me right now, the only reason that you're watching this webinar, that there's somewhere in your heart of hearts that you said, as you looked at your life, you said, I've had it. And not only have you said, I've had it, but you said also in your heart of hearts, I can do better than this. It has been said that most people fail in life not because they aim too high and miss. No, most people fail in life because they're just like I was for 14 years. They aim too low and hit, and many never aim at all. I refuse to die an unlived life. I refuse to die an unlived life. If there's ever time that we need to begin to stop and think and assess ourselves, that time is now. I've been working hard all my life, paying bills and taking care of my children, and my children are gone, and I've just been thinking, I haven't done anything. Because if I died right now, I would be mad. My goal and objective is to die young at an old age. Because if you don't have a goal for being here is not a given. Most people don't make 60. Most people don't. People just take it for granted that they're going to be here. I want you to say to yourself, it's possible. It's possible. And I want you to follow along with this process. What's your plan? What's your goal? Many people die at age 25 and don't get buried until they're 65. How's this affecting me? You know, we want to all become successful, but I've found that there's some success that's toxic success. You don't want to end up going after goals and dreams and neglect yourself. I want you to think about your goals and dreams and things that you want to achieve. And at the top of the list, I want you to put up there your strategy for being here. That's the most difficult thing that I've ever done in my entire life. To believe that I have the ability to live the life that I'm now living. I refuse to die an unlived life.
I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes to the biggest battle of our professional lives. All comes down to today. Either we heal as a team.
Success is something you attract, not something you pursue. Success is looking for a good place to stay. So instead of going after it, you work on yourself. Personal development. See, the major question to ask on the job is not what are you getting? The major question to ask on the job is what are you becoming?
Well, because I was so enthusiastic about, achieving my vision and turning my vision into reality and winning one championship after the next, there was always excitement and enthusiasm there.
There's a certain delusional quality that all successful people have to have. You have to believe that something different can happen.
The word is your problem serves a purpose. Your problem serves a purpose.
Because true happiness is not contained in what you get. Happiness is contained in what you become. Personal development. Of all the assignments Mr. Schoaf gave me at age 25, this was probably the most difficult. In fact, I'm still working on this one. I think it's an unending challenge to see what you can become.
What you're missing is the courage to take action in the direction of your dreams. Because it's irresponsible to do what you really want to do, or so we've been told. Everything that completely brainwashes us does not tell us that it's okay to bypass the system for a moment, the head, and follow the heart. But what they don't let you know, what they don't tell you, and mostly because they haven't experienced it, but Elliot Helms has, so I can share this with you, is that if you just follow your fucking heart, just follow that strange thing that's happening inside you, you will end up 10 times better, miles ahead of all those people who did what they were told.
If you quit, it's never gonna happen. If you quit, if you give up, if you stop, if you do not persevere, listen to me, you will never see it. And I tell people all the time, I didn't get here through academics. I got here because I refused to quit. You take a drink with your friends and somebody says, yeah, we should go skydiving tomorrow. And you go, yeah, we'll go skydiving tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. And you go, yeah. And everybody goes, yeah. So then that night you're laying in your bed and you just keep, and you're terrified. You keep imagining over and over again jumping out of an airplane and you can't figure out why you would do that. You wake up the next day and you go, down and you said where you were going to meet and everybody's there. So you get in the van and you're like, oh my God. And your stomach is terrible, you can't eat and everything, but you don't want to be the only punk who doesn't jump out of this airplane. So you fly and you go up to 14,000 feet, and somebody opens the door, and in that moment you realize you've never been in a freaking airplane with the door open, and you're looking out down to death. And they say, on 3, and they say, 1, 2, and he pushes you on 2 because people grab on 3. And you go, and you fall out of the airplane, and in 1 second, you realize that it's the most blissful experience of your life. You're flying. There's zero fear. You realize that the point of maximum danger is the point of minimum fear. It's bliss. Why were you scared in your bed the night before? What do you need that fear for? Everything up to the stepping out, there's actually no reason to be scared. It only just ruins your day. The best things in life on the other side of terror, on the other side of your maximum fear, are all of the best things in life.
At some point, everything's going to go south on you. Everything's going to go south, and you're going to say, this is it. This is how I end. Now, you can either accept that, or you can get to work.
When crises strike in your life, and in the Chinese language, crises mean danger, but it also means opportunity. And this is an opportunity for you to grow. And you've got to be so relentless, regardless of what comes down the pipe, that you're always looking for a way to get over, always looking for a way that you can break through, always looking for a way that you can win, always looking for a way that you can strike a telling blow. Telling yourself every day, here I go again, and I got what it takes. This is my day, and nothing out here is going to stop me.
You just begin. You do the math, you solve one problem, then you solve the next one. That's all it is.
I'm not average. I'm not good. I'm great at what I do. You have to pay me because I'm great. And if you don't want to pay for great, just go pay for good. There's certain allowances I don't make. There's certain things I don't compromise. I gotta come in here and give y'all 120. I don't care what I've been through personally. I don't care what my wife has gone through. I don't care nothing about her sickness. I don't care about family members die. I still gotta perform. I can't let that bother me. I can't let that hurt me. I still gotta do what I do. So you gotta execute every single day of my life. I feel like giving 100%. Every single day. Somebody said yesterday, E.T., you gave 120. What you gonna do tomorrow? I said, I don't know. Give 140. I don't know, but I don't have days where I don't feel like it. Why? Because I'm counting on me. My wife's counting on me. My son's counting on me. I don't have days to waste.
Every time trial and tribulation comes, you fold, you give up. Every time somebody calls you and tells you you can't do it, you take it personal. Every time somebody tells you you don't have what it takes, you embrace it. And now you gotta stand up to it. You will not quit in the universe. You will keep going in your business. You may lose, but you will not stop. You will not quit. You will keep going. Are you hearing what I'm saying? You cannot stop. You cannot quit. I will not accept it. Stop accepting everything. Stop letting people tell you what you can and cannot do. I will not accept it. I will not accept it. I will give 120. I will get better. I will get degrees. I will get training. I'll do whatever it takes. And you will not be defeated. We will beat this. We will not break. We will not retreat. We will not give up. We will activate our brains.
You know what kind of person you were designed to be. If you want to produce great acorns, think like an oak, not like an acorn. Think like the person you intend to become. Like the Christian question, what would Jesus do? Ask yourself, how would the person I'd like to be? The acorn has 3 parts. It's got a stem, a cap, and a seed. And the stem represents its connection to the past. All the acorns, all the oaks that have ever existed in its line before are encoded in that transfer through that stem, the legacy into this acorn. The cap holds onto the seed until the seed's ready to grow on its own. So the cap represents your coaches, your mentors, your role models, your guides, your parents, your friends, your teachers. What kind of seed is in you? I believe part of our responsibility in life is to find out who we are, to discover ourselves. First off, we need to respect our nature. We need to realize we are part of a continuing chain that carries a legacy and a responsibility. There are many things we can do with our lives, and I think it's our job to find out what those things are and to do them as well as we possibly can so that we're passing along the right imprint for the next generation. So first, we need to respect our nature. Second, we need to know our nature. Take Aristotle's advice, know thyself, but know things about yourself that most people don't discover. For example, know how you're smart, not just how smart you are in comparison to others. In what ways are you smart? Know what you care about. What are the values that motivate your choices? If you will spend 1 extra hour each day studying your chosen field, you'll be a national expert in that field in 5 years or less. So nurture your nature. Figure out, first off, I am valuable. Accept that. I want to know who I am, and I want to know how I operate and how can I understand me better. And then I want to nurture that nature. I want to apply myself in the world and put myself to work in such ways that the rest of the world says, well, that's cool. So ask yourself every day, how would the person I'd like to be do the things I'm about to do?
The devil whispered, "You cannot withstand the storm." The warrior replied, "I am the storm."
You are a warrior. You will get through the storm. You will show the storm who's boss. You will show everyone you are stronger than all things that have hurt you. You are stronger than your past. You are stronger than the challenges coming in your future. You will tell yourself, I don't invite life's challenges, but I don't back down from them either. I know we all face tough times. I know I'm not exempt from life's struggles, but I know I am strong. I know this will pass. I know there will be better days, but only if I keep fighting like a warrior, fighting with all my heart, the heart of a lion. The strength I have is like no other. I am not a survivor, I am a warrior. I don't survive, I thrive. I can do this, and I will get through this.
Warriors are built from the struggle, formed from pain, strengthened by adversity. Embrace your challenges and push through them like the warrior you are.
You are stronger than your past, and you are stronger than the challenges coming in your future. The strength I have is like no other. I am not a survivor, I am a warrior. I don't survive, I thrive. I can do this, and I will get through this. I make the best of bad situations. I see the opportunity in the struggle. I grow strength from my hardships. I am thankful for my hard times. They make me stronger. I am thankful for the pain. It makes me raise my game. I am grateful for the worst of times. It ensures my story will be a great one. From zero to hero. From nothing to something. From the bottom to the top. Here I come.
Never see a U-Haul behind a hearse. So it's not how much you have. It's what you do with what you have. And we all have different gifts. Some money, some love, some patience, some the ability to touch people. But we all have it. Use it. Share it. That's what counts. Understand this also. You have these dreams. And as Kenny said, dreams without goals remain dreams, just dreams, and ultimately fuel disappointment. Dreams without goals, yearly goals, life goals, daily goals, monthly goals, hourly goals, minute by minute goals. Dreams without goals are just dreams. and they ultimately fuel disappointment. Goals on the road to achievement cannot be achieved without discipline and consistency. And we all have that unique gift to go out and touch people, to affect people. Understand that gift, protect that gift, appreciate that gift, utilize that gift. Don't abuse that gift, treasure it. You have it, you already have it.
I don't regard what I do as the most important thing in the world at all, but it's right for me. I mean, I happen to be wired in a certain way that what I do works. Well, I can certainly define happiness because that's what I am. I get to do what I like to do every single day of the year. I get to do it with people I like. Other than I tap dance to work, and it doesn't diminish. It's tremendous fun. So success is getting what you want, and happiness is wanting what you get. Well, I don't know which one applies in this case, but I do know that I wouldn't be doing anything else. I do advise you, when you go out to work, go to work for an organization that you admire, people you admire, because it'll turn you on. To make money they didn't have and didn't need, they risked what they did have and did need. And that's foolish. That is just plain foolish. If you risk something that is important to you for something that is unimportant to you, it just does not make any sense. I don't care whether the odds are 100 to 1 that you succeed or 1,000 to 1 that you succeed. Defining your circle of competence is the most important aspect of investing. It's not how important, how large your circle is. You don't have to be an expert on everything. But knowing where the perimeter of that circle of what you know and what you don't know is, and staying inside of it, is all important. Gets into behaving in a rational manner and not getting in your own way. As I say, everybody here has the ability absolutely to do anything I do and much beyond. And some of you will and some of you won't. The ones that won't, it'll be because you get in your own way. It won't because the world doesn't allow you to. It will be because you don't allow yourself to. It's not necessary to have huge amounts of money in order to enjoy yourself. I enjoyed myself when I had my $10,000, and I live in the same house that I lived in when I was making it. When I had about that, I bought it 41 years ago. I liked the house then. I like the house now.
I've always been intrigued by this sense of defining luck in a way you can control it. Luck is something you can force to happen. First step, be prepared. Learn your stuff, do the work. Second step, show up. Show up every single fucking time possible. You'll never know the second that will change your life. I know it's hard to do something you fear, to do something you hate, to do something you don't want to. But you don't know what happens if you go to this place and stand your person. You don't know if you'll find your dream wife. You don't know if you meet a friend that will change your life, or a business person that will give you an opportunity that will crop up your life completely. I promise you, if you just sit on your couch watching TV and eating chips, nothing will change. If you do this, luck is for someone else. But if you step through your front door over your fears, over your self-doubt, and build up your confidence. You will change your life in a way you cannot imagine. Luck will come to you day after day after day. And then you'll know it's not luck, it's just opportunity meeting preparation.
You can only have two things in life: reasons or results. Folks will always point out reasons on why they're not living their dream, on why they're not manifesting their greatness. They will always be able to point those things out, but none of those things count. The only thing that counts are results, and results don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. They tell it all. Judge a tree by the fruit that it bears, not the ones that it might talk about, not the ones that it might wish for or think about or affirm about, but the fruit that it actually bears.
Here's to the dream chasers. Here's to the kings that wake up every day with relentless effort to chase their dreams. To the people who are wise and strong to know that the opinions of men and women are only distractions from your divine destiny. See, people walk around every single day talking about what another man or woman can accomplish because they can't stand the look of happiness on another individual's face. When they hate, you shine. When they throw shade, you become the sun. See, the thing about success, it ends all doubt. There's no better feeling in the world than telling someone, I told you so. No longer will we say what we can't do. From now on, we're going to say what we can do. Because we all have a special gift. Some just want to talk about it, and others want to apply a plan to achieving it. Every night, you write on your dream board. You create the blueprint that will lead to a beautiful design that you have created. Let's take our dreams back from the dream killers. Let's show them that your gift is for you and it was never meant for anyone else. So today, when you step out the door and you close that deal, hit that home run, make that game-winning shot, or make that key tackle, I want you to look up and tell the world, this is for the dreamers that jumped.
When you had that third failure in a row, did you think, I need to pack this in?
Never.
Why not?
I don't ever give up.
Your life is a testament to the idea that nothing is impossible. That if somebody says no, you say it's just the beginning.
The most poignant 7 words ever uttered in any speech anywhere. Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
You have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. Because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart, even when it leads you off the well-worn path. You've got to find what you love. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it. Stay hungry, stay foolish.
Confucius said one time, he who says he can and he who says he can't are both usually right.
The only thing that I see distinctly different about me is I'm not afraid to die on a treadmill. You might have more talent than me, you might be smarter than me, but if we get on the treadmill, There's two things. You're getting off first, or I'm going to die. It's really that simple.
Most people don't even try, sadly. Most people try and then stop or give up. Very few people try and try and try, or do and do and do and do and never give up. And those are the people that ultimately succeed and win.
And most people avoid the struggle. Most people go through life avoiding pain. And when you go through life like that, something in you dies. Something in you that you never activate is lying dormant in there, that you never get a chance to call on because you have not challenged yourself.
If you want to make your dream become reality, the people that are running at their dreams know that it's possible that you can live your dream, that it's necessary, that you're relentless, that you have a plan of action, that you are creative. The people that are living their dream of finding winners to attach themselves to. The people that are living their dreams are the people that know that if it's going to happen, it's up to them. And they're resolving within themselves, it's not over until I win.
If you want to live extraordinary, you must do extraordinary. But you must demand it. If you wish it, you must demand it of yourself.
We all have problems. What I'm trying to tell you is this though, don't be consumed with them. Problems are a part of life, but guess what? They're not life.
Inside of every single problem that might be causing you to worry and creating stress for you is a gorgeous opportunity to build an even better business, or build an even better life, or install a better belief.
So the secret to real happiness is progress. Progress equals happiness, and if we can make progress on a regular basis, we feel alive. So if you want to make real progress, then you really got to look at your life in a different way. You got to say, I got to take control of this process and not just hope it's going to work out.
You got to keep picking yourself up and reaching for it.
You can get through this. You will get through this. You must get through it. You are going to get through this.
You need to get outside your comfort zone. It's not about taking risks, it's about getting outside your comfort zone.
When did you define yourself? I mean, really, how many years ago did you come up with what you could and couldn't do in your life? How many years ago? So often in our lives, we've adapted to be a certain way so that we don't fail, or so that people will like us or respect us, but it's not necessarily who we are.
And it doesn't matter how you get knocked down in life, because that's going to happen. All that matters is that you got to get up.
Can't turn back the clock, right? The only thing you can do is learn from it, and hopefully you'll never make the mistake again.
And for anybody who's on the downside of advantage and relying purely on courage, it's possible. It's possible.
Think of the 3 biggest discouragers in your life. They're not your biggest discouragers. You are. I've met hundreds of people that have left their jobs making good money when they had college debt, 18% compounded interest, because they needed their mental health to be happy, and they were willing to take a step back, and in a 7-year period, they won. Because happiness drives everything. You collectively are not patient enough. Your lack of patience is killing you. And your need of things is killing you. You need to be happy. One fucking at-bat. Go spend more time with 80 and 90-year-olds. You know what? And I think 3 of you will do this. This is why I'm giving this advice. Go do something I did a long time ago when I was charting my thing. Why don't you go do some public service and go to a nursing home and help? 4 hours of your life. Go there to be selfish for you, not because you're a nice person you're helping. I went because I was selfish. I wanted to hear what the common themes were. And the only thing was, did they do what they wanted to do versus not? I'm the happiest because I'm doing exactly what I want to do. Get the fuck out of the machine for a second and think about what you're doing here. You're gonna die. You get one chance. You got so lucky. Do you know the math behind being a human being? Fucking won the lotto. You won. You're a fucking person.
You cannot let a fear of failure, or a fear of comparison, or a fear of judgment stop you from doing what's going to make you great. You cannot succeed without this risk of failure. You cannot have a voice without the risk of criticism. You must go out and you must take these risks. None of it comes easy. Be willing to fail. Fail, pick yourself up, and fail again. Because without this struggle, what is your success anyway? Look, as best we know it, we have one life. In it, you have to trust your own voice, your own ideas, and through this you will find your way. Just don't let fear stop you. Live like this as best you can, and I guarantee you will look back on a life well lived.
Self-pity is the worst possible emotion anyone can have, and the most destructive. It destroys everything around it except itself. Self-pity will destroy relationships, it will destroy anything that's good, it will fulfill all the prophecies it makes and leave only itself. And it's so simple to imagine that one is hard done by and that things are unfair and that one is underappreciated and that if only one had had a chance at this, when only one had had a chance at that, things would have gone better, you would be happier if only this, that one is unlucky, all those things. And some of them may well even be true. But to pity oneself as a result of them is to do oneself an enormous disservice.
If you want to change your life, figure out how your worst day was your best day. It'll change everything, because it is if you look for it. If you find the deeper meaning, it is. You know, there's something in you that wouldn't be there without it.
Face all your fears, that's how you conquer them. Don't dismiss them, just face them. Say, here's what I'm afraid of, I wonder what I could do to change that. Here's what you can do, pick a new destination and start going that way. You say, well, I've done this for the last 2 years, I'll probably have to do it another 2. And the answer is no, not in a million years. Now you can change one little degree at a time, or if you want to, you can revolutionize the whole thing.
The other thing is about life, when things happen to you, when you permit things to use you, you can't change the past, but you can interpret. You can reinterpret how you see it. All of us have experienced some tragedy, and if we haven't, we will. And you can either let it destroy your life, or you can build upon it. You can permit it to let it hold you down, or you can decide, I'm not going to let that happen to me. I'm bigger than this. Make a declaration to yourself. You can decide, I'm going to work on myself and develop myself. I'm going to empower me
And all of these things that are happening to me right now, they're just temporary inconveniences. Expect things to get better for you, because they are. See, life is cyclic. You're not, whatever experience you're having right now, it has not come to stay. It has come to pass. So whatever it is that you want to do, you want to do it massively. The other thing is that if you want something, you have got to be relentless. Decide that you're going to push yourself. Most people won't do that. Most people give up on themselves easily. You know the human spirit is powerful. There's nothing as powerful. It's hard to kill the human spirit. The hunger, the ability to face defeat again and again without giving up. This is a winner's quality. You have that quality within you. When you're hungry, you don't care about the facts. After the Super Bowl, when Doug Williams made a historic passing game, they asked him, said, how were you able, in spite of all of the negative publicity saying that you couldn't win, how did you do it? He said, I ignored my critics. I just didn't pay any attention to them. I ignored myself because they kept on saying it so much. There were times I doubted whether or not I can do what I needed to do. There's a Doug Williams in everybody here.
I don't care what we go through, we gonna survive this. The problem is, you ain't never felt no pain before, you're soft. Listen to me, pain is temporary. It may last for a minute, or an hour, or a day, or even a year. But eventually, it will subside, and something else will take its place. If I quit, however, it will last forever. And so every time something gets hard, you quit, you call mama. I dare you to take a little pain. I dare you. I dare you not to go home. You ain't gonna die. At the end of pain is success. You're not gonna die because you're feeling a little pain. You have to give it everything you got. No more TV, no more parties, no more plans. I'm about to get busy now. Huh? I want you to have a countdown of your own and say when the countdown is over, I gotta commit my very being to this thing. I gotta breathe it, I gotta eat it, I gotta sleep it. And until you get there, you'll never be successful in life. But once you get there, I guarantee you, the world is yours. So work hard and you can have whatever it is you want.
But it's a question we should ask ourselves too. According to the United Nations, 800,000 people commit suicide every year. This is one person every 40 seconds. So by the end of this video, 4 people will have committed suicide. And I'm not a specialist in any case or here to judge those people. But I have to ask myself, how is it possible that we live in one of the safest times in human history, though more people die by their own hands than by natural disaster and armed conflict combined? Seeing this really made me think about what happiness truly is and how to be happier. First of all, most of us confuse happiness with fun. To be truly happy, we have to reduce the amount of short-term happiness or fun to a minimum level. If it's easy to start and gives you immediate joy, it's not lasting for very long. Happiness is seeing the world for what it really is, looking at the good sides and be grateful for them, acknowledging the bad ones and ask yourself if you can change it or accept it. You cannot chase happiness because it's always within yourself. Stop looking at it as something outside of yourself you have to achieve. Stop running after your own shadow the first step to be happy is to decide you are. And yes, there will be hard days, and there will be even harder ones. And it's your right to be pissed off sometimes. But let me ask you something. Has your period of anger ever changed something for good? Wouldn't it be easier to decide to be happy, no matter what happens to you? Acknowledge life with all its color, with the broken heart, with goals to set, with hope and death, with tears and smiles. Not giving up on being happy, and face the bad days with a grin. Stop chasing something you can't create. Stop chasing happiness, but decide to be happy. And stop keeping it for yourself. Spread it with everyone around you. Give a smile and ignite the fire. And all together, we have the chance of reducing 800,000 to a world with hope.
You have to make yourself strong in order to be able to do good things for other people. If you do not make yourself strong first, how can you help others? Motivation is an art. A lot of people simply do not have standards. Don't let yourself off the hook. I'm gonna look at what I did wrong. I actually examine my life. I'm gonna have standards to say I'm fucking pathetic for what I'm doing right now. Not having your health handled. Not having the type of dating life that you want. Not having the type of sex life that you want. Not living in a situation that you're comfortable in. I'm gonna go masturbate a lot. I'm gonna go play World of Warcraft. I haven't had sex in a couple months, but that's okay. If you miss the gym, if you don't get up and work hard on the days you're scheduled to, it's fucking pathetic. If you've got a talent and you've got a gift, right? If you've been blessed by God to have any gift and you want to fucking do respect to that gift by cultivating it, then you make a decision to cultivate it. Formulate a fucking plan. Human beings will always do the most amount of work for the least amount of effort if given the opportunity. Use the negative emotions that you get from saying that it's pathetic to focus your mind. When you've got the plan, stop beating yourself up. It has to become a must, not a should. If you're someone who has your shit together, you are a role model to others. You're able to bring value, you're able to bring a calming energy, you're able to bring direction. People will actually listen to you. Make yourself strong first. Have the standard. Progress has dips. It is not up and up and up. When you're taking action, that is your criteria for success. You have a serious fucking line that you will not cross in terms of your standards. And if you cross that line, you immediately take fucking action so that you don't wind up as a fucking crackhead. You have to develop independent judgment. You have to see the world through your own two eyes. It was a personal standard of mine not to let some of the best years of my life pass me by. And I hope the same for you.
The most pleasing 5-lettered word. Come on. Sorry, is it most pleasing? I don't think so. You say sorry, just bend kar raha padta hai. Sorry, sir. It's not at all pleasing. The most pleasing 5-lettered word. Money. Most pleasing income tax भरना पड़ता है ना, तब पता लगता है most pleasing है कि नहीं. हाँ जी. Smile. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The most pleasing 5-lettered word. Smile. It increases your face value. There'll always be a reason to cry. We don't laugh on the same joke again. Why do we cry on the same problem again? It depends on you whether you want to smile or cry tears. I remember following one slide that someone sent me. When followed in life, I guarantee you, life will be different. Do you have a problem in life? No? Then why worry? Do you have a problem in life? Yes? Can you do something about it? Yes? Then why worry? Do you have a problem in life? Yes? Can you do something about it? No? Then why worry? Isn't it? Isn't it? Why worry? Why are we constantly bogging our minds down with anxiety? Anxiety that is just absolutely not allowing us to have peace of mind. While you're sitting here, someone may be plotting against you. You don't know. While you're sitting here, someone may be backbiting and sending a wrong email against you. We have control over it? Control over one thing. To smile.
So social conditioning will pump it on you that the reason that you're unhappy is because you don't have certain stimulation, right? But actually you'll never get satisfaction from that. That's been my experience. That's been a lot of people's experiences. This isn't unique to me. In fact, people that have had a lot more than me, but I've had a lot, but just people that had way the fuck more. And it's not gonna give you what you want in life, right? The reason why people are depressed is because you cannot get enough of what you don't want, okay? You cannot, it's like if you take a society and you tell them, look, this will make you happy, this will make you happy, then no matter how much of it they get, they're not going to be happy because they don't want it. Real happiness in life, in my opinion, comes from being the person that you want to be, all right? My real experience is that any like happiness that I've experienced in my life, and I've experienced a lot of bullshit and I've experienced a lot of happiness, whatever like happiness I've found in my life, I found it from being the person that I want to be. The average person, if you present them with some behavior that is outside of their autopilot day-to-day behavior, for more than maybe half an hour, will be completely and utterly overwhelmed by it and exhausted. Because 99% of our thoughts and behavior from day to day are almost identical. It's kind of crazy. This is why changing a habit is almost impossible. Most people would rather die than change a habit. They can't do it. Happiness comes from just being able to sit there and be like, you know what, I'm a fucking good dude. Like I've done some good shit here. This is solid. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm being the person I want to be. Maybe I'm not the perfect person. I'm definitely not the perfect person, but you know, I'm moving in that direction. I'm being the person that I want to be. All right, that's where I think happiness comes from. If you don't have the independent will to make yourself go out and do it, it doesn't mean shit, right? You can have a really cool awakening. You can wake up in this exact moment and say, oh my God, I've been living like a fucking idiot. Holy shit. And you can be aware of that now, but then you go home and, you know, what's on TV? And again, having some greater reason or purpose for why you're doing something, I think is very, very much critical if you want to be able to maintain your motivation in anything, all right, your willpower to do anything.
Maybe you have to be a philosopher to figure out what life is all about. Maybe life is about the big things. Maybe it's about the small things. Who knows? But it's about something. Something more than what I've been given. Something more than the portion that was cut out for me. No, it's a deeper thing. I can hear it. I can hear it in me. It's rattling those chains. I can hear it shaking the gate. It's pounding on my heart. It's flowing in my veins. It's stolen my imagination. It's killed my fear. It's a wild thing. It's intoxicating. It's a spontaneous thing. It's electrifying. It's a beautiful thing. It's magic. It's my life. And this is my thing. What's your thing?
talk about old-time great fighters. I heard people say that Joe Louis, Jack Dempsey, Jack Johnson, Jim Jeffries, and all of them would have annihilated the likes of myself, Muhammad Ali. After watching these films, watching their opponents, watching their styles, watching how they fought, watching their footwork and their speed, and my critics will admit that I am the fastest heavyweight in history of boxing with feet and hands.
Cassius Marcellus Clay. He's young, he's handsome. They know it. He's a poet, a prophet, and many people believe he'll be the next heavyweight champion of the world.
Come here. I'm the greatest thing that ever lived. I don't have a mark on my face, and I upset Sonny Liston, and I just turned 22 years old. I must be the greatest.
Muhammad said, service to others is the rent you pay for your room here on earth.
And I think Muhammad's hope is that his life provides some guidance on how we might achieve for all people what we aspire for ourselves and our families.
It may come as a shock to you, but I say that I would have beat every heavyweight that ever lived before me.
Look like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Ah, rumble, young man, rumble. Hey, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna rumble.
Muhammad wants young people of every background to see his life as proof that adversity can make you stronger. It cannot rob you of the power to dream and to reach your dreams.
A man who refused to believe that reality was a limitation to achieve the impossible.
He discovered something new, that the world really wasn't black and white at all. It was filled with many shades of rich colors, languages, and religions.
Not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming.
Everybody stop talking now, attention.
I'm too fast, I'm too skillful, and I'm gonna show everybody out there watching this show and the whole world, and the world will bow and admit that I am the greatest of all time when you see what I do to George Foreman.
I told you, I'm the real champion. I told you, I'm the champion of the world. All of you fall, all of my critics fall. You made him a bad George, you made him a hard puncher, but I want everybody from this moment on to recognize me as the scholar of boxing.
I don't pay no attention to what they say about me, but I don't really pay no attention to the rules of boxing. I've added pages to the book of boxing. I have this game as such a thing now until boxing promoters can no longer afford my shows.
Sometimes the will can outdo the skill. Sometimes a fella's will is stronger than the man who's actually better physically, and the determination and weakens the other man just to see him so determined.
The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
What is a king in my mind? And these are just expressions. A king is a man who just outclasses other guys. Most other guys are just kind of trying to get through the day. They're trying to just amuse themselves with little random diversions to get the day done. A guy who's a king is on his purpose. He knows what he wants out of life. He knows what vibe he wants around him. He has a good sense of personal boundaries. He knows what he's doing here. It's a cut above. You're somebody who likes what he does for a living, and if you don't, you're taking steps towards getting to a point where you do. You're fun, you're happy, you smile, you enjoy the little things. You can stop and smell the fucking roses. You're not all stressed. It's really about the ecosystem that you build around yourself. You gotta build it, and it's not gonna build itself, is it? These things do not build themselves. For me, life is about, again, like I said, building yourself up. And what it really comes down to in the end, you want to know what it actually is? Honestly, contribution, isn't it? Part of this journey is when you see an opportunity, take fucking action. You align your full self towards the goal. You want to be what's called promotion-oriented and think of what can go right, not prevention-oriented. Because people think that they want to move up, but only part of them wants to move up. The other part of them wants to stay stagnant, so you got to think about that. You can tell the size of a man by the size of his problems. Got a small man, his problems are very self-directed, very self-focused. People that are in pain, they can't think about contribution. So you want to think of that as like coping versus thriving. Coping, thriving. You're in protection or you're in progression. And so you'll see guys where when they're thinking, their entire thought process is on themselves. Why is that though? It's because they're in protection. It's because they are coping. They're coping through life in pain. They're in scarcity. So you want to think of yourself as an entity that has direction, good emotions, good people around you. What does that mean? There's a few different things. One is, you've got to know who you are. Like, who am I as a person? What am I doing here? Like, that'd be the number one question to ask you. What the fuck are you doing here? You know what I'm saying? Not to fuck with your brains, but you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing here? It's like, dude, you're lacking that true north, right? So what is your true north?
True desire in the heart for anything good is God's proof to you, sent beforehand to indicate that it's yours already. That itch that you have to be whatever it is you want to be, in front of the camera, on the stage, behind the stage, that itch, that desire for good is God's proof to you, sent already to indicate that it's yours. You already have it. Claim it. Understand this. You have these dreams, and as Kenny said, dreams without goals remain dreams, just dreams, and ultimately fuel disappointment. Dreams without goals, yearly goals, life goals, daily goals, monthly goals, hourly goals, minute by minute goals. Dreams without goals are just dreams. Goals on the road to achievement cannot be achieved without discipline and consistency. Between goals and achievement are discipline and consistency. Thank God for grace and mercy and understanding. We all fall short of the glory. We all got plenty. If you just start thinking of all the things you got to say thank you for, that's a day. And we all have that unique gift to go out and touch people, to affect people. Understand that gift, protect that gift, appreciate that gift, Utilize that gift. Don't abuse that gift. Treasure it. You have it. You already have it. You'll never see a U-Haul behind a hearse. I'll say it again. You'll never see a U-Haul behind a hearse. Now, I've been blessed to make hundreds of millions of dollars in my life. So it's not how much you have. It's what you do with what you have. And we all have different gifts, but we all have it. Use it. Share it. That's what counts.
Fear is not real. The only place that fear can exist is in our thoughts of the future. It is a product of our imagination, causing us to fear things that do not at present and may not ever exist. Danger is very real, but fear is a choice.
Carolina has won the 1982.
We are all telling ourselves a story, and that day mine changed.
Who was once cut from his high school team.
I need $5,000 to get this thing off the. Who gave me $5 grand when I was at Michigan State doing my program? I didn't have no budget, but I didn't need a budget. I had a dream. I didn't need no help. The president never came and said to me, E.T., we're going to help your program so this institution blow up. The president never came, and I never quit. I never gave up. Why? Because it wasn't her dream in the first place to take care of group of kids from the deep. It was my dream. 16-3 I don't expect you to believe in my dream like I believe in my dream. And the problem with some of y'all is you want somebody else to support your dream. It's yours.
Michael Jordan dominated his sport like few athletes ever have.
I don't owe you a dime. It's your dream. If you wanted to have it, get your butt up and make it happen. If you wanted to have it, rise and grind. If you wanted to have it, you're going to have to do what I do, and that's get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. If you wanted to have it, that means you're going to have to get hard and get your butt up at 5 so you can get to Detroit by 6.
Not real.
That means you're going to have to speak to the chief, and you're going to have to act like you got all the energy in the world. Why? Because this is my time. This is my moment. Tomorrow. Ain't no such thing as tomorrow. We only got today.
Then I have a rich father. Not from, well-educated. I said I tried 3 times for university. All failed. I applied for Harvard for 10 times. All failed. They don't even want to see me. And I think that is a normal life. Right? And I believe that it was so difficult at that time. I was so frustrated. But I believe that something is waiting for me there. And I have to work hard to prove myself. So that was the tough experience. Nobody believed that I could be successful. Because everybody say, well, this guy think differently, think crazily. They think about something never work. That is the history. That's the thing. And now, after 16 years, we have we have an Alibaba group, we have a Tmall group, we have a Taobao group, we have Alipay. And people say, how you make it? Why this make it? Why people cannot find opportunities, you can find opportunities. And I think people, same here today. Jack, where's the opportunity? I don't have a job. I don't have this, I don't have that. And then when you think about this, start to do it. And making sure the people working with you together believe the dreams. Whether investors believe it this or not, whether your friends believe it or not, whether your parents believe it or not, that's not important. You believe it. Your team believe it. And work day and night on this. That's how the things happens. Don't complain. Let the other people complain. Those people complain, those people who fail. And do not always say, well, I don't have. Think about how you can make things different. Use your own brain to think. And believe one thing, this is also another last advice I want to give you. You have to work very hard. Right? Either work for the others or work for yourself. And I choose the way working for myself. But working for myself, that means working for the society. If you really want to work for yourself, think about the others.
For the past 33 years, I've looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I am about to do today? And whenever the answer has been no for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something. Remembering that I'll be dead soon is the most important tool I've ever encountered to help me make the big choices in life. Because almost everything, all external expectations, all pride, all fear of embarrassment or failure, these things just fall away in the face of death, leaving only what is truly important. Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart. About a year ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. I had a scan at 7:30 in the morning, and it clearly showed a tumor on my pancreas. I didn't even know what a pancreas was. The doctors told me this was almost certainly a type of cancer that is incurable, and that I should expect to live no longer than 3 to 6 months. My doctor advised me to go home and get my affairs in order, which is doctor's code for prepare to die. It means to try and tell your kids everything. You thought you'd have the next 10 years to tell them in just a few months. It means to make sure everything is buttoned up so that it will be as easy as possible for your family. It means to say your goodbyes.
A long while ago, a great warrior faced a situation which made it necessary for him to make a decision which ensured his success on the battlefield. He was about to send his armies against a powerful foe, whose men outnumbered his own. He loaded his soldiers into boats, sailed to the enemy's country, unloaded soldiers and equipment, then gave the order to burn the ships that had carried them. Addressing his men before the first battle, he said, "You see the boats going up in smoke. That means that we cannot leave these shores alive unless we win. We now have no choice. We win or we perish." They won. Every person who wins in an undertaking must be willing to burn his ships and cut all sources of retreat. Only by so doing can one be sure of maintaining that state of mind known as a burning desire to win, essential to success. If the thing you wish to do is right and you believe in it, go ahead and do it. Put your dream across and never mind what they say if you meet with temporary defeat. For they, perhaps, do not know that every failure brings with it the seed of an equivalent success. Thomas Edison dreamed of a lamp that could be operated by electricity, began where he stood to put his dream into action, and despite more than 10,000 failures, he stood by that dream until he had made it a physical reality. Practical dreamers do not quit. Have faith in yourself, faith in the infinite. No one is ready for a thing until he believes he can acquire it. The state of mind must be belief, not mere hope or wish. Open-mindedness is essential for belief. Closed minds do not inspire faith, courage, and belief. Remember, no more effort is required to aim high in life, to demand abundance and prosperity, than is required to accept misery and poverty. Just keep this fact in mind. And remember, when your plans fail, that temporary defeat is not permanent failure. It may only mean that your plans have not been sound. Build other plans. Start all over again. No follower of this philosophy can reasonably expect to accumulate a fortune without experiencing temporary defeat. When defeat comes, accept it as a signal that your plans are not sound. Rebuild those plans and set sail once more toward your coveted goal. If you give up before your goal has been reached, you are a quitter. A quitter never wins, and a winner never quits.
So write down everything you want and be as specific as you can. Write it. I want you to read it every morning before you do anything, and read it every night before you go to bed. I don't care how long it takes. If you do this, you are obeying a principle, and that's how you get what you want.
When you see transition really start to happen, when you really want to transition to something, master it. There's no limits. You know, don't let the world ever put limits on you. You can do anything you want to do, but make sure if you have a vision, make sure the vision is written. You know, make sure you have something to actually chase and not just hoping and wishing. Put your plan together and then work the plan. Don't work somebody else's plan. You have to create your own brand yourself. And your brain is whatever you feel like doing, whatever your heart is passionate about, chasing. Write down your vision. Write it. You know, let your subconscious mind be the leader of you. You know what I'm saying? Trust it. Because what you think in your subconscious mind is ultimately what you're going to live. Write it. Make it plain so you can see it, so you can visually see where you want to go in your next step.
You gotta have a plan. Everybody's got a dream. Everybody's got a goal. What's the plan? Your plan has got to be clear, concise, compelling, consistent, and committed. You've got to have a plan. And when you're trying to do something that you're truly passionate about, there is no plan B. You got to have a plan. I mean, Michael Jordan won 6 NBA championships with the Chicago Bulls because he was committed to plan A, not plan B. Oprah Winfrey became the queen of all media because she was committed to plan A, not plan B. Barack Obama is sitting in the White House because he was committed to plan A, not plan B.
Sometimes things happen in your life, and it doesn't seem like much at the time.
The mind is the battleground. It is the place where the greatest conflict is. There is nothing as powerful as a changed mind. You can change your hair, your clothing, your address, but if you don't change your mind, the same experience will perpetuate itself over and over again because everything outwardly changed, but nothing inwardly changed.
You are the reason you look the way you look. You are the reason you're unemployed. You are the reason why your surroundings are so dysfunctional and negative. Excuses sound best to the people that's making them up. You got every excuse in the world. That's why your shit ain't moving. That's why ain't nothing changed and nothing will change. Change your mind and it will change your life.
The struggle is in your mind. This is why we have people who go to bed tired and wake up tired. Slept 8 hours and you wake up still tired. The reason you wake up tired is that you got sleep but you didn't get rest. Your mind has been in turmoil all night long. You've been wrestling in your sleep. Have you ever woke up and your bed was wet? The bed is all tore up just like you've been in a fight because your mind has not rested. Your body went to sleep, but your mind is still caught up in a warfare. Your mind is the battleground. Out to worry you to death, out to stress you to death, out to break you down, out to make you quit, out to make you think that you can't get up, out to make you give up on your dream. The warfare is in your mind. It's not in your checkbook. It's not in your savings account. It's not on your job. The fight that you got to fight is in your mind. And if you whip it in your head, you can whip it in your checkbook. You can whip it on your job. You can whip it out of your children, but you got to drive it out of your head.
Your gifts can take you many places if you develop your gifts. Most of us don't like to do those things that come easy to us. Decide that you're going to push yourself. Most people won't do that. Most people give up on themselves easily. You know the human spirit is powerful. There's nothing as powerful. It's hard to kill the human spirit. You've got to sell yourself every day on your abilities, on what you're doing, on the goal that you want to reach. You've got to sell yourself every day, every day, every day. Most people go through life never discovering what their talents are. Most people never develop their talents. They have skills and abilities, but if you don't nurture them, if you don't develop them, they will never serve you. Your gifts can take you many places if you develop your gifts. You have something that you brought to the universe, and that if you decide that my life deserves my developing this what I do well, and becoming the best at it and mastering myself and seeing what I have within me, if you decide to drop your buckets where you are and develop your gifts, I grant you, you'll never ever be without. One idea can change your life. One idea can turn your life around.
My dream is to be #1, pretty much. My goal is #1 in MMA.
I grant you that your gifts will take you places that will literally amaze you. I grant you that if you begin to work to develop your gifts, you'll develop a strong sense of happiness. You'll get a larger vision of yourself. All of us need some area of our lives where we can have a feeling of competence. Selling yourself on your ability to perform a job, to achieve a certain objective. Telling yourself every day, here I go again, and I got what it takes. This is my day, and nothing out here is going to stop me. If you decide that area that you love, that you are going to master that particular area, as you begin to develop and expand your skills and your talents and your vision of yourself, you will always be in control of your destiny.
You have to commit. Close the door behind you and walk the path you've chosen until the very end. Don't look back, don't go back, and don't ever question your decision again. You will never find a successful person who's not truly committed to what they do, to what they are, and to what they want to become. If you're not committed, you cannot reach true success. You cannot live up to your full potential. If you change tasks every month, every week, every year, if you're not truly committed, you will never reach the top of your field. If you put in half-hearted work, you will get half of the results. Don't you see that if you're not willing to sacrifice your money, your time, your passion, your body, your soul, your mind, everything you have, you will not get back everything this world has to offer. So just commit to the goals you've set. Commit to the journey you've chosen. And never let people talk you out of your path. Always go forward. Never look back. If you're truly committed, and if you live long enough, you will always get what you deserve.
Failure is a massive part of being able to be successful. You have to get comfortable with failure. Failure is where all of the lessons are. You know, when you go to the gym and you work out, you want to take your muscles to the point where you get to failure, because that's where the adaptation is. That's where growth is. You gotta take a shot. You have to live at the edge of your capabilities. You gotta live where you're almost certain you're gonna fail. That's the reason for practice. Practice is controlled failure. You're getting to your limit, getting to your limit, getting to your limit. You can't lift that, you can't do that, until you get to the point that all of a sudden your body makes the adjustment and then you can do it. Failure actually helps you to recognize the areas where you need to evolve. So fail early, fail often, fail forward.
Commit means to carry into action deliberately. Commit means to make it happen no matter what. See, when you make a commitment, I'm going to become wealthy. When you make it important, when you decide I'm going to do it no matter what, life changes for you. Make it okay to fail. 85% of people allow their fear of failure to outweigh their desire to succeed. Anything that's worth doing is worth doing badly. Anything that's worth doing is worth doing right, as we have been taught, if you know how to do it. But if you don't know how to do it, it's worth doing badly until you get it right. You don't have to be great to get started, but you have to get started to be great.
Life's this game of inches. The margin for error is so small. I mean, 1/2 a step too late or too early, and you don't quite make it. 1/2 second too slow, too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us. They're in every break of the game, every minute, every second.
If you were humble enough, if you were hungry enough, if you really wanted what you said, you'd sit down and you'd study what you do, and you'd say that I have not exhausted all my time. I have not exhausted all my resources. I can do this better.
It's the guy who's willing to die who's gonna win that itch. And I know if I'm gonna have any life anymore, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that itch. Because that's what living is.
Question is, what are you going to do with your time? What drives you? Because I feel home. And when you're home, ain't much to say. Our work spoke for itself. That's where our swagger came from. Our swagger came from, we worked as a unit. I came to the University of Miami, there was one mind, one set, one heartbeat. It was impossible to get to us. Because if you saw us somewhere, you saw 15 or 20 of us. Gotta stop leaving each other. Gotta stop hanging out without each other. The streets ain't chasing the same things you chasing. There's many temptations out there. Just stay focused, man. As a team, though. As a team. That's all I knew when I was here. That's what kind of kept me focused. That I finally ran into a team. And you guys have that same thing. Because this you will never die. It'll never die. So it's up to you to carry that. It's up to you to carry that. And every Sunday, every Saturday, everything is talked about.
I gotta commit my very being to this thing.
I gotta breathe it, I gotta eat it, I gotta sleep it. And until you get there, you'll never be successful in life. But once you get there, I guarantee you, the world is yours.
You run one yesterday? Know what you carry. When you carry this you on your chest. Know what you carry, man. You carry a legacy of greatness. And greatness is a lot of small things done well. Day after day, workout after workout, obedience after obedience, day after day.
You know, a lot of people say, oh, you know, I wish I could travel the world, or I wish I could do this with my life, but, and as soon as they say but, that's it, they destroyed it, it's over.
100%.
If you say but, that's bullshit. You have to say, I'm gonna, I will.
But people front and peacock all the time. You've got to put in the work.
Yeah.
Like you've got talent and all this, but like, again, reverse engineering your track, like, you fucking worked. And you're not gonna stop.
No, for sure.
And that's that. I remember when I started really blowing up and people would hit me up and say, Gary, you know, I went to high school with you got so lucky, I'm so pumped for you. And I would reply and I'd be like, yo bro, I'm not lucky. Remember when you went to the Jersey Shore and banged chicks?
Yeah,
I worked.
That's how I feel.
So like, well, because you worked. Don't justify your dreams, execute on them.
I'm not afraid to fail. I'm not afraid to fall over, make a mistake. That oftentimes cripples people on the onset of getting into anything. The first time I ever picked up the DJ decks, it was horrible now, but I'm not afraid of that. I'm not afraid of that feeling. It actually propels me and works quite the opposite. I can do 18, 22 hours a day easily. I'm a veteran at being able to look at an opportunity and go, is that going to take me further or not? Some people don't have that. You won't. It's something you develop. You know, that's why most times out of 10, any head of a company has been doing it for a long time, because they inherently can make a decision in the blink of an eye. But you have to learn that. My breakthrough was actually deciding I wanted to be an actor. The other thing that's important, I think, is to keep your head down. You know, keep your head down. Like when I swim 25 laps, guaranteed if I look up and start counting those laps, I'm petered out by 15. If I put my head down and keep working away and work at technique, work at internal rhythm, work at, I hit that length, I don't even know what length I'm on, guarantee you I'll look up and it'll be 20 and 3 more to go. I think people find themselves incrementally checking how far they've got. And that, you know, when you compare it to anybody else or whatever, it's just it's a recipe for disaster. Just keep banging on, you know, that's the most important. Mountain climbers will probably tell you the same thing, you know, there's no point looking. The difference between climbing 100 feet and climbing 500 feet is a point of view. You won't know you're at the top until you get there, pal. And that's what you need to remember. Just don't look down. That changed my life. It turned my dreams into a reality. It gave me an actual, tangible target to go, oh, actually, I could do this. That was my biggest breakthrough. Of course, there have been numerous breakthroughs over my career and my life, which I'm all proud of, but none so much as that realization that I want to be an actor. Know what your target is. Don't guess it. Be as clued up as the next man, because that's your petrol. That's your fuel to get you moving. If you don't know where you're going, what your targets are, you're never going to get there. Period. Work hard, sleep less.
Every successful person in this world has jumped. I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. Eventually, you are going to have to jump. You cannot just exist in this life. You have got to try to live. If you are waking up thinking that there's got to be more to your life than it is, man, believe that it is. Believe in your heart of hearts that it is. But to get to that life, you're going to have to jump.
you become the right person. What I mean by the right person is once you identify who you are and you begin to separate yourself from the masses and you begin to see your individuality, when you begin to see your talents, when you begin to see your personal skills. When you were created with a specific purpose, a specific design. I don't care if you was born and your parents didn't claim you, you still special. So I need you to be you. Number one, you gotta catch this. Number one, value. All right? When you become who you are, when you become the person that you were created to be, designed to be who you were designed to be, when you become an individual, what you do is you take yourself and you start separating yourself from other people. What you need to do to get to a place in your life where you blow up is one, to become the right person. Because when you become the right person, what you do is you show your worth, you show your value. When you become the right person, what you do is you start separating yourself from other people. You begin to have a certain uniqueness. As long as you're following other people, as long as you're being a copycat, you will never ever be the best copycat in the world, but you will be the best you could be.
You got to take that gift that's packed away on your back. You got to jump off that cliff and pull that cord.
I dare you, number two, to invest in yourself. That's right, I dare you to invest time. I dare you to be alone. I dare you to spend an hour getting to know yourself.
If you don't ever use it, you're gonna just go to work. And if you're getting up going to work on a job every day that you hate going to, that ain't living, man. You just existed. At one point in time, you ought to see what living's like. But the only way to see what living like, you gotta jump and hit a problem. Let me tell you something. Your parachute will not open right away.
I ended up homeless. I ended up out on the street with no money and nothing to my name. My intention was just to make enough money to be able to take care of my mother. That's all I wanted to do. That was my goal. I had written my first play. It was called I Know I've Been Changed. I put the show up, working, used car, bill collector, H&R Block tax return that wasn't quite right, but I got my money out of it. I thought 1,200 people would show up that weekend, but only 30 showed up. My car payment, rent, everything was tied up in it. But I knew that that is what I was supposed to be doing. I knew that I was on a good foundation. When I was growing up, my father was a carpenter. He would take me to work with him. And in the summertime, it was really hot, and I'd be out there with him, and he'd be building these houses. And the part that I hated most about this was when we had to put in the foundation. It was painstaking, digging these holes. Then you had to tie the steel, and after all that work was done, you just poured concrete over it. And here's the thing, nobody ever saw it. All that work was done, and nobody ever saw it. No one ever cared about the foundation. The only time you hear someone talk about the foundation is when a house is falling apart. But when the foundation is done right, nobody mentions it. And when it's done right, it can carry the weight of anything that it was designed to hold. What you were building had to be strong enough to support the weight of whatever you could dream. And if you're like me, you are a huge dreamer. You had to have a foundation that is big enough and strong enough and bold enough to hold all of your dreams and handle them coming true. I need to warn you, it takes a while to build a dream. When you get out there in the world, I want you to remember something. What's in the well will come up in the bucket. So today I want to challenge you to know your intention as to why you do what you do. And I promise you, if your intention is right, you will be successful. But let me warn you what will happen when you're successful, because I don't want you to get out there and get caught off guard. At first, you're going to be celebrated. But when your success surpasses what your peers expect of you, then you will become a target. So now that you have set your intention, now that you have your foundation, let's talk about how to stay on course when the attacks come. As an artist, this is the art that I want to paint. Just as I will never do it, don't you ever change one brushstroke on your canvas because somebody doesn't like what you paint. You have the foundation. Know your intention. Know that it's not going to be easy, but just keep yourself on track. Know the value of what is already down in your well.
People don't see things that way. They don't understand that everything in life is gonna be fucking hard. No matter what you do, it's fucking hard shit. So, you know, my best advice to everyone is accept it and be ready to work your ass off, and the hardest working motherfucker is gonna be the one that gets the most benefits. You know, he's the guy that's on top of the fucking hill, you know, because he's working the hardest, and that's what it takes, man. You wanna be on top of the hill, you gotta work harder than the other guys, you know, and a lot of people, you know, like to sit back and just think that, oh, that guy's lucky, oh, you know, he probably has a rich family, oh, you know, his parents probably sent him to, no, motherfucker, he's working harder than you. It's a lot of work, it's a long road, and it's something you gotta be patient with, you know, it doesn't happen overnight. Now, I'm showing you the best possible scenario, but again, this shit's still motherfucking hard work, you know? It all boils down to hard work, everything in life. And, you know, success, making money, anything that you wanna succeed at is gonna take hard work. And a lot of people, they can't grasp that concept, you know? People are still looking for that easy way out. You know, that magic pill, you know, the fucking lottery ticket. You know, you see these people that play lottery every fucking, like, really, like, sorry, it's not gonna fucking happen. Get out there and fucking work your ass off. That's how you're gonna make it happen. You know what I mean? Stop dreaming, you know, make those dreams come true.
Telling you, man, I'm the last motherfucker in the world that should be doing as well as I am. Like I said, man, I grew up broke. I didn't have no mentors, you know, telling me I need to go to college. If I could do it, you can fucking do it.
Everybody wants the prize, but nobody loves the process. Everybody wants to be a champion, but nobody's willing to put in the work that it takes to be a champion. Everybody wants to hold up the trophy and say, man, I did it, but nobody's willing to put in the work that it takes to do it. I love the process. I love the thought of working for what I want. You're never supposed to wish for it more than you're willing to work for it. Your expectations never supposed to exceed your effort. A lot of people, they wish, and they're not willing to work. Life is going to hit you with a certain level of opposition, and it's going to test your will and it's going to test your heart. And life is going to say to you, you said you wanted it, now let's see how bad you really want it.
I never wanted to live without some kind of affirmation, some kind of collective feedback. And maybe that's why my early movies were all about you. My early movies were all soliciting you, making you my partners, thinking about you behind the camera, thinking what would turn you on, what would get you excited, what would make you laugh, what would make you scream. How could I create suspense out of whole cloth when that darn shark never worked? And you were my partners. My audience, you know, I collaborated with you and you collaborated with me, and I think the beginning of my career, I had this wonderful experience, and the thing I really want to emphasize is I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. When you have a dream, and the dream isn't something you dream and then it happens, the dream is something you never knew was going to come into your life. Dreams always come from behind you, not right between your eyes. It sneaks up on you. But when you have a dream, it doesn't often come at you screaming in your face, this is who you are, this is what you must be for the rest of your life. Sometimes a dream almost whispers. And I've always said to my kids, The hardest thing to listen to, your instincts, your human personal intuition, always whispers, it never shouts. Very hard to hear. So you have to, every day of your lives, be ready to hear what whispers in your ear. It very rarely shouts. And if you can listen to the whisper, and if it tickles your heart, and it's something you think you want to do for the rest of your life, then that is going to be what you do for the rest of your life, and we will benefit from everything you do. Thank you very much.
I have not allowed my disability to stop me doing most things. At the age of 21, I was told I had an incurable disabling disease that would kill me in 2 or 3 years. My motto is there are no boundaries. So remember to look up at the stars and not down at your feet.
Here's a guy who cannot walk, who cannot speak, who cannot move independently, and yet somehow he still found a way.
I feel a sense of achievement that I have managed to make these contributions, despite having ALS. All my life, I have sought to understand the universe and find answers to these questions. I have been very lucky that my disability has not been a serious handicap. Indeed, it has probably given me more time than most people to pursue the quest for knowledge. The ultimate goal is a complete theory of the universe, and we are making good progress. Try to make sense of what you see, and wonder about what makes the universe exist. Be curious. And however difficult life may seem, there is always something you can do and succeed at. It matters that you don't just give up.
I was dyslexic. I had no understanding of schoolwork whatsoever. I certainly would have failed IQ tests, and you know, it's one of the reasons I left school when I was 15 years old. And if I'm not interested in something, you know, I just don't grasp it.
I mean, there's a story about your mother allegedly dumping you in a field at aged 4 and saying, "Okay, walk home." And did this really happen?
I mean, she was, you know, she felt that we needed to stand on our own 2 feet from an early age, so she did things to us which now she'd be arrested for. So, yeah, such as, you know, pushing us out of the car and telling us to find our own way to Granny's about 5 miles before we actually got there, and making us go on, you know, wonderful long bike rides, and we're never allowed to watch television. I just love learning, and I'm incredibly inquisitive, and I love taking on the status quo and trying to turn it upside down. So I've seen life as one long learning process, and if I see, if I fly on somebody else's airline and find the experience is not a pleasant one, which it wasn't 21 years ago, then I think, well, maybe I can create the kind of airline that I'd like to fly on, and so got one for second-hand 747 from Boeing and gave it a go. Well, I think that there's a very thin dividing line between success and failure. We were being attacked by British Airways. They were trying to put our airline out of business, and they launched what's become known as the Dirty Tricks campaign. And I realised that the whole empire was likely to come crashing down unless I chipped in a chip. And in order to protect the jobs of the people who work for the airline and protect the jobs of the people who work for the record company, I had to sell the family jewelry to protect the airline. As it turned out, it proved to be the right move. But it was sad at the time, but we moved on.
I'd say the things that hold us back is, I'd say it's a few things. Okay, you all realize again, like, yeah, I could totally do this, but what holds you back from actually doing it? One is not knowing about it, but now here you all know about it. You all know you could be pursuing whatever the fuck you want to pursue. The other is addiction to comfort. And if you want to take it further, it's more so fear of the unknown and fear of death, in a way. Because you know that you could be a better person. But if you don't do it, what happens? You can try to rationalize your way out of it, but you always know deep down inside you could be better. And that'll burn you inside. And funny enough, the same with this whole freedom, or let's just say doing what you want to do. You know you could be doing something else, but if you don't do it, it'll also burn you inside. And this is like one of the main, at least in my opinion, one of the main reasons people are really unhappy. It just burns them, and there's that resentment. That resentment is the worst. Once you realize, like, you're gonna die, and a lot of it's like really sitting down and coming down to terms with the fact you're gonna die, that there links to actually just embracing the unknown and doing what you want to do. That's how you achieve freedom too. Like, accept it. There's that saying, like, how would you live your life if you knew that right now you had a disease that was going to kill you? You know, you'd probably do a lot of things differently, but guess what? You do have a disease that's going to kill you. You're going to die. We're all going to fucking die. We are dying every second at a time. Realize that. Come to terms with it. You try to avoid it, that's when you actually live a life, a dead life, if you will. By avoiding it and trying to stay all comfortable and trying to preserve, that's a life of numbness and death. So take the risk. Don't get too scattered in your goals either. Okay, like, everyone wants to develop their personality, develop their, like, build up their personality, build up their finances, build up their health. It's like we have all these goals, and we just try to do all of them, and then we just end up slacking off in all of them. And in terms of focus, like, select a few and just solely focus on that. And then switch to the next, so on and so forth. Okay, when it comes to the feelings, what you have to deal with here is your phobia of negative emotions. Okay, and that's something that all people pleasers have. A phobia, not just a fear, a fucking phobia of anything negative. Okay, and again, you're trying to avoid it in other people, but also within yourself. And because you've been avoiding it for so long, you probably don't even know how to express negative feelings, in a healthy way, which just keeps reinforcing the pattern. Okay, and here the key is conquering this phobia comes through exposure to the fear itself. You can't keep avoiding it. Repeated exposure, not just once or twice, but with controlled conditions to learn the appropriate responses and diminish the fear. Okay, if you avoid anger, conflict, confrontation, rejection, it's not going to fix itself. At some point, you have to fucking face those fears, embrace those fears, and learn to deal with them in a healthy way.
Came from a horrible background. I got called nigger every day of my life growing up. Lived in a small town. One of the high-ups in the KKK, son, sat behind me in 2 classes, so he called me nigger all the time. Got my first car, they spray painted nigger, we're gonna kill you on it. So I was just an insecure, scared kid. But the best thing that happened to me, no one helped me. So the things that we run from, we're running from the truth. We're running from the truth, man. As painful and as brutal as it is, we have the ability to go in such a space if you're willing to suffer. And I mean suffer. Your brain and your body, once connected together, can do anything. The only way you're ever going to get to the other side of this journey
is you have got to suffer to grow. To grow, you must suffer. So I wanted to change to be the hardest man ever created. And my goal when I was sitting there, not going to school, being bullied, having no self-esteem, my goal was the only person that's gonna turn this person around is me. How? That's the question. How are you gonna do that? I had to build calluses in my brain the same way I built calluses on my hands. So I broke the Guinness Book of World Record for pull-ups a long time ago, but I failed at it twice. And I did 67,000 pull-ups in trying to break this record. So to do 4,030 pull-ups, I had to do 67,000 for training for that. But if you can get through to doing things that you hate to do, on the other side is greatness. That's what people understand. By me running, I am callous in my mind. I'm not training for a race. I'm training for life. I'm training for the time when I get that 2 o'clock in the morning call that my mom is dead or something happens tragic in life. I don't fall apart. I'm training my mind and my body and my spirit so it's all one, so I can handle what life is going to throw at me. Because the life I've lived, it throws a whole bunch at you. And if you're not physically and mentally prepared for that, you're just going to crumble and you're good for nobody. Even the hardest men, in times of suffering, what we do is we forget how hard we really are. Suffering is the true test of life. We are all great. No matter if you think you're dumb, no matter if you think you're fat, no matter if you are fat, no matter if you've been bullied, or no matter if you just got back from Iraq or Afghanistan and you have no legs or your arms or whatever, man, we all have greatness.
The only thing I ever wanted to do was becoming a musician. So I moved to Vienna to study music there at the conservatory in Vienna, which is a very highly prestigious conservatory. I was practicing like 8-9 hours a day, literally get up, play guitar, eat, go to sleep, and then repeat the whole thing. Until I woke up one morning and I had this like sharp burning pain in my left arm. I went to the doctor and they were like, you can never ever play guitar anymore. It's over. Like you shouldn't. You have tendinitis. That was one of the harshest times in my life because my dream has just been taken away from me. Like everything you've ever dreamed of, gone. You know, I was so unhappy with my life. I had no more purpose, no more vision. I didn't know what the hell I'm gonna end up as. I came from such a dark place with that depression of where I wouldn't know what to do with my life. So I obviously go on Google and Google how to pick up girls. And I'm like, wait, you can learn this? And I was so excited about that I just started taking action.